Yes.
The lead Supreme Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1546 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news out of both regions, Europe and the Middle East. We are currently seeing that Moscow's under a new massive Ukrainian attack, as Putin has apparently started to panic, as people are now calling him to basically leave office. We've also seen that U.S. forces are preparing to attack Iran, allegedly, in 72 hours this time, maybe so, give or take. And also, a massive Iranian ship was seized near Hormuz today, and we have very big news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, actually 48 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments within most areas of the world over the course of this day. We have been able to hear that within the area of Moscow, ongoing drone attacks in the city have continued to create massive damage, even larger than the prior attacks that we saw on Sunday, which were the largest to date at that time. The current pressure, damage, and destruction that's being seen throughout the entirety of the city of Moscow is leading some Russians and Russian military bloggers within the city to now demand for the open removal of Vladimir Putin and the replacement of him with other officials within the Russian Federation. This is starting to show us that at the moment, the significant strain, fear, and destruction that's being caused within the city of Moscow is actually having an open effect on the Russian populace and their perception of the ongoing war, due to it now striking at the heart of where 10% of the entirety of the Russian Federation's population currently lives. Ukrainian drone strikes have also been able to land some significant damage in other areas throughout the Russian Federation, but most of these attacks are primarily being targeted at Moscow itself and not the periphery cities. We've also been able to hear in the meantime that air raid alerts were issued within the far eastern counties of Latvia, and also it appears that a Ukrainian drone was shot down today over Estonia. The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry has stated that this appears to be deliberate actions by the Russians to use electronic warfare to divert their drones into NATO airspace and also cause major diplomatic incidences between NATO and the state of Ukraine as a result of these actions, and the Ukrainians have sincerely apologized for these ongoing developments. We've also been able to hear additionally that the President of the United States has given a deadline once more to the Islamic Republic of Iran. and is stating that within the next 72 hours, the United States of America will be going to war with the Iranians if they do not meet the U.S.'s demands. At the moment, the Iranians have once again returned their own demands to the United States of America and have once again demanded for unconditional surrender once more, which is nothing entirely new at this point any longer, but once again showing us that the Iranians are not budging whatsoever from their current position in negotiations with the United States. And we have also seen that as of today, a major oil tanker of the Islamic Republic of Iran that was loaded at Karg Island has been seized within the Indian Ocean over the course of this day. Additionally, further information came out about the Barakah nuclear power plant attack, which was conducted in the United Arab Emirates last Sunday. And according to reports from the United Arab Emirates, the drones did originate from an Iranian-aligned Iraqi militia within the Republic of Iraq, apparently flying through Saudi Arabia and then making their way into the western area of the country's airspace, which is largely undefended at this moment. We've also been able to hear that another 6 drones have been shot down today, also fired by these Iranian-aligned Iraqi militias, still showing us at the moment that the Iranians are attempting to use their militia forces inside of Iraq as a decent enough proxy force to be able to conduct their attacks on other allied countries of the Gulf states within the region. We've also gotten further developments as well from the area of the Strait of Hormuz that U.S. intelligence has been able to find 10, and I repeat 10 mines out of the hundreds that are inside the Strait of Hormuz. We've also been able to see as well that that outside of that, the state of Israel has also stated that they're apparently getting ready for a continuation of the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and this also came at the same time as Netanyahu had a tea party, and therefore the corruption hearing had to be canceled once more due to important governmental events and all. Sipping on tea is very important. We've also been able to hear additionally that the People's Republic of China has apparently been found to be helping to train the Russian Federation's armed forces in drone warfare and drone warfare usage, as several hundred Russians have been trained in China and then were found to be operating drone forces on the front lines against the Ukrainian state just recently. We've also gotten some more developments out of Europe today, as we have been able to hear announcements from the United States that they are in the active process of withdrawing U.S. forces from the region, which was finally given as an official announcement to NATO today, and is now giving us a real reason as to why all of these forces are having their deployments canceled as a part of the Atlantic Resolve rotational divisions and also other support forces that were based inside of Germany. We have also been able to see that the United States is preparing to indict the former president of the Communist Cubans here very recently, and we've also been able to see some other significant developments coming out of Washington, D.C. over the course of this day. But nevertheless, we have absolutely massive news coming out of almost every single corner of the world over the course of this day. And we are going to be making sure to get through all of this news, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And I've got to say, folks, that today, like every other day, we have quite a lot of news to go through. So make sure to strap in and relax, because we're going to be getting through a lot of it, and also don't let it
relax. Man, I don't know about the people relaxing to this news today, man. I'm not sure this is relaxing content, but I guess if they can, maybe that's a good thing.
Man, in the words of some wise philosophers, it is what it is. And so, I mean, there's not really a lot more that we can do rather than hear about it and cover it, I suppose. So make sure to relax, folks. Don't take anything too seriously. It's only all of our lives hanging in the balance, so don't worry too much about it. We're just going to make sure to cover it in a very chill, lo-fi, hip-hop kind of a way. But moving us on into all of the major news that we have been able to hear over the course of the day, we are immediately going to be moving into Eastern Europe, and particularly to the capital of the Russian Federation, Moscow, which has been under a continuous Ukrainian drone attack for the past 72 hours since Sunday. We have been able to see that, actually, really more so, it's been longer than 72 hours, as the attack has been going on for about 4 days straight at this point. Information has continued to unfold around the Moscow area that Ukrainian drone attacks are still making their way deep into the Moscow air defense perimeter and are continuing to hit targets throughout the entirety of the Moscow metropolitan area. There is a significant amount of damage that was caused in the first round of attacks, and we've also seen some subsequent significant damage being caused in the second, third, and fourth attack waves that have continued to hit the area around the city of Moscow. We've been able to see some of this footage here, also showing us the ongoing Russian air defense, which is attempting to shoot down some of these incoming drones, but a decent amount of them has still been making their way well within the Moscow air defense perimeter and hitting the targets that were their initial attempted targets when they were launched from Ukraine. We can actually see in this clip here a Russian air defense missile reaching a Ukrainian drone and shooting it down at a high altitude over the city.
This man has a way with words. He's
Man, this guy really is a poet, man. He's out there like that TikTok song going, ooh, ah! Man, like it's like, he's really doing something with it. We also were able to see another clip as well showing the drones coming on into the Moscow area, which we could see right here. There's one right on the side of the highway. Kind of see it right there. There it is. He zoomed in now.
Wow. Really kind of erratic, actually. It's kind of like gaining and losing altitude.
Also, what's interesting is that it's actually following this highway in. So it looks like whoever is the drone operator, they're apparently using visual navigation aids, like this highway as a landmark, to be able to just fly straight into the city by just traveling northbound along the highway and on into the city of Moscow. This is also quite interesting as well because we're starting to note that these drones are operating at significantly lower altitudes than we've seen before, usually for connectivity purposes to make sure that the drone is able to be connected to their operator back in Ukraine. These drones usually fly at an altitude of about 500 feet. This one appears to be flying at an altitude of 200 feet or less, and it's almost on the ground as far as the height is concerned, and literally flying up the highway and on into Moscow. And some of these attacks, like we've been saying, were causing major damage in their prior waves, and we have been able to hear clear information about the Moscow oil refinery, which has halted operations after the Ukrainian drone attack, which originally hit it on Sunday, according to Reuters reports. A source said the strike did not cause critical damage to the processing equipment, but the facility was temporarily stopped to reduce possible risks. This is more so a Russian governmental statement, if any, to make it sound like the damage may be minimal, or may have been mitigated to the point it's non-existent, but we were already able to confirm when the attack actually happened that there was smoke and fires rising from the area of the refinery site, which was giving us more than enough evidence at that point that the refinery had been hit hard enough that it was most likely going to be shut down for some time, as some components of the refinery must have been damaged for there to be an ongoing fire, and repairs would have to be effected. We then saw today that apparently another Ukrainian drone has hit another Russian warehouse from what we've understood, and we were able to get video evidence of the large warehouse fire that was caused as a result of this explosion on the warehouse facility, which we could see in this clip. Quite a large one.
Yeah, I would say so. It's a huge fire right there. They said it was caused by a drone attack, or was that just a random combustion, I guess you could say?
They say it was an explosion, but considering that this explosion happened in the midst of the ongoing drone attacks, it's fairly likely that it was a drone that was apparently not identified or seen, and it exploded onto the warehouse and caused it some significant damage. We've already seen that in prior times, by the way, folks, to give a little bit of clarification as to why I'm saying it's a drone attack. We have seen that in prior attacks throughout the Russian Federation, some warehouses have actually become targets of the Ukrainian armed forces for housing significant amounts of Russian military equipment in civilian infrastructure and facilities, and so for that reason, an attack and large fire on a warehouse in Moscow wouldn't be out of the question, as we have seen that Ukrainian drones have gone out of their way to attack similar warehouses throughout the rest of the Russian Federation and cause major damage to them if they're housing any sort of critical components or subcomponents that would be necessary for war production within the Russian Federation. We also get to see another clip and video of it here as well, showing us the absolute scale of this fire, which, mind you all, did happen in the midst of the ongoing drone attacks over the course of this day. Oh, and I hear some drum and bass. And we can see the fire there once again on the side of the highway. And I gotta say, folks, I think that the city of Moscow, the people of Moscow, are really starting to get a good glimpse of what the war is really about. They're starting to see what the Ukrainians have gone through for about 4 years. Warehouse fires like these are really helping to get the picture home of what war actually looks like. It's not a whole bunch of Russian soldiers, firing their AKs, standing in the wide open with the Russian flag flying behind them like they show in their crappy propaganda. It's more so just things being burned to cinders, and really nothing being left over once the war concludes. And we can also see this fire from a distance right here. Quite the significant.
It doesn't seem like Moscow's as resilient as other parts of Russia to these attacks. I'm already seeing, and we'll get into it here in just a minute, that the Russians in Moscow are already complaining and acting like the world is ending because of a result of these recent attacks. So, it seems like Zelensky was kind of predicting himself. It seems like the Muscovites, as they call them, pretty much can't take the heat.
It doesn't really seem like they can take the heat, pun intended, because they are generally showing a very thin aversion, well, a very significant aversion, to put it in the right way, to these attacks that are currently happening on Moscow. And to give you all a little bit of a population demographic understanding in Russia, which is very important to understand, Moscow and St. Petersburg are completely different than any other city in the Russian Federation. Most of the Russian Federation, unlike what people would tell you in propaganda, is generally financially run to the ground and is impoverished for the larger part. Most Russian citizens would live in what we would consider to be an abject state of poverty. The only places that you do not see this as a commonality, and when I mean a commonality, they just live right above the threshold of being impoverished, are places like St. Petersburg and Moscow, which are considered to be financially of great fortune in the Russian Federation compared to their other counterpart cities. This is because the Russian Federation puts most of their resources, tax money, and efforts towards these two cities, as Moscow and St. Petersburg account for about 15% of the entirety of the nation's population, meaning that it's incredibly important to keep these cities well upkept and to also keep them in good graces for the larger part for the Russian government's sake, considering that most of their governmental apparatus is run out of St. Petersburg and Moscow. More importantly, this also means that the citizens of a city like Moscow have an expected higher quality of life, and also are generally more detached from the harsh realities of living in Russia than most of the other cities that we have seen attacked throughout the years of war that's been going on. A city like Kazan might be a little bit miffed that they got bombed, but it's not going to be too much because, you know, the gangs are shooting each other on the streets every day in Kazan, so it's not that much different than something like that happening. In Moscow, however, there's a much higher expectation because they're higher class than the rest of the Russian citizenry, and therefore have, like I was saying, a higher expectant result of how their life is supposed to turn out. And drone attacks and massive fires enveloping the entirety of the periphery of the city isn't exactly how they consider, or what they consider to be, a high standard of living. We've seen that some military bloggers within Moscow are not taking this well at all, and to read you all one of them, this is from Shestoy Devi, or Din, or something along those lines, which I don't know what exactly that means in Russian, but the second word means day. Outside of that, though, this is what they had to say, and they're a fairly significant Russian military blogger. Putin still hasn't addressed the Russian people today after the Ukrainian armed forces carried out the largest bombing since the Great Patriotic War, targeting the country's capital. The entire elite is pretending nothing has happened. Some are too afraid to leave their bunkers, others don't want to draw attention to themselves during wartime by appearing in public. But maybe we should finally ask ourselves, why do we need a president who's afraid to be with his people during a war he himself initiated? Does he not know how to win it, how to end it, how to exit it, and is he just stalling for time in the hope that everything will resolve itself? But is this how leaders and commanders behave? Do they hide in bunkers when their capitals are being bombed, or do they stand with their people in the most difficult moments? Putin is afraid and unwilling to risk himself, which is why he doesn't visit Belgorod, Kursk, Tuapse, or Crimea. Putin is too scared to appear on Red Square after May 9th without security guarantees from the U.S. president. So if he is afraid of everything, maybe he should just step aside and let others take his place, those who aren't afraid of bullets and historical challenges.
Yikes, that's crazy. Also, they're calling him out directly for not visiting the front lines, Belgrade, Kursk, etc. That's something that Ukrainians have been saying for a long time. They'll say Zelensky's willing to go to the front, but Putin, they call him the bunker boy, of course. He won't step out of the bunker for a single day. It looks like the Russians are now repeating those words.
It appears that everybody's starting to catch on to that one, especially after that week showing on the May 9th Victory Day Parade, which, to be honest with y'all folks, I didn't believe that this would be the case, but the Russian Victory Day Parade was viewed so poorly by the Russian public, we're starting to see way more tremors in Russian society as a result of the May 9th Victory Day Parade and how that unfolded than we ever saw beforehand. A lot of people, while we're not seeing, of course, any open rebellion at this point, a lot more people in Russia are beginning to feel a lot more comfortable with speaking their mind, apparently seeing how weak the Russian government looked symbolically on the May 9th parade than we did before. And so now they're starting to see that loads of people are making comments like these, and this person here in particular continued on. No, but why not? Let's make, for example, Sergei Kiriyenko, the president of Russia. Yes, he's from the entire Kremlin clique, but at least he's not afraid to visit the Donbass with a gun in his hand, unlike Putin, who last visited Belgrade when? And he's not just visiting the front line, he was the first to call the war in Ukraine a full-scale war. Plus, he has good roots that can help improve relations with Ukrainians and Israel against the backdrop of Putin's failed strategy. And then it moves on into some other stuff here. But moving on from that.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. This person here, I tell you what, they're not beating the allegations. That's for damn sure.
I'm not going to lie, folks. I mean, how this is written, it sounds very much like a war-hungry Russian wrote it, so it's showing us that even the jingoists in Russia aren't really that happy with the whole deal of how this has turned out. And Prigozhin wasn't Russian either, but that didn't stop him from defending the Russian people and army and standing up against the thieves who were plundering the Russian defense ministry and army. I gotta tell y'all, folks, the ghost of Prigozhin is coming back to haunt Putin for the rest of his life. I literally think, folks, until the day that Putin dies, every time Putin is brought up, Prigozhin is going to be brought up in that conversation at some point somewhere, because that was the worst mutiny and the worst failing of their control in Russia that's ever been seen in modern history. If the leader finds his Monomax cap too heavy and is afraid to sit on the throne, maybe it's time to voluntarily give up his royal crown and pass it on to more worthy people. And that was a statement from a military blogger in Moscow. So this is what the Muscovites are starting to think, well, from what we're generally understanding in the city population, is that Putin is not able or capable of leading the Russian Federation, not because of how badly the war is going. It's really because of how badly things are now going for the city of Moscow at this point.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. It's like it's about to be the 5th year. I'm not sure how close we are to the 5th year right now of this war, but it's like this war has been going badly for Russia for a long time. It hadn't suddenly changed that way. It's been going that way. And also, the Russians are fabricating all these successes on the front lines, and meanwhile, the Ukrainians are literally filming the Russians withdrawing from several areas of the front. And even the Russian soldiers are starting to call that out on Telegram. They're starting to post pictures showing that they're actually withdrawing when the commanders are saying that they're holding their ground, which that's not the first time Russia's done that. They've lied about many so-called advances that are not even true. They're just completely fictional. But now that Moscow is getting attacked, now all of a sudden these elites seem to have like 20/20 vision all of a sudden, now that drones are visiting their city on a daily basis. My question is this, though. How long is Ukraine going to be able to keep this up? Because these are some pretty large attacks, and these are using a lot of munitions, a lot of drones, and also we're hearing, and we saw yesterday or on Sunday, that they're using the Bars cruise missiles to attack Moscow as well. So I know they're manufacturing a lot of drones, but I don't know if Ukraine can keep it up at this rate, because this is a pretty large pace.
I wanted to say, I don't really know how much longer they're going to be able to keep up on this either. And also, folks, I have to explain a little bit of the dynamic that goes on in a lot of these authoritarian countries like Russia, where you see that these dictatorships rely heavily on a self-contained bubble, where their government is able to exist in relative stability compared to the rest of the country. Most of these authoritarian countries that you see around the world usually house their capital within the largest and most prosperous city in their country, and there is a very important reason for that. It allows for the central government to have control over a very large part of the populace, usually the part that's supposed to be the most loyal to the government, and they're also able to create an artificial bubble of prosperity around their capital that isn't really reflective of the situation in the rest of their country. That ensures that those people are supposed to be loyal to the government remain loyal, they're able to keep an eye on all of them, and they're able to keep the situation relatively stable where the government's actually at. To put this into a fairly similar sort of a perspective, just to name one authoritarian country that's very similar in this, but far more draconian in practice, is North Korea. North Korea's major city is Pyongyang. There's no other city in North Korea that even gets close to being the size of Pyongyang, which has, I believe, about a few million people within it. I think it's around 2 million people or so. The city of Pyongyang is where all of the government's most loyal members of the party live. You have to be a staunch loyalist to the Workers' Party of Korea to be able to live in Pyongyang. And Pyongyang, much like Moscow, is created as a contained bubble. Pyongyang is a lot more prosperous, a lot more secure, and a lot better to live in quality of life wise than any other city in North Korea. That's because that's where the North Korean central government operates out of, and that also gives them a barrier to the actual people of North Korea in places like, say, Pyeongseong, just a little bit to the northeast. Say, for example, that the North Korean government was hanging out in Pyongyang, and for some reason the situation got so bad in the countryside that an open revolt happened. Well, it's not directly on the government's administrative and functions and facilities, so that means that they have some response time. It's also not in the capital either, and the people in the capital are generally contained from the normal suffering of the rest of the country, so they don't really have that much of an understanding of what's actually going on elsewhere. So if the folks at Pyeongchang want to create a rebellion, and then they want to start marching down to Pyongyang to do something about it, the North Koreans will just put a blocking unit on that highway and slaughter as many of them as they need to until they start running away, and then they'll track down the ones who ran and execute them as well. Most authoritarian countries, if push comes to shove, operate in that sort of a principle, to where they have to keep some level of stability within their capital because if the loyalty of the citizens of the capital begin to waver, then the government and its daily functions are in the midst of a viper's den, to where at any moment a revolt could happen and basic government functions at the very top could cease.
Yeah, it's actually worse in Russia because in North Korea, they've been living through decades of oppression, like oppression to the level that Russia's really never seen before. Russia is, I would say, and it sounds weird to say it, but Russia is more free than North Korea. They're allowed to have free thought. They just simply can't vocalize it. In North Korea, they're scared to even think the wrong way inside of North Korea. They're that cracked down on that literally they snitch on each other. They rat each other out like it's like the book 1984. So it's probably a lot harder in North Korea to get away with something like that than Moscow. That's why we saw Prigozhin's coup come pretty close to success until Putin got a hold of his family members, and then all of a sudden that brought it to an abrupt end. So I would say in Russia the risk is a lot higher. So I'm sure Putin freaks out probably a lot more than Kim Jong-un would if something similar, even by happenstance, happened there.
Yeah, I would have to certainly agree. And on top of that, folks, if the public becomes unstable in a capital like this, which it's definitely a lot more possible in Moscow than Pyongyang, if they become unstable, they could start to protest. And that isn't that big of a problem, to be entirely honest with you all. If Putin wanted to, he could just order a couple of brigades in the streets and just execute thousands of people and have them go back into hiding. But then the problem is, how loyal is the army? Because if the public is starting to revolt or protest against the government, the army could hop in at any moment if the loyalty of any of those officers is questionable in any of the barracks or forces or bases around Moscow. If their loyalty is questionable, they might turn coat against the Russian government, side with those protesters, and have a lot of public support in their attempted overthrow of the Russian government. And coups are very confusing, very hard to follow, especially when you're on the ground in the midst of one, and that would give them a lot of momentum and possibility, along with the support of the public, to overthrow Putin, and other military units might not stand in to stop it. So this sort of a situation could be lethal to the security of the Russian government if the loyalty of the Muscovites continues to waver like we're starting to see right now. And a lot of people are actually talking about this in the poll that we've put up. And Matthew, what are people thinking currently about the situation and what the Russian government's response will eventually be to this ongoing, developing boil that's now beginning to occur inside the Muscovite city population?
Okay, so right now the poll question asks the question. It says top Russian voices are calling for Vladimir Putin's removal due to recent Moscow attacks. So what do you think is going to happen as a result of this? Because it's not the first time we've heard people call for Putin to be removed, but it appears to be it's gaining steam. And also the statements are getting more and more extreme, demanding that Putin step down because they're saying that he doesn't know what he's doing, that he's not able to protect Moscow, and for that matter, the frontline situation is getting worse. And now the Russians are admitting that, now that they're under attack directly in their capital city. So what's going to happen? 60% said Putin will start a new crackdown and a purge of the Russian government and perhaps some of these bloggers that keep putting this out, while 24% said nothing will happen, it's simply all noise, and 12% said the Russian citizens will start to rise up. And at this point, like I said, this isn't completely new. Over the last 2 months, we've seen several different bloggers call for Putin's removal, and they're also calling him incompetent, which is honestly the truth. But, everybody's scared to say that inside of Russia, because if you say that, you might find yourself in a hospital bed, tripping out of the 10th story window. So nobody really likes to say that out loud. But now all of a sudden, people are taking that risk, which tells you they are very much freaked out inside of Moscow, and they are not resilient to the war being brought to their home Muslim turf. And that's what we were talking about the other night. We had said maybe what Zelensky's trying to do with these Moscow attacks is to put pressure on the people inside of Moscow to then put pressure on Putin. And that's working a lot quicker than I thought it would. It's working very quick. This only started a handful of days ago, and we're already seeing those in Moscow start calling for Putin's removal from office, which is very fast. So I think Putin will likely. I'll be honest, he's already really started a crackdown. He tried to crack down on the internet. He cracked down on VPNs and Telegram. That really didn't go anywhere to a large degree. We're still seeing the Russians use Telegram and all kinds of other messaging platforms. So that was kind of a failure. I think at this point, we might start seeing the Russian citizens get so upset and so freaked out that they start banding together. But the question is, though, is it going to be enough to actually cause a change? And that's questionable to say the least. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I think that there's probably going to be another crackdown or a purge that's going to start happening, more so relegated to the Moscow city area than anything, and the commanders of the units within that area, because Putin is most likely understanding the situation is getting fairly fragile. Even the Russian state media is starting to report that his approval rating is dropping, which has to take a lot. It takes, or mountains and earth moving to have the approval rating drop in Russia, because they're rigged from the start, so they never accurately show how popular Putin really is with the public, which is probably not that popular at all. And so if they're showing a drop, he's probably completely lost any popularity in Russia, and now he's losing it in Moscow, where it would matter the most. If that is the case, and political instability starts to become a norm in the city, Russian governmental operations could be a significant jeopardy of stopping anytime soon. With any protest that is sustained in the streets, there is the chance that a rising brigade commander somewhere out there in the Moscow military district and in the Moscow area might try and take advantage and join the protesters in working against the central Russian government. If that happens, it's going to turn into absolute hell in Moscow. There's either two choices at that point. Putin can either try and hope that there are other commanders that are loyal to his government in Moscow to attempt to fight in the streets and put down any brigade that joins the protesters, or he can try and create some sort of a compromise with the protesters, but historically, that has never proven to be successful in the long term. The Tsarist government did that with the reformists in Russia right before they were executed by the Bolsheviks. The French government did that during the French Revolution under King Louis XVI to try and appease the French public in the Third Estate that was rising up at the time, and that didn't really work either. And so compromises really don't work. And then his third option would be to just step down and basically go into exile voluntarily, which I'm not really sure if Putin would be a big fan of that, and to be honest with you all, he wouldn't. So this is becoming a fairly concerning situation for him, and he's going to have to try and find a way to control it. That means that his option is to start purging military commanders around Moscow. If we start to hear soon about brigade commanders in Moscow, or regimental commanders, which is the usual Russian structure even today, being dismissed or removed from their positions at a larger rate than normal, that's going to give us an understanding that he's trying to hedge his luck by putting loyalists in charge of these regiments around Moscow in the hopes that they won't turn against him at the last minute to be an opportunist.
You know what's wild, though? Nobody's really making that big of a deal out of it, but Putin is not only having a frontline failure. Like when I mentioned it a moment ago that he tried to crack down on VPNs and also these messaging platforms like Telegram, that backfired so badly. All that did was hurt Vladimir Putin's opinion, his approval rating in the public. That's all that did. It hurt his approval. He didn't successfully crack down on the VPNs, and people found a way around it. So it's like all that did was piss people off, and he didn't create the firewall, because what he was trying to do is he was trying to replicate the Great Firewall of China, basically. That's what he was trying to do inside of Russia, and that has been a massive failure. Like, I mean, look at all the Russians still posting on Telegram. They have not been able to block any of these platforms whatsoever. So, I mean, at this point, I'm not sure what Putin's left with. At this point, he's left with the old ways of taking people out left and right, like assassinating people. That's what Putin is left with at this point. That's nothing new to him, of course. They've done it all the time inside of Russia. That's a normal mode of business. But, that was a huge failure.
It is a significant failure. I also saw someone say in the chat, no serious top officials are calling for Putin to be removed. Well, that never happens. That would be a bit of a historical misconception, because those people are usually under constant surveillance, so they never get a chance to actually try and go up against the Russian governmental apparatus as it exists. They are looked at by Putin, and usually in most authoritarian governments, as the main possible usurpers of any sort of political power that's held in Russia at the moment. So if there's any wavering of loyalty in amongst those people, they're usually removed from their positions rapidly and then disposed of immediately afterwards. It's the people that are way lower down that you don't hear about that end up being the significant perpetrators of, say, some sort of a government change or an overthrow. Let me remind you all something here really quickly. Who in the world, Matthew, was the first president of the Russian Federation? It was Boris Yeltsin. And you know what was interesting about Boris Yeltsin is that during the time
of the drink.
He was fond of the drink. Like, that's an interesting guy. Like he loved a good bit of vodka. They found some blood in his vodka streams inside of his body. That's actually kind of crazy. But outside of that, one thing that was interesting about Boris Yeltsin, folks, and this is what's going to shock a lot of people, when the Soviet Union was coming to an end, Matthew, and Gorbachev was the premier of the Soviet Union, who in the world was Boris Yeltsin at that time, and what political position did he hold in Russia?
I mean, he was, I can't remember his exact title, but wasn't he basically the leader of Russia, basically?
He was the mayor of Moscow.
Aha.
And he, as the mayor of Moscow, and remember everyone, it's the Soviet Union, so not just Russia is a part of the Soviet Union, it includes all of the Central Asian countries of the Stand series, and everything in Eastern Europe as well, including Ukraine. And Boris Yeltsin, the mayor of Moscow, was able, as an underling, which was not considered to be a part of the internal Soviet governmental structure of the Soviet Union, he was just the mayor of Moscow within the Soviet Federative Republic of Russia. He was able to usurp the Soviet government and oust Yeltsin, well, actually oust Gorbachev, and have himself installed as the first president of the Russian Federation. And so it can always be, folks, never look at the top names that surround Putin and his government right now. Those people are lackeys and loyalists. They're never going to be the ones to actually usurp his power. They're probably going to go out with him. Always look for the lower named nobodies that don't really appear on the radar right now, because they're almost always the ones that make their meteoric rise from the middle strata of the government, basically where nobody knows who they are, but they're also in a position where they can jockey it to get to the top, and then they rise meteorically to the top in some sort of a government coup. That's why you're never going to hear of any words or echoes of Putin's removal within his inner circle. It's always going to come from some sort of a middle strata opportunist in Russia that's going to use the moment, if it looks ripe, to try and overthrow Putin and rise to the top. That's how these sorts of government systems work. So I hope that does address that well. And moving us on out of that news in Moscow, just a little bit south in Ryazan, we also saw that there was a pretty significant amount of smoke that was continuing to rise from the Krasnoye Znamya plant, a Russian defense sector facility tied to air defense equipment, including S-200 and S-300 air defense systems, radio electronics, printed circuit boards, special equipment, and the Almaz Ante-linked work. From what we understand, this facility was hit today, but we didn't get any footage of it directly being hit. We just got the resulting pictures from what appears to be some sort of a security camera showing the fire occurring at this factory. It does appear to be showing us that the Ukrainians are continuing to hit strategic infrastructure and sites throughout the Russian Federation to try and cause as much damage as they possibly can. We've also been able to hear additionally that down in the area of the town of Nevnomysisk, just south of Stavropol Krai, we were also able to see that there was a successful attack on the Azot plant within this town as well. We see them looking around at the orange glow of the sky, showing a clear hit in the distance, which we also saw there. So it does appear that this plant is on fire at the moment, and the Ukrainians are continuing to hit critical facilities and plants that are directly correlated with war production inside the Russian Federation. Moving us on out of all of this, we have also been able to hear that in the midst of this news, there is an ongoing drone attack happening in Russia at this moment right now. The Ukrainians have pledged, and Zelensky has kept this up except for May 9th through the 11th, that Ukraine is going to continue round-the-clock daily attacks on the Russian Federation until the war ends with their drone forces. And we have seen that outside that unilateral ceasefire period around the 9th of May, the Ukrainians have kept true to that promise day in and day out. And it now appears that Moscow is on the menu for the daily attack regimens that are currently happening inside the country. I must remind everyone here that these attacks on Moscow are causing damage. However, they require significant amounts of resources for the amount of damage that they're causing within Moscow. Ukraine is firing about 100 drones at the city of Moscow every day since these attacks started 4 days ago, and out of about 100 of those drones, about 30 or so of them are able to make it well inside the air defense perimeter, meaning that the Russian air defense has around a 65% air defense interception rate at the moment right now. But the remainder 35% are able to make it into the air defenses and are either able to land within residential areas, creating the kind of fear that the Ukrainians might be looking to sow within the Moscow public, and they're also able to hit strategic targets as well. So with these sorts of attacks going on at the moment right now, a lot of people are wondering, with that kind of significant strain on Ukrainian drone resources, can the Ukrainians keep up this kind of momentum and also see that their strategic aims in damaging the Russian economy and war industry elsewhere in the country can be kept up to a decent clip and pace throughout the remainder of this war? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so that is the question. Can Ukraine keep this up? Because, like the enforcer just said, this is using a lot more resources to go for Moscow. And this isn't necessarily a strategic target. It's purely, I guess you could say, a propaganda target to a large degree. And it's designed to put political pressure on the Moscow elite to pressure Putin into ending the war. So it is a bit of an, I wouldn't say an unnecessary expenditure because it has real effect. But it's an extra expenditure that Ukraine really can't afford, but they're going for it anyway, but we'll get into the details in that in just a minute. But can Ukraine keep it up? That's the question. 64% said yes, Ukraine has EU help now with manufacturing drones. 18% said no, this pace is simply unsustainable. And 7% said, Putin will probably intervene soon, and they probably won't have a chance to keep this up on Moscow. So Putin really can't intervene. His air defense doesn't work very well around Moscow, and he literally moved the entire country's air defense to protect the capital, and it still can't protect the capital. So I'm not really sure if Putin has anything left up his sleeve at this point. And I think he kind of knows that, and that's kind of the point too. That's what's scaring the Moscow elite so bad. But here's the problem. There is a production bottleneck that Ukraine has to solve. Right now, Ukraine uses about 270,000 drones per month in their attacks, and that's just normal consumption. Now that they're attacking Moscow, that consumption has gone up. We don't have the exact number on hand, but it's likely going to go up over 300,000 drones being used per month to attack the Russian Federation. But here's the catch. There's only about 200,000 drones being produced each and every month. So, I mean, common math and simple math, you can see there's a bit of a discrepancy between production and consumption of the drones. So that's a problem. But Ukraine is fixing it. They're currently outsourcing manufacturing to the UK quite heavily for their drone manufacturing and also other NATO countries. And also get this. The United States has just signed or is about to finalize a drone deal with Ukraine to manufacture more drones on U.S. soil. So I think that's what's made Ukraine go for this new Moscow strategy is they know their pipeline of drones is expanding. They're going to have more to work with in the near future, and they're simply going ahead and basically taking out a loan by attacking Moscow ahead of schedule. So that's what they're doing here, and they're solving their bottleneck, and it looks like the U.S., because the U.S. wants their hands on that nice, juicy Ukrainian drone technology, is going to start helping manufacture those as well. So I'm with the 64%. Ukraine can keep this up. They have EU help and will soon have US help as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
Wars in the modern day are always about industrial output and logistical capability from the countries that are attempting to wage a conflict. And the Ukrainians are, of course, having to keep that in mind with their attacks that are being conducted against Russia right now. And the game that Ukraine is trying to play at the moment is conducting the maximum volume of attacks that they can against Russia, while also balancing out in their production schedule FPV drones to target and hit Russian troops, vehicles, and equipment on the direct front lines, medium-range drones to attack logistics, communications, and supply hubs in the rear line area, and also air defense interceptor drones to be able to take down and destroy incoming Russian reconnaissance drones, FPV drones, and also long-range attack drones, such as the Shahed 136 and Iran 2, every day of the week. And so Ukraine has to be able to prioritize its production schedules and production quotas nationwide and also internationally to be able to account for these sorts of strains and pressures on drone production in the Ukrainian armed forces. And currently, from what we would understand right now, the Ukrainians are producing approximately 600 to 500 long-range attack drones daily in the state of Ukraine. And so far, we see that most drone attacks that the Ukrainians conduct in Russia are only using about 300 drones a day. And that means that the Ukrainians are outproducing themselves in long-range attack drones by a factor of 70 to 100% on the daily by producing 500 to 600 long-range attack drones. That means that somewhere in their country, they have a strategic storage and stockpile of these drones to where they're able to augment their attack sizes to be larger in volume on any given day. And if there was production disruptions, they will be able to get through those with the stockpiles that they have at the moment, meaning that direct precision schedule production isn't something that Ukraine is working on. They have pre-existing inventory to be able to continue attacks on Russia, even if a major factory was hit and knocked out or completely destroyed, and they had to rebase that production somewhere else. So given that at the moment right now, Ukraine does have the capability strategically, from what we would know, to be able to ramp these attacks up probably to about a 50% increase of what they look like right now, which well and truly encompasses any major attack on Moscow like we're seeing at the moment, and still have a pretty comfortable room to spare of about another 100 to 120 drones going into storage every day in national stockpiles, or even 200 at the best, most liberal figures of their drone production for long-range drones. So I think they have it well in hand.
Yeah, also, by the way, you remember Putin was making all those threats toward the UK, and everybody was like, why is Putin picking on the UK so badly? Like, he's sending the Russian naval vessels through the English Channel. He's sending, drones over there and stuff like that. What's going on that Putin's focusing on the UK so much? That's because the UK is probably the number one, I guess you could say, manufacturer of drones outside of Ukraine right now. They are really ramping up drone production with supporting Ukraine's war effort. And I think that's why Vladimir Putin's honing in on the UK, and also he's starting to hone in on other NATO countries as well, where drones are being manufactured to help Ukraine. That's why we're seeing him refocus his aggression on those countries, because he knows that what we're describing right now, that the main reason why Ukraine's able to ramp up their attacks is because of NATO and because of Europe. That's why they're ramping it up. So that's why it also, by the way, might actually increase the risk of Putin doing something to a NATO country because of that. He might lash out because of that reason.
It definitely could, and that is a pretty present risk. I also saw someone ask a great question in the chat. They said, so what you're saying is that the Ukrainians could, in theory, launch a drone attack of 1,000 drones at Moscow in a single day. And technically, yeah, they could. I mean, they definitely have enough drones in stockpile, because if we're saying, folks, like, let's figure this out a month. They use about 300 drones per day in the attacks that they're conducting right now, but they produce anywhere in extra volume in the norms before the last 4 days with the Moscow attacks of about a 200 to 300 drone surplus per day that they're just not using, and they're throwing them in storage somewhere. So if we're taking that as an actual definitive figure, let's just go with 200 drones are going into storage a day. If they're doing that 30 days out of the month, that means that they're putting 6,000 drones behind them in national storage every month. And if they've been doing that for an entire year, that means that right now they have somewhere around 72,000 long-range attack drones like the FP2s or the Utis in storage at this moment right now that could be used to attack the Russians. Now, of course, that figure is probably a lot different. There are production disruptions that do happen in Ukraine that require them to eat into that stockpile, but in the most perfect world scenario, they have 72,000 long-range attack drones in storage. Hypothetically, they could use 1,000 of those a day for the next 2.5 months to conduct attacks on Moscow every single day, with 1,000 drones attacking Moscow only for the next 2.5 months. But that probably wouldn't be a smart use of the munitions, and on top of that, there's only so much strategic damage and fear that you can sow into the population in Russia, and only so far that that they can push it before the Russians might start to respond in some sort of a wild card way, maybe even using a tactical nuclear weapon at that point, because they feel so freaked out and panicked in the capital. So generally that sort of stuff would limit that factor, but that gives you a little bit of an idea as to what the possible abilities of Ukraine could be in a hypothetical scenario. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so this is absolutely wild. Ukraine is launching another wave of attacks on Russia. Honestly, they're ramping up the attacks so much, it's kind of hard to keep up with which wave they're currently on. But they've apparently launched another one. This one is aimed at Kostovo, and it looks like the oil refinery in Kostovo has been hit with drones yet again. The UAVs are currently in the air, so this is an active attack happening right now. And I'm seeing here, it looks like on the Russian Telegram channels, they're warning people to take shelter in the area because apparently there's still ongoing attacks and are hearing drones in the sky. So it does appear there's an air defense interception possibly over Kostovo right now. I am seeing in one image here, it looks like there's a explosion that happened above the refinery, but they're saying there was a hit on the oil refinery. If you click back to the other picture on this post right here, you'll see that picture. And I don't see the hit in this image, but they're saying there's a couple of hits.
I think it's that little puff of black smoke that's rising up from a hit. Doesn't look like there's any major ongoing fire as a result, but it does appear that the Kostovo refinery, which has been hit a good amount of times in the war at this point, has been hit once again by another Ukrainian attack. It looks like this attack was prioritizing the actual refining component of the facility more so than the storage tanks that are over here to the northwestern side, because we're not seeing any major fire or smoke coming off of this strike in the moment. But there's also a pumping station here in Kostovo, and I believe that this is a power plant as well. The Russians like to put all of their strategic infrastructure in one single spot to make it a lot easier for the Ukrainians to just fly it into this general zip code and then just pick what exactly they want to hit. Oil storage tanks, pumping site, power plant, or the refinery itself. It looks like they went for the refinery this time, but considering that it is an ongoing attack, they could hit all four of these major sites over the next several moments, minutes maybe, that we're here on air. We just don't really know yet at the moment. But it does appear the Ukrainian drones made it well past Moscow. That's about 700 miles into Russia again, and Moscow's only about 300 miles in. So these things are, of course, still emphasizing the complete lack of air defense throughout most of the country, and are hitting quite literally anything worth of value or worth of note in Russia still.
Yeah, I would say so. We'll keep an eye on that active attack, but in the meantime, though, we'll continue working our way through the Russian news, and then we'll jump onto our Middle East news after that.
And so wrapping up some of our Russian news at the moment right now, just to make sure that we can move ourselves. Actually, you know what? We'll save that for the European news segment a little bit later on because it generally pertains to Ukraine more so than Russia. But moving us on out of the Russian news segment, it is time for us folks to finally make it on into the Middle East because we have a decent amount of news to cover out of the Middle East. I want to make this clear, folks. It's big news, but as far as major events that have happened today, it's not incredibly huge, major, like battles and whatnot that happened down here today. It's more so just the usual sort of diplomatic statements, but they require a decent amount of attention and focus because we do know that at any moment this war is going to be restarting inside the Middle East. It's just a matter of when. So that's really more so what we're tracking in this news cycle right now is when the war is going to restart, because there isn't really a lot more news other than that that's coming out from the Strait of Hormuz and other developments in the region. So moving us on down and into the area, we have been able to hear that according to the President of the United States, we're not leaving Iran yet. We're going to do it right, according to the president. There was also a threat that was issued by the president of the United States giving Iran a 72-hour window to be able to accept U.S. demands, or we're going to start bombing the Islamic Republic of Iran here in the near future. I would read the post, but I didn't put it on the map, so I'm just going to paraphrase it for y'all.
Man, honestly, it's better just to paraphrase them these days, I think. It cuts straight to the point, no fluff, just straight to the point.
And when I looked up into the sky, I said, wow, that's a beautiful star, a great big beautiful star, way better than Rosie O'Donnell. But outside of that, basically the summary of the statement was, the Iranians have 72 hours to agree to all of our demands, otherwise we're going to start bombing them. So we have another ultimatum, the 90th one. But the question is this time, is it actually going to be followed through on? And that's what a lot of people are wondering about at the moment right now, because we don't know exactly whether this is going to be a bluff or if it's not. Historically, considering that we have 70 other threats that have been made and all of them have been bluffs, there is a 100% chance at this point, just from the ongoing pattern, that this is most likely also a bluff as well. And here in 72 hours, at the request of Pakistan, I'm not going to bomb Iran in the name of peace. And that's probably what might happen, but we don't know. So
Yeah. Well, that was the thing as well. Like, I think it was in that same post, he said that they were scheduled to attack Iran today on Tuesday, but he apparently called it off at the request of Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and possibly, I think it might have been Kuwait as well, might have been the other one. So, also, by the way, there was a separate report that came out claiming that those countries had no idea what he was talking about. So, I don't know which one, I don't know who's telling the truth. The mainstream media, the president, at this point, it's up for debate who the hell's telling the truth. We're operating in like a no man's land at this point when it comes to truth. So who knows who's telling the truth? But I mean, they're saying that they're supposed to happen today. And then he said later at a press conference, like you just mentioned, that they would attack in maybe 2 to 3 days if Iran didn't make a deal. And also, spoiler alert, Iran came out today and said, we'll take reparations, we'll take sanctions being lifted, basically big F you to the United States, you'll do what we want or else. And then they threatened to go to war with us again. So there are no serious negotiations happening. I think most people know that, but just to confirm that, there are none. It's simply a myth. So, I mean, at this point, the U.S. is stalling for some reason. We're still trying to debate what that reason is. But, the war is going to be back on soon.
You know what, folks? I'm just going to read you all the statement instead of paraphrasing it so we can just get the exact wordage because, some people are going to say, that's not what he said. So I'm just going to make sure to meet that at the head and just go ahead and read it word for word. And you know what's crazy, folks, is that we'll read the stuff that's literally in black and white English, like on a paper, basically. And then once we get done reading it, some people say, that's not actually what he said when we're literally reading what he wrote. Which is exactly what he said. But moving us on from that, I have been asked by the Emir of Qatar, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, and the President of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, to hold off our planned military attacks on the Islamic Republic of Iran, which was scheduled for tomorrow. And that serious negotiations are now taking place, and that, in their opinion, as great leaders and allies, a deal will be made, which will be very acceptable to the United States of America, as well as to the countries in the Middle East and beyond. The deal will include, importantly, no nuclear weapons for Iran. Based on my respect for the above-mentioned leaders, I have instructed the Secretary of War, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the United States military that we will not be doing the scheduled attack of Iran tomorrow, but have further instructed them to be prepared to go forward with a full, large-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice in the event that an acceptable deal is not reached. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Do you have the other post? It's the mainstream media report saying the real reason why they're actually stalling. There was another report that came out that was saying the real reason they're stalling is not because these countries asked, but apparently there was a new Iranian capability, at least allegedly, that Iran apparently has now fielded against the United States. And if they go back to war with Iran, we could be vulnerable to it. At least the aircraft could. Do you have that one on hand?
I do not have that one, actually.
Well, so we can just paraphrase it then. That's basically what it said right there. So, I mean, it's up for debate. Is the U.S. stalling because all these, kind individuals in these Gulf states said, hey, bro, call it off, even though we're literally going broke because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Just call it off, bro. Just call it off. Or is it because maybe the U.S. has a strategic reason for calling it off and they simply use this as a scapegoat?
It's a scapegoat. It's a scapegoat. Like, there's no doubt about it. Because, I mean, I do have to point out, folks, that the UAE came out today, some Gulf state officials actually came out today in general, including the UAE, and said that they didn't even know about any of this shit at all. So, to them, the whole thing about the attack happening today by the U.S. military, and then also them asking us, oh, please hold off, we beg of you, that none of that happened according to them. So, you got that to work off of. And, considering that so far, folks, we've heard 30 times from the president that we're going to bomb them tomorrow. And then at the very 11th hour, when we're about to start bombing them, at the request of Pakistan, at the request of some other people in the region, we're not going to attack them. There's a very decent probability that there was no request by the Middle Eastern countries to stop an attack on Iran, because from what we know in the background, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Kuwait have actually been encouraging the United States to get back on the offensive and bomb the Iranians.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. It's like, and also by the way, I mean, I'm seeing people out of the UAE that are like in that country. They're posting, it's coming soon. Like they're ready to go. Like these people are ready to go. They're too cowardly to attack Iran themselves, but they want the U.S. to go attack Iran, which it is what it is. I mean, the UAE is not really ready to attack Iran. If we're being completely honest, they really don't have those faculties to do that, but the U.S. does. So it really doesn't make any sense to say that these countries are saying, hold off your attacks, United States. Let's just chill out and take it easy while we literally empty our entire bank accounts going broke because we can't get our oil exported at this point because they still can't export their oil, by the way. Iran is stopping them from doing that. So they're slowly seeing their bank account balances go down, 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 down. And I mean, why would they be calling the U.S. not to go back to war?
Man, Iraq's out there saying we're about to enter a financial apocalypse. We're about to run out of money. And then and we would assume that every other Middle Eastern country is in the same condition. It's just that they're not saying it that loudly. And so then out of the blue, they're going to go, in the name of peace, let's talk. It's like they're out of money. It's like you can't get involved in any diplomacy if you're broke. That's just how it works. You can't even go to war at that point because you don't have money to pay the military to go to war. So clearly, they're not saying, let's, hold off for the 900th time and let's talk to them again, because what the Iranians put out today, again, as their demands, sure as hell isn't showing that they're wanting to talk. Here's the demands that they issued to the United States again today. U.S. troops must leave areas close to Iran. The U.S. must pay war reparations. The U.S. must lift all sanctions on Iran. They must release all of Iran's frozen assets, and they have to end the U.S. blockade of the Gulf of Oman. So basically, once again, absolutely unconditional surrender is the only thing that the Iranians are willing to accept from us. That was what we heard today. So clearly there is no talks going on in the background. And I have to remind everyone here that the president's been saying for a month and a half, or over a month and a half, that the talks are going so well and we're so close to making a deal just tomorrow for the next 60 tomorrows. Like, we've gone through this 1,000 times at this point almost, and there is clearly no budging on the Iranian end. They just keep on going. Screw you, we want unconditional surrender and we're taking nothing less. And then the president says, we're very close to a deal, everybody. It's so close we can smell it. And then it goes on for another 3 weeks after that statement, when the deal was literally supposed to be around the corner according to the last 15 statements, and yet we're still at square one where we're at right now. So there's
But at the same token though, the president says we're close to a deal, but also, I mean, he put out a post, I think it was yesterday. I'm trying to go grab it real quick so we can show it here on the air and I can put it on the likes tab. He put out another post right here that was saying something like Iran can sign the surrender paperwork and they can basically give up unconditionally and just go home, basically. Here it is right here. I just grabbed it. I just put it on the likes tab right now. I mean, here's that. We're getting back to that quantum messaging a little bit. We're kind of getting back to, oh, the deal's close. And then we're like, oh, well, actually, the deal's not close. You're going to unconditionally surrender. Here's what it says. And this is the president, by the way. He said, if Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire remaining leadership signs all the necessary documents of surrender and admit their defeat to the great power and force of the magnificent United States, then the failing New York Times, in his words, the something else here, and he mentions a whole bunch of mainstream outlets, and says they will headline that Iran had a masterful and brilliant victory of the United States of America. It wasn't even close. And then he said some other political stuff. But it's like he's saying he wants Iran to unconditionally surrender. Meanwhile, Iran's telling us to unconditionally surrender. So it sounds like we're at an impasse. I mean, that clearly looks like an impasse.
If I cured cancer, if I cured cancer, everybody in the media would say it's a terrible thing. It's like, but you haven't, though. It's like that's kind of the problem with this statement is that Iran hasn't unconditionally surrendered, and they're not really close. Like, if somehow we pulled a rabbit out of the bag tomorrow and the entire Islamic regime just collapsed, like magically, I would say that it actually went, like, it was very shaky throughout the whole thing, but it literally the last minute everything went well. But that's not happening. It's like that's kind of the problem with statements like these, is that, one, the Iranians aren't even willing to get close to even compromising with us, much less unconditionally surrendering. So this is just completely out of left field. It doesn't even have an actual bearing on anything going on right now. Then on top of that, the other problem is that if that did happen, then that would be good. I mean, that would be great, but instead it's going off this would-be could-be deal of if I did win and they did unconditionally surrender. That's so stupid. That's like Nixon going, well, if we did win in Iran, I mean not Iran, if we did win in Vietnam, it would have gone well. It's like, well, we didn't win in Vietnam. We packed up and left before the war even ended, and then South Vietnam got curb stomped on their own, and then everyone said we lost because of that. It's like, that isn't happening.
Yeah, they can't even get Iran in the same room as the U.S. negotiators. They can't even do that. Like, I think the last time they were talking, they had them in separate rooms. I think Pakistan was running back and forth like a pack rat, back and forth between the rooms where they were talking to each other between the U.S. and Iran. So, I mean, we can't even get the Iranians in the same room. It's like, come on. It's like, that's why I'm saying on my end that the U.S. has some strategic reason for pausing, because we're clearly at an impasse. There's no room for anybody to debate and say, oh, well, the deal's close. A deal's obviously not close. They're each saying, you surrender, no, you surrender. It's like, well, there's no deal, obviously. So there's some reason why, but I think they will restart the attacks very soon. They are encountering some holdups right now in the Senate that we'll get to a little bit later, which might put a little bit of a dampener on the whole attack situation. But ultimately, though, I don't think it's going to stop it. So we'll have to see.
We'll have to see, but clearly, folks, I mean, we're nowhere close to getting at peace with the Iranians at all. And now we have a 72-hour bluff. I'm just gonna go ahead and preempt this. I'm gonna call it a bluff. There's a 72-hour bluff that we're gonna go to war with them in 72 hours. I have a feeling that here in the next 3 days we're going to hear another Truth Social or whatever the hell they call it come out where it goes, on the request of the aliens from Gorlak, I have now suspended the attacks on Iran, and we'll go through this whole thing over again, because that's how it's been going for a month and a half now. We did also get to hear in the meantime, however, that there was a little bit of an interesting reconnaissance flight that was conducted today by an E-2, a U.S. Navy E-2 Hawkeye, which is an AWACS aircraft that's usually aircraft carrier based. This aircraft was appearing to conduct some reconnaissance near to some areas within the Hormuz Strait, particularly around some of the islands in this area that Iran controls, like the Greater Tomb and then the Lesser Tomb. They call it greater and lesser because this one's greater in size and this one's lesser in size. That's how they get the name. We also have Farur, and we also have Farur Kuchak, and then we have Siri, like that's like the thing in your house. And then we also have Abu Musa, just to name a few of them. Most of them actually have little airstrips built onto them, which could be used for military purposes, but we really don't see them being used in that capacity. There is a belief that there might be a preparation by the U.S. military to prepare for an island capture campaign, to where we attempt to try and take a lot of these smaller islands and some of the larger ones within Hormuz itself to be able to try and give a larger response barrier to U.S. naval forces as they try and escort tankers through the area if they were legitimately attempting to reopen the strait once the war resumes. And a lot of people are talking about this at the moment right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so in addition to that aircraft that currently supports the U.S. aircraft carriers in the region being spotted in the Persian Gulf, we've also seen, at least according to Iran's media sources, and they really have no reason to lie about this, it probably is true, and also some eyewitnesses on the ground claim they saw it as well. Iran's saying they spotted several U.S. and Israeli drones surveilling the islands near the Hormuz Strait, including Qashem Island as well, which is home to the infamous Iran toll booth where they're shaking ships down for money. So will the U.S. invade those islands? Is that what they're going for? And is that why the drones are being spotted over that area? 48% said yes, the islands will be the target when the attacks resume. 25% said no, nothing will happen by then. And 17% said airstrikes will be on Tehran instead. And I have a strong feeling that when the attacks do restart once again, they're probably going to be overwhelming, because the U.S. has had many weeks, and also by the way, Iran's had several weeks as well. We have to keep that in mind, to restock, rearm, and reload for the attacks to begin once again. So I think the U.S. is going to launch pretty severe strikes, definitely on Tehran, because Tehran's the capital and they have an obsession with that. They're going to hit Tehran again pretty hard. But I think, though, they're going to make some attempt to reopen the Hormuz Strait, which is what they should be doing, to say the least. So they have a couple of different options. They can try to airstrike the islands, which is probably the most likely option, probably not the best option, but probably the most likely one. Or they could do a land amphibious invasion of some of those islands and try to take them over. So that way they can control those and get rid of the Iranian toll booth in the area. So I think personally, I think there will be definitely airstrikes on Tehran with the 17%. But whether or not the islands will be invaded, I don't know. That's a question mark because it's very risky, and they might not want to take the risk. But Enforcer, what say you?
I will say that it'll most likely be just airstrikes inside of Iran again, like on Tehran, more so than anything, because right now their general understanding and grasp of strategy within the U.S. government is very elementary, and so they probably don't even understand that this requires a direct solution to the problem, which is just bombing our way and brute forcing the strait itself. Instead, they're probably imagining that, doing like a six-dimensional, ultra complicated and impossible military strategy, like bombing, Abdullah Salim in Tehran is really going to get the strait magically reopened, when in reality it's not, because it doesn't matter what they say in Tehran or how many government officials get killed in Tehran, the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain closed as long as there are guys down there with anti-ship missiles and drones to shoot at anything that's going through the strait. So those guys are the ones who need to be hit by airstrikes, not Tehran. But that's probably going to be missed in war planning again. It sounds like from everything we're hearing from U.S. officials in the background, it's already being missed again. So they'll probably just start bombing Tehran all over again, and that will still be where we are right now. So
You saw, by the way, that the Iranians created their like a whole social media like propaganda thing. They created, I think it was a Twitter page for the Strait of Hormuz Port Authority or something. They just came out with that like less than 24 hours ago. So they're still solidifying control over the Hormuz Strait. Like they're still doing it. They're laying mines, sending out fast attack boats. They're creating Twitter pages for the Port Authority. I mean, they're going through this huge dog and pony show to make it appear like they have control of the strait, which at this point they kind of do. There is some truth to it. Eventually the U.S. will have to act. Like I said, though, Iran has had time to prepare for this whole situation. So we don't know what Iran's been able to rearm with. They could have gotten help from China, which I would assume they probably did, because you can't take Xi Jinping's word for anything. When he says he's not going to arm Iran, I can pretty much guarantee you that in the background there's probably some arms heading Iran's way. Also, Russia, they love to help out as well. So over the weeks, we have no idea what they've gotten armed with. So that could be what the U.S. is trying to determine during this stalling tactic.
Man, they don't kind of have control over Hormuz. They have complete control. We've never even challenged them once on their control of Hormuz. Like, militarily, that is. We've never confronted them and shown that they don't control Hormuz. So right now, militarily, they control the entire strait without a doubt. Like, we'll sell a destroyer through there sometimes, but we haven't even done that recently over the past few weeks after the last 3 destroyers went through, and they ended up in a fight for their lives to just try and escape without being destroyed. So they pretty much do control the strait because we're not challenging them in any way. And that's something that we just can't allow. For everyone here who is listening to this right now, do y'all think that is a good look for the United States to have some, let me just be a little bit frank here, some backwards ass country with a whole bunch of pontoon boats controlling one of the most important international waterways, and we aren't willing to challenge them at all militarily? We keep on acting like we can't. Doesn't that seem embarrassing to everybody that that's the stance we're taking? I mean, they're literally in little pontoon boats and speedboats. We can blow them up with hellfires from an Apache, and we have a couple of times in the past, just over the past few weeks, and yet we won't dedicate ourselves to going, we're blowing up every damn attack boat in this strait, and once we do that, we're going to go after all of the anti-ship batteries on shore, we're going to go after all of the drone batteries near to the coast, and then we're eventually going to go after anything else that's left that might pose some resistance in the near littoral area of the coastline. And then we're going to start convoy escorts through the area and start demining the minefield. Why the hell is that so hard to do? Because it's not hard. That's a rhetorical question. It's not hard at all. That would actually be quite easy to pull off. It's just that it's not going to be done in 2 days. That's going to probably take about a month to even get our first destroyer through the strait once we start working on that campaign around the area. But it would be easy in practice as long as we pull it off correctly. And they keep acting like that's just not an option. it's just it blows my mind. It really does blow my mind with how that's the case. We can sit here and talk and yap in the White House all day long in this country about how everybody in Iran's going to die and we're going to blow up every power plant and every bridge and whatnot. But when it actually comes to just stopping the mouth from bumping gums and actually getting to bumping a couple of Iranian anti-ship forces off down in the Strait of Hormuz, we can't get to doing that. We can just run our mouth a whole lot and then do nothing to actually fix the situation. Kind of sums up modern politics these days in this country. But outside of that, though, a fairly annoying circumstance to say the least. But before we move on into the rest of what we have for news within the area of the Middle East and around the rest of the world, it is time for us to take a brief moment to thank everyone for watching the stream so far tonight. We have had tonight a peak viewership of 18,000 people who have been here since the beginning of the stream, and we've also seen that 80,000 people have watched the stream in the first hour and 18 minutes. And I got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had so many of y'all here so far tonight. We hope that y'all stick around because we still got a lot of huge news to keep covering from around the entirety of the world, including the rest of the Middle East. But before we get on into the rest of this, I do want to take a brief moment to get to talk to a couple of y'all and get 3 questions from the chat before we move on into the rest of the news. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat of the 3, of course, and getting right back to the breaking news. Our first one here goes to none other than Ella MC Wheels NAFO. And thank you very much, Ella, for that $50 support. And once again, helping keep the channel running with that generous super chat support. And Ella said, evening enforcers, and I hope you're well. And would you two ever consider doing a voice for a GPS? And you've got amazing broadcaster voices. I'd rather hear you than a robot. And Matt, the destination's on your right. And Andrew said, Opa, and LT, LSA, and Slava Ukraine. Honestly, I've thought about it. I actually genuinely thought about being like a voiceover narrator before. But the catch is, though, I don't really know a whole bunch about that industry. And it seems like a strange, like it's really a niche thing. Like maybe one day, like maybe if we ever do something else, maybe I'll look into it possibly. But maybe so. But thank you, by the way. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say a big thanks to your support, Ella McWheels NAPO. And honestly, that would be a pretty cool idea. Maybe at some point in the future, we could try working on that, but usually those are pretty extensive. Like you have to do a whole lot to even be able to make like a mod that people can install on their navs to where it would be our voices, because we'd have to record a whole bunch of stuff like turn left onto 1400 south or something, like, you know, we'd have to do all that. And we'd have to do every single number, every iteration of a number, every word that the navigation would need to use. And that could be pretty extensive in time, but it would be cool. And we always hear a lot of people saying that we have, you know, voices for radio and voices for narration, which I'm always very honored to hear that. And I've got to thank you so much for the support and the kind words. And maybe one day we will make that happen. I just don't know if we'd be able to make that possible right now, at least. But a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks once again. Long live the Lee Spring Army and Slava Ukraini. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Con45, and thank you very much, Con, for that $50 support as well. And they said Russia has 11 nuclear power plants with 32 nuclear reactors. It is enough for Ukraine to end Russia using conventional weapons, and Russia really needs to lay off the nuclear weapon threats. Russia could glow dark for 10,000 years if they don't. I don't think Ukraine would ever do something like that, though. Like that's something there. Honestly, I wouldn't even support that if Ukraine did something like that. That's not something I would even support. Countries should not be playing around with like trying to take each other out with nuclear weapons or trying to mess with nuclear power. That is something that should be understood, that we can fight, but we can't do stuff like that. That destroys the planet that we live on for, you know, centuries to come. So that should be completely off limits, just based on common sense. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to agree, and also that would be nuclear terrorism to conduct attacks on nuclear power plants like that, because the impact is not just going to hit Russia. If you hit all of those reactors, and because it's such a massive situation, you can't contain the meltdowns that are now happening, that could start to radiate and poison the entire world just to get at the Russians, which really ends up kind of like not really just shooting us in the foot. That's kind of like, you know, taking a shotgun to our chest to get the Russians globally, which isn't really a great idea when you think about that for everyone else in the world or the US or anything else in the long run. So I really wouldn't support that kind of a concept in any event. And I would also say that the Russians threatening nuclear weapons shouldn't, in a perfect world, really even be Ukraine's concern, because we should make it clear here in the West that if the Russians use nuclear weapons on Ukraine, then whatever happens to Russia afterwards is going to happen, because at that point we're living in such an unsafe world and an unstable one that the end is nigh no matter what. So we would start acting preemptively to deal with the Russians, considering that they're now clearly showing that they're a threat to the West and Western security. So, nukes might start flying at them immediately. I think that threat alone would probably be enough to stop any sort of issue where the Ukrainians have to think about conducting something akin to nuclear terrorism to be able to try and create an effective deterrent. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I thank you greatly for watching this channel for a while. But generally, I'm not a big fan of things like that, because the implications are nasty for everybody, not just the Russians, but all of us elsewhere in the world. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be on to the rest of the news for the night.
All right, so this one goes to Carlos Santiago, and thank you very much, Carlos, for that very generous $50 support as well. He did not leave a firework off into the distance.
Opa.
And what was that?
I was trying to get you to pause there. Our OBS disconnected for some reason, so could you redo that one?
Well, then we're going to redo that one. Did you hear any part of it?
I heard you, but I don't think anybody on the stream heard us at all during that.
Oh, well, anyways, though, a huge shout out to Carlos Santiago once again. He put in a $50 support, and once again, a huge shout out to Carlos. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate that very, very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I had to say a humongous thanks to you for support, Carlos, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope.
Hey, everybody said they could hear me. They said they could hear me the whole time.
Well, dude,
I mean, to repeat that whole thing.
Dude, like, you could literally see the stream. It said OBS disconnected. I went to OBS and it had disconnected. So if they heard you, it's a miracle, because on my end, it had completely disconnected.
Man, I'll tell you what, everybody's like, I heard you. I heard him the first time. I heard him. I saw the thing on the screen that said OBS disconnected, so I don't know how they heard me still. I guess they heard me through telekinesis.
Man, I'm not crazy. The OBS warning literally popped up on my screen and said OBS had disconnected, and I went to OBS, and here, right there, it showed that it had disconnected where my mouse cursor is at right there. So it did disconnect. I just don't know how in the world it just powered on through that. That's really wild. But a huge thanks to you for support, Carlos, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because while you didn't throw in a comment, folks like you supporting this channel help to make this thing possible for everybody. So that way so many people can continue to throw in comments in the live chat. We can throw in comments and report on air, and everybody can enjoy the channel. It's a mutual sort of a cycle for everybody. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And moving us on and into the rest of our news from the night, we have also been able to get some more developments out of the Middle East. Particularly today, we have been able to hear that U.S. intelligence has found 10 mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So we do know that there are mines. How many of them? More than 10. Less than about 300 at this point. So it's somewhere in between 10 to 300, a pretty large range, but it does confirm that there is a minefield. We've also been able to hear as well that according to the news that came out today from ship trafficking data, it appears that a couple of tankers were able to cross through the Strait of Hormuz today, including the Russian-owned Atmos, the Chinese-owned Ocean Lily, the Chinese-owned Wanguiyang. I don't really think there's a lot of question there to who owns that vessel, and the Chinese-owned cargo ship, the Zhanggu Nanchang. So we do understand that there are definitely a couple of vessels that certainly are Chinese. I mean, the name just kind of gives that away, that were able to pass through today. In the meantime, the U.S. did put out a little bit of footage of our ongoing blockade on the blockade line at the entrance of the Gulf of Oman, which we were able to see in this clip right here. We can see them flying on around, the Seahawk at least. You can see them watching them.
Was that the sound of the chopper you could hear in the video? Was there like the chopper sound in that?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Look at that old rust bucket right there. They're keeping a sharp eye on him. Don't want him to get away. Oh, that looks cool.
I tell you.
That does look pretty cool, I will say that. They need to put that thing to better use, though, and go ahead and start hitting them little mosquito boats.
Look at that! Oh, my Lord! It's got hellfires on it. Oh, my God. It's like they're just holding themselves back for no reason. Y'all know how many boats a single hellfire can blow up? 1. And this thing can carry 16 of them at a time. That's 16 boats one Viper could blow up. And yet we don't do it. Why not? Why the hell not? I don't get it. I just don't get it at all at this point. It's like we're trying to screw ourselves over. Like, I just don't even understand it anymore. It isn't computing in my head why we're not just going and getting into the business of things. We keep like paddywhacking around with the stupid boats that keep going around the blockade line, but we just can't go and just deal with the Iranians the way that we have to. I mean, we have no other choice, and yet we keep acting like we have one. It's just asinine. I mean, it's anyways, moving us on out of that whole thing, we have also been able to hear that in the meantime, there has also been some news coming out of the Indian Ocean, as we were able to see that, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing 3 U.S. officials, the U.S. seized an Iran-linked oil tanker in the Indian Ocean overnight. Further report, the tanker in question, the Skywave, was targeted by U.S. sanctions subordinate to economic fury. The Majestic X and the Tufani were also seized by the U.S. in the Indian Ocean this past April. So we do understand the U.S. did seize another larger oil tanker that the Iranians were operating within the Indian Ocean today. We were able to get a little bit of photography out of this as well. There's the Skywave, based out of Gaborone, and that was according once again to the Wall Street Journal. A lot of people are talking about this whole situation at the moment, and a lot of people are talking about the report that the U.S. is stalling their attacks in Iran due to Iran acquiring possibly better defenses. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so that's what we kind of brought up earlier, and it looks like people are all over the place in this poll right here. But the reports are claiming that the U.S. is stalling the Iran attacks due to Iran allegedly acquiring new, better defenses from somebody, because obviously they didn't make them themselves. They don't have enough money or resources to make those weapons themselves. So what are your thoughts? 33% said no, the U.S. is simply finalizing the war preparations, and that's why they're stalling. 32% said yes, that probably is the case, and the U.S. is worried about the new weapons that Iran's gotten their hands on. And 27% said it's probably just indecision or confusion in the United States. And this one's a bit tricky. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, if you believe what the U.S. is saying right now, in 2 to 3 days, Iran will be engulfed in hellfire. But that's not the first time we've heard that, and it's not the first time that it was backed out of either. So I'm not very confident in saying that. It could be that the U.S. is worried about new weapons. If this turns out to be a bluff, and the U.S. does not attack Iran in 2 to 3 days, then I'm definitely with the 32%. So I know that's a little bit of a cop-out to make it contingent on something, but it's really hard to tell until those 72 hours comes around. So I'm going to take the cop out. I guess I'm with the 8%. I'm unsure. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, oh heavens. Actually, this is very close. I'd have to go with the 8% as well. I generally, folks, I don't really believe anything that comes out of the U.S. government anymore as a statement of fact. Usually it's more so just hyperbole, puffery, and sales talk is the best way to put it. Everything's like some variation of hype talk, so I don't really believe most of anything that the U.S. government says, or more specifically, I don't really believe anything that comes out of the office of the White House or the president, like, at all. Anything that's said there, you could take it with a grain of salt, like the largest. You can take it with a salt mine, basically, because there's usually no way that any of it's true. But I would also have to say, at the same time, it's a little bit unclear as to why we're waiting at the moment. Maybe it is new weapons. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. I'd also have to be within the 8% and say that I'm unsure. I don't mean to cop out on everyone, because everyone is really getting into that poll and really voting hard, but I just can't say with certainty what is going on at the moment that keeps making us stall. I just don't know. But moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear that in the meanwhile, inside the United Arab Emirates, they did come under attack from another 6 drones today, and intercepted them over the past 48 hours. And additionally, according to statements that came out from the United Arab Emirates, they have stated the following about their discoveries on the Barakah nuclear power plant attack that happened on Sunday. The Ministry of Defense has announced that over the past 48 hours, the United Arab Emirates air defense system successfully detected and intercepted 6 hostile UAVs that attempted to target civilian and vital areas in the country. The air defense forces successfully intercepted and neutralized the hostile targets with the highest level of readiness and efficiency, without any human casualties or impact on the safety of vital facilities. As part of the ongoing investigations into of the blatant attack on the Barakah nuclear power plant on 17th of May 2026, the results of tracking and technical monitoring confirmed that 3 UAVs were involved in the incident, 2 of which were successfully intercepted, while the third struck an electricity generator outside the plant's inner perimeter on that date. In addition to the UAVs intercepted subsequently, had all originated from Iraqi territory. The Ministry of Defense affirmed that the United Arab Emirates reserves its full right to take all necessary measures to protect its sovereignty and national security in accordance with international laws and conventions. The ministry also stressed the full readiness of the armed forces to confront any threats targeting the country's security and national assets. But according to these reports, it is quite clear that the Iranians are using their aligned militias within Iraq to be able to conduct their armed attacks on the United Arab Emirates, thus circumventing the direct acts of overt aggression by the Iranians directly, and instead using their proxies in Iraq to be able to conduct the acts of aggression for them without them being directly culpable for the actions.
Man, I'll tell you what. Also, by the way, I was laughing at your little mess up there. I wasn't trying to say anything, so you can go ahead.
Man, I thought you were about to say something. I was sitting there, I was like, let him get his words in. But anyways, moving us on out of the UAE's announcements and statements about the results of their investigations, we have also been able to hear that additionally, in the state of Israel, we've been able to get some news. According to what we've been able to hear from Israel, U.S. and Israeli forces have completed preparations for a new campaign.
Video.
Oh my goodness. I actually didn't notice that. Thank you for catching that. I thought it was a still picture. The U.S. and Israeli forces have completed preparations for a renewed campaign against Iran, and fighting could renew at any time, according to U.S. officials to Israel's Khan. Israeli officials told Khan that the security alert in Israel is at its peak, perhaps the highest since the ceasefire. In the meantime, let's see how Netanyahu's corruption prosecution is going. Tomorrow's hearing in Prime Minister Netanyahu's corruption trial has been canceled due to a diplomatic security issue, Hebrew media reported, a day after proceedings were cut short for the same reason.
I tell you, it's just such a crazy time in the Middle East. There's just simply no time for that corruption trial. It's just no time for it.
Damn, holding public officials accountable or at least putting them on trial for allegations of corruption? Who the hell would ever spend the time wasted on that? The Dow is up 50,000 points, people. I mean, yeah, sure, maybe someone out there, insider traded, or maybe someone else out there, I don't know, bankrupted the waterworks of your local city. But listen, folks, we have tea time with Abdul Salim of Saudi Arabia tomorrow. And for that reason, this whole thing's just going to have to be put on hold. I mean, it's absolutely outlandish, churlish even, to suggest that we should have a corruption trial in the midst of what is going to be a random day tomorrow. So apparently, folks, from what we're now understanding, because there isn't an active bomb being dropped on the daily now the new thing is going to be diplomatic security scheduling issues that are going to be holding off the corruption trial. I have a feeling, folks, that if there truly was peace in the Middle East, this corruption trial would still be held off because they would announce that there was an ingrown toenail or something, and therefore it needed to be held because he needed to go get that dealt with, and then the next day he had the flu, and then the day after, it's crazy, honestly. The amount of times at this point that this corruption trial has been canceled. It's been, by the way, folks, this thing has been canceled, I think, the whole time we've been on air since about 2020. Covering the Middle East, at least, since about 2023 or 2024 or so.
Man, I tell you, Mother Nature just won't let them show up. There could be a strong wind possibly outside the courthouse. You don't want to get knocked over, and you can't get injured walk to the courthouse. If there's wind outside the courthouse, they'll have to cancel it. I mean, hell, they might have a water problem in the courthouse. They might have to cancel over that too. There could be a tornado. There could be anything. There could be a flock of angry pigeons outside the courthouse. I mean, or it could be crows showing up there. It could be an omen. You never can tell. I mean, they should probably just cancel this and just let it be done.
Man, I heard that they're getting ready to cancel the corruption trial for a snow day.
I mean, yeah, it could be. It snows quite often in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, in the desert. It snows a lot in the desert. They'll probably cancel it for that. I've heard that there's a load of reasons that they're going to be canceling this. Tail light or blinker is knocked out. License plate, little light thing on the back of your car, it's dim. Tailing too closely behind a truck. Illegally passing a stop sign by doing a California roll. Going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. Let's see, what else? The flu, pneumonia, asthma, COVID, a couple of HANA-virus. I've been hearing that they have a whole bunch of stuff lined up. I mean, they have like hundreds of different excuses lined up at this point to hold off this whole thing. In the meantime, though, it's interesting though because it isn't stopping that government office from doing everything else. You know, like that particular prime minister from doing everything else under the sun. But for some reason, though, the corruption trial just can't continue, but everything else can, like the IDF's military operations that have been approved in southern Lebanon, continued visits to the United States on the near monthly at this point. All that can go on every day. But God forbid we
I'm
have
glad.
a corruption trial 3 blocks down the street.
I'm glad I'm not an Israeli citizen because I said this on Twitter today. If I was an Israeli citizen, I would be angry as hell. But thankfully, I don't have to worry about this one too much. I'm not an Israeli citizen. I don't have to worry about it. It's their problem. If they want to do something about it, that's on them. We don't have to worry about this. We got our own stuff going on we can worry about. And that's enough. That's a handful in itself.
Listen, Matthew, we've got way more important things to talk about. Like, God forbid, man, those poor Congress people, you know? I heard that those representatives, Matthew, are only making $175,000 a month, working about 90 days a year. It's hard for them to take care of their families and put food on the table. And that's why, Matthew, sometimes they get involved in a little bit of stock trading, just a little bit of it. You know, maybe with a little bit of information, but they've got to put food on their. Imagine, folks, how hard it is to take care of a family working 90 days out of the year on $175,000 annual income for a single person in the family. That's not even counting the wife or the husband, for that matter. That's not a representative or a senator. You've gotta really understand these people's hardships, folks. I mean, I know a lot of y'all, everyone in the chat here is probably easily making 400 grand. They couldn't even relate to the hardships and woes of these poor representatives and senators who've made the ultimate sacrifice of being our government officials. But truly do think about them, folks. This whole thing in Israel, it's a small thing compared to the sacrifice in the Congress. But moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear that a lot of people are talking about what is going to be going on here really soon because of something that happened in the Congress today. Speaking of the Congress, we have been able to hear that the U.S. Senate today has stated that they have now pushed forward a measure aimed at restricting the president's war powers by requiring congressional approval for any future military action in Iran. And Matthew, would you like to take a moment to explain the technicalities of this action and what's going to follow, and what is attempting to be aimed at this point by this passing of this measure to try and restrict the war powers of the president?
Okay, so basically, to make it very, very simple, without going into all the details, all that's happened here is they advanced the bill. It's not been passed. I saw some people today saying, oh, they passed it. That means the president has to go to Congress before he launches attacks on Iran. That's not necessarily the case. All they did was advance it. It still has several more steps to go, and until it gets there, it's not a done deal. So, I mean, and here's also another catch. Without getting into too many details so people don't think I'm trying to be political here, there were a couple of Republicans that were not there today that did not vote. Once they show back up, this will be overruled. Let's just put it that way. So this is a nothing burger to a large degree. It's basically status quo still. This will probably go nowhere. But I am surprised, though, they were able to get it at that point because, of course, we are hearing some senators today complain once again about being kept in the dark. And it's people from the president's own political party that's saying that. So it's not something political. They're saying that on both sides. So clearly, there is a need for the executive branch to be more communicative with the legislative branch to start informing them about what's going on. So, you know, right now, that's the problem. There's a complete lack of communication between the two. And the reason why there's supposed to be communication, by the way, for the people out there saying, oh, why does the president have to tell Congress what he wants to do? He's the president. That's because there's supposed to be a second set of eyes on the issue. Congress is supposed to be able to at least hear the plan, so that way they can say, well, wait a minute, Mr. President, there's some gap in your plan right here. Can you explain that? That is the second set of eyes on the issue. So that way, if there's something that the executive hasn't properly thought out, somebody can raise an objection to it and make them explain it. Right now, it's not even a possibility because they won't give any details to the Congress or the Senate from the sounds of it. So that's why they need to provide those details. And that's, you know, we don't know if that's going to change anytime soon, but they at least should.
Yeah, also on top of that, folks, generally the way the country is supposed to be structured is that the president isn't supposed to have a significant amount of breadth and authority to just do literally everything there are supposed to be checks and balances and a balance of power amongst the three branches, and generally a lot of decisions are actually supposed to be authorized or initiated by the Congress. Historically, acts of war is one of those. Someone's about to come in and say that's not, and you're clearly not an American because you haven't read the Constitution. But outside of that, that's supposed to be one of the actions. And right now we see that the president's basically kind of doing whatever, really mostly in foreign policy. And the Congress is not getting any information on why that's being done, what the larger overarching plan or goal is, or even asking for their consent or authorization to some degree for actions that constitutionally they're supposed to be the ones to start. Like, if y'all all remember, it is, if I'm correct, it is Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution that lays out the roles and duties of the U.S. Congress. And one of those is to declare war. So generally, by our historical precedent, by the letter of the law in this country, the Congress is actually supposed to be the one to initiate acts of war, not the president. Nowadays, though, it's been laid out as precedent that the president, really ever since the end of the Second World War, is the one who initiates wars, and then they go to the Congress to make sure that they have approval to be in that conflict and to push it on forward. But nowadays, we're seeing that they're not even asking for consent or approval from the Congress to continue the conflict that they started. They're not even willing to do that anymore.
Also, by the way, I see people saying this. This is a complete misunderstanding of how it works. Some people are saying, well, the executive branch, they can't go to Congress, they can't go to the Senate and tell them what their plan is. There's too many leakers in the Senate. Well, also, by the way, first of all, the information that they're telling the Senate, I would assume most of it is classified. So they have to go into a SCIF. It's all the information can't just be released to the public without obviously the president declassifying it. So the simple solution to that is if somebody wants to go leak out information, well, they simply trace back the source of the information and they prosecute that person for violating their classified information, basically. That's as simple as it gets. Also, by the way, we can't start saying we're going to start, abdicating duties of the executive branch because there might be somebody who might have a loudmouth inside the Senate. I mean, that could be a very slippery slope. I mean, at that point, why adhere to anything? I mean, technically, if there's allegedly spies in the Senate, then why do we need to listen to the Senate at all? I mean, see where that gets really hairy really quick. We can't start thinking like that. So, I mean, it's as simple as this. They need to inform the executive. They've done it for ages. Every president's done it, and this one needs to do it too. This one's not special. So inform them of what's going on, let them bring up their objections, and we can come up with a cohesive plan that way instead of simply riding by the seat of our pants.
Well, here's my question. If there's possible spies in the Senate who were elected by the people and they cannot be trusted with information that they're given because they're an elected official who hasn't gone through the right vetting processes, doesn't that also mean that the president could be a spy? Because he has to go through the same criteria to be elected into his position. So, the guy who's running everything could possibly be working for a foreign adversary. And at this point, we don't even know because they don't even have to tell anybody elsewhere about what they're doing and run it by some scrutiny at least to see if it makes sense or not. Like we could start entering that hypothetical world to where nobody in the government can be trusted because literally everybody could be a spy for some foreign power. And y'all can see where that starts to fall apart. And on top of that, it's not like people in Congress can't be prosecuted. The Department of Justice can open up a prosecution case against them if they mishandle classified information and it's found out. Also, on top of that, why in the world would we think that there are any spies in the Congress or the Senate? Well, really, in the whole of the Congress, the House and the Senate, because if I remember correctly, they were all taken into a SCIF to go look at the Epstein files, and I didn't really hear a soul of them mention what was actually in that or leak that to anybody in any other foreign country. And then they were also able to look at a whole bunch of other classified stuff during the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, the war against ISIS, the prior conflict that we had in the Middle East, not under this current administration. And they never leaked any of that. So why in the world would they start leaking all of that left and right now to where they don't have a duty to be informed or to scrutinize anything that's being done by the executive branch? That wouldn't really make a lot of sense, and it starts to collapse our government and form it into a dictatorship because at that point, the president's basically in a position of absolute authority to where he doesn't have to explain himself or be held accountable by anybody. And accountability and also checks of power is the integral part of how our country constitution and governance is formed and operated. So I don't really understand what people are trying to even get at with that, because that would be literally upending the whole point of our federal republic. But outside of that, a lot of people are talking at this moment about this action that happened in the Senate today and whether or not this is going to affect our ability to conduct military actions on Iran here in the near future. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so real quick on this one about the bill being advanced right now, do you think that'll interfere with the strikes in Iran or will it not? It looks like 52% said this will not affect the Iran strikes and they'll still go for it as planned. 31% said it will interfere with the Iran war, and of course the president will have to go to Congress to get that approval first. And 9% said the U.S. will wait for Iran to attack, so that way there's a defensive justification and it's not offensive. And to put it short and sweet, I'm with 52%. This will not affect anything because it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to pretty much, it's pretty much done and over with right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it's not going to affect much of anything. I'd have to be with 52%. I don't really think it's going to mean much of anything. I just saw someone, though, in the chat. I got to say, this one's interesting. They said, a commander-in-chief that has to ask permission to act is no commander at all. Well, what are our generals?
He doesn't have to ask permission to start the attacks. Like, he doesn't have to ask permission for that. But if it goes beyond the 60 days, he has to get congressional approval at that point. I know presidents in the past haven't done that, but they're supposed to get the approval. And back when the other presidents violated that, there was also hell being raised then too. So I mean, there's always a group of people that says the president can do whatever they want. And there's also another group of people. It's a little bit more, on the conservative side, not politically, but just conservative in a general sense, that says let's abide by the law and do it the right way. So it's always been like that.
Historically, usually, though, every other commander-in-chief in the history of the United States, like, for example, Woodrow Wilson, had to go and ask Congress, and FDR had to go and ask Congress to declare war against the Empire of Germany and Nazi Germany, depending on the war, and also the Empire of Japan in the Second World War. It's literally declared right here in Section 8 that the duty of the Congress is to declare war. So it's not up to the president to be the commander and just go do everything on his own, and the Congress doesn't do squat. The Congress is the one who's actually historically supposed to initiate a war by declaring war, because that's supposed to be a representation of the will of the people, which is why it is done by vote in Congress, not by a singular person acting basically at that point as dictator of the republic by his own choice and command. Nowadays, though, that's reversed. Now the president starts the conflict and then gets an approval from Congress because of the War Powers Act of 1972. But then specifically, if we go to Article 2, about the President of the United States, you can then read that he is the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and when called into actual service of the United States, he may require the opinion in writing of principal officers in each of the departments upon any subject relating to the duties, so on and so forth. He has the power as a commander to lead the military in war, not to lead the nation into war without asking anybody or getting approval from anybody. That's the difference. That's why generals are commanders, but you don't see, General Cooper just, doing his own war of his own personal gain in Iraq against some random militias and not asking for the approval of the president and whatnot, because in this country, everything is supposed to have some sort of consent or approval by an act of law or by the people or by a vote or something like that. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least with how the law is concerned on that and how the Constitution is written. And in the meantime, we've also been able to hear that Bloomberg reported that the U.S. is seeking Ukrainian technology transfers and intellectual property rights under a pending drone deal awaiting top-level political approval. The Pentagon asked to test the Ukrainian drones, EW systems, and other defense products on U.S. territory before moving forward, while Kyiv says the systems have already undergone extensive combat testing, which is definitely true. I mean, they used them in a war, so clearly they work. Otherwise, the Ukrainians wouldn't be around to attest to their quality. We've also been able to hear that, unfortunately, today, the Undersecretary of War, Elbridge Colby, has announced the following. A strong candidate that prioritizes hard power over rhetoric benefits us all. Unfortunately, Canada has failed to make credible progress on its defense commitments, and the Department of War is pausing the Permanent Joint Board on Defense to reassess how this forum benefits shared North American defense. So as of today, the Permanent Joint Board on Defense with Canada has been suspended by the Department of Defense. So
I guess they didn't know how to read because it says permanent. I think permanent means it's here to stay, not here to be just done away with.
Yeah, it's like I also don't think these klutzes get it. But the whole thing about the permanent joint border on defense was so that way back in the day, and even now, the Soviet Union couldn't just walk up into Canada and, we're trying to then figure out, oh, what do we do? Like, we're supposed to already be in a joint command structure to figure out what to do for the common defense of the continent, because America is also a threat if Canada is being invaded in that hypothetical scenario. So now we've completely dismantled a critical defensive joint command structure in North America for no reason. Like it's
Man,
getting.
they got to stop. They got to stop doing this. Like they got to stop using like. By the way, folks, these have been around for ages. Didn't this survive? Like it survived a whole bunch of stuff. It's been around for decades. I don't know how long that alliance or that
Forever.
permanent board right there has been around. It's been around for ages. But now we're going to start doing away with it because we're having a political disagreement with Canada. It's like they got to stop, folks, using these little petty moves like this to try to get back at people. This is going to cause real damage. Like if we ever get into a war, like these boards and also these different alliances that we have are going to be absent if we get into a war, all because of a petty squabble. Like they got to stop that crap. They're doing it with NATO. They're doing it with the Canada alliance. I mean, they're doing it with literally everybody. They're doing it with Asia too. It's like they got to chill out.
You see, everybody, because Canada drinks almond milk, and also they generally are very sensitive to each other's feelings. For that reason, we need to screw over the Republic by canceling our joint defense command with them, so that way if Canada gets invaded, then this enemy army could just march right into Washington State and start executing civilians in the street in Seattle, so that way we could really get back at those damn weak Canadians. Like, that is such a stupid mindset. We're literally weakening our own defensive position as a nation to get back at people for petty squabbles that don't even have any impact on our defensive standing with them. Canada's military is Canada's military. It's been about the size and scale that it has been for about the past 50 years. Nothing has really changed inside their country at all, except for their domestic political outlook. I've never heard, folks, of a foreign policy that's run, I just saw someone say, like a snowflake, because if anybody disagrees with the current guy in charge, we have to do anything and everything, even including harming our own country, to get back at those people, because God forbid anybody disagrees or says that they don't think that that's a smart idea. It's ridiculous. We're putting our own nation in jeopardy off of these kinds of actions.
Yeah, God bless whoever the next president is that comes into office. They're going to be working like a fiend trying to redo all these alliances and stuff that's been undone. Whoever gets in office next is going to have their work cut out for them. Literally not doing anything new, just simply reinstating what's been taken out, basically, at this point. Because this stuff's got to come back. I mean, it may come back before the end of this current president's term. It might not, possibly, and the next one will have to clean it up, possibly. But, I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, anybody else is going to reinstate it. It's not going to stay this way permanently, unless these countries are so pissed off with us they don't want it back.
Yeah, it's just, I think they probably want it back, and to be honest, I think once this thing comes to an end, it's not coming back around again. Just to be honest, I think people might have had enough. Not speaking about everything domestically, speaking on stuff on foreign policy, I think everybody's had enough of this kind of stupidity and insanity. So I think this is going to be coming to an end in a bit, and all this stuff will start to be reinstated. But I think that everybody's going to be looking back on this time in foreign policy as kind of a cautionary statement of don't get too far in with the United States, because they could end up just, electing someone who's clinically nuts, and they could end up just screwing your country over again just for the hell of it because you disagreed with them on something that didn't even really matter. So moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear some other news coming out of the Americas today, as we were able to hear that it appears that Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM Command is flying back to MacDill in Tampa today, and we also were able to see that it's now expected the Department of Justice is going to be opening an indictment on the former Cuban president Raul Castro, most likely on Wednesday, so that'll probably be tomorrow. Moving us on out of that, we've also been able to hear that the United States did announce today, in other news, that it is now beginning the withdrawal process in Europe. This was finally announced today. We've been watching this for a while now and wondering why in the world are all these brigades and regiments having their deployments canceled, and a lot of the units that are over there are being recalled. Apparently, the U.S. plans to shrink forces available to NATO during a crisis, and the U.S. has told NATO this week about the pullback. So now we're understanding this is being done outside the National Defense Authorization Act, which requires the approval from Congress to be able to withdraw any forces beyond a specific number. And now we're seeing the forces are being withdrawn beyond that specific number and nothing is being done. So We might just consider at this point that the U.S. being involved in NATO is most likely over at this point, because it looks as though the Congress is going to check the president and stop such a destructive action from being made. I'm guessing because a lot of them are in fear that if they stand up against the president, the guy's going to tell everyone to go vote for someone else, and they'll go vote for the other person in a primary.
Oh, don't count on it. Don't count on it though, because that's one thing I'm seeing people speak up about. They're saying that the president can't, remove so many troops because there's like a statutory requirement to keep a certain amount of troops there. And there's actually people speaking up about that. Now, whether or not they actually do something about it's another story, but they are speaking up at least. So there's a chance that they might put their foot down eventually over it. If it keeps getting worse and worse like this, they might. I wouldn't count it out.
I wouldn't count it out, but at the same time, though, I don't know if any of y'all have been watching some of the stuff going on today with some of the primaries going on ahead of the midterms, but a fairly long-serving person in that party lost their seat today. A very slim margin, though. I think it was like an 8% to 7% margin between the two of them, so that's actually pretty close. But they did lose their seat today because they decided to go up against the president and disagree with a lot of what he was doing. So then the president made it his personal vendetta to ensure that that guy would not be able to win a re-election or a primary, and he didn't. So it generally is showing us where a lot of the fear is coming from in Congress, because basically everybody in Congress that's in that party is scared of that. If they actually say no to insane stuff, this current person who's in charge is basically going to make sure that they're not even in their seat next election. So with that, we are going to be moving on into Poland, where we also were able to hear that the Polish today were using one of their Lucas systems, one of their domestically built versions, that is, which is pretty funny because this is, I believe, oh yeah, here it is, Woofer said it. The Polish Lucas, which was based on the American design, based off the Shahed 136, which was also built using parts from the Giron 2 inside of Russia, which was also copied off the Shahed 136, which is an Iranian design based off of the German Dornier DAR. So basically,
man, what in the CCP intellectual property copying do we have here? This seems like something that the CCP would do. But honestly, fair game. I mean, if China's doing it, why can't everybody else do it?
Man, honestly, man, the family tree of the Shahed variant of drone is kind of like one that is almost imploding on itself, because there's like designs that are going backwards and then copying off of way earlier designs and then becoming more advanced. It's this whole weird thing. But this design of drone has become a firestorm in the modern day. It's literally almost in every single country at this point in some way or shape.
I wonder what makes it so good. It's like, why was this design so good that everybody wants to copy this? There must be something to it, because everybody's wanting to take a piece of it.
It must just be efficient and easy to produce, I would assume, because that seems to be the driving motive. Because if you look at the body of the thing, it doesn't look like it'd be that hard to make.
No, I mean, it looks pretty simple. It does. Also, the Polish variant, there's something about the Polish variant that really is appeasing looking to look at. I think it's those dark gray patches on it.
I think it's that plywood box that it's sitting on top of, along with that wooden pallet. I think it's really that. It really gives off that Costco wholesale kind of vibe, which I kind of dig. But moving us on, man, imagine if you went into Costco one day and one of these things was there as a recreational drone for sale. Dude, that'd be insane. Imagine flying this thing around a public park.
Oh yeah, obviously like the friendly version, but
well, obviously not the arm version.
Yeah, I mean, you can 3D print one that looks similar to this, like it's a hobbyist drone just to fly around for fun. You can 3D print one that looks similar to it, and it has like a little nitro engine on the back of it and stuff like that. But obviously, you got to have a 3D printer, a whole bunch of time on your hands, and the money to invest in a 3D printer just to build one drone. So I'm not sure if many people are doing that.
Yeah, probably not, but it's still pretty neat. Now, moving us on up into Eastern Europe, we did get to hear that there was an air raid alert today over the areas of Ludza and Balvi counties inside of Eastern Latvia due to possible drone threats. We didn't really hear anything else following that. However, we did get to hear out of Estonia that there was an incident. According to the information we have today, a drone that entered Estonian airspace was shot down over central Estonia by a Romanian fighter jet operated under the NATO Baltic Air Policing, according to Estonian officials. Authorities say the drone was detected moving from the south before being intercepted near Lake Vortsjarva. Estonian Defense Minister Hanno Pevkur said the drone was tracked, though shared Baltic air surveillance systems involving Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania after advance warning was received from Latvian authorities. Debris reportedly fell near Kaplakula, close to Poltsama, with no civilian injuries reported so far. According to statements from Estonian officials and parliamentary parliamentary sources, the drone was most likely Ukrainian and may have veered off course due to Russian electronic warfare interference, though technical investigations are still ongoing. Estonian officials said Ukraine's defense minister later apologized during a phone call following the incident. And we actually were able to hear generally that statement here, according to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who responded to the downing of a Ukrainian drone in Estonia. He stated, Moscow is deliberately redirecting Ukrainian drones while simultaneously intensifying propaganda efforts. We apologize to Estonia and all our Baltic friends. So it appears that the Russians might be trying to create some sort of an artificial incident to where a Ukrainian drone might be able to cause damage inside of a Baltic state to be able to sour diplomatic relations between the two of them, at least from what the Ukrainians are saying and what we're also seeing from the Estonian and Latvian side at this point. Now,
or they're trying to force them over there into Baltic space airspace, so that way the Russians can say, see, we told y'all the whole time. Ukraine was using that Baltic airspace to attack Russia as a new attack vector, and that's proof. There they are flying right through their territory. That could be why they're doing it too.
that could actually be. That could be. We'll have to see eventually what the Russians try and do with this, but it does appear that they're trying to divert them into Baltic airspace deliberately at this point. Moving us on from that and on into Ukraine, we also were able to see that, according to Sursky, who is the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, he stated that the threat from Belarus is real and Russia is actively calculating and planning operations. Once again showing that the Ukrainian Armed Forces are still seeing a significant threat from Russian forces around the Belarusian border. We also got to see some pictures today. This is actually pretty cool. It's a Lithuanian-provided Bofors gun. This thing was produced, excuse me, in the 1950s. It's a 40mm autocannon, basically. And from what we've seen, this thing is actually doing pretty good for point air defense. These older air defense guns are actually finding their return to service by shooting down incoming Russian drones. You can actually see it in operation right there. And this one Bofors gun has shot down that many Shaheds. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So this one Bofors gun has shot down about 20 drones in its service life so far.
That's a damn lot.
That is a load, actually, for a Bofors gun like this. Pretty impressive stuff. We also were able to see that near to the area of the Sumy front, the 119th Territorial Defense Forces was continuing to use Humvee-based MLRSs to continue barrages onto Russian forces within the area and to continue to keep them at bay. The Sumy front is generally a quieter one and not covered a lot by most folks, but it is a fairly active front in terms of the Ukrainians continuing to hammer the Russians to keep them at bay and stop further advances into the rest of the Sumy region. And they're cooking them up, I tell you.
Man, they're cooking them up Gary's way. I tell you what, stir frying.
Cooking them up Ivan's way. We also were able to see in the location unknowns an Archer SPG that was at work today on a Ukrainian highway. This is right after it got done firing.
Well, damn, son, just set it up right in the middle of the road right there. Honestly, when I watched this video earlier today, I was thinking that maybe it was going to fire as this guy was driving past. I was like, surely the Ukrainians wouldn't fire with a car right next to him, but they didn't.
Oh, so apparently how this worked, from what they were saying in the cab of the car, from what people were saying in the comments, is that the Archer had gotten done firing, so it just drove up onto this spot on the highway. They stopped, and some of the crew members got out and just blocked the traffic on both sides of the road and was basically like, excuse me, we have a war going on. Give us just a moment. Fired off a couple of rounds, and then this was right when they were packing it up, and those two guys who were blocking the traffic went back to the Archer, and then that's when everyone started to pass it. So, you know, in the middle of just going to work in the middle of your day, you can just see an Archer SPG stop in the middle of the street and block traffic for a couple of minutes to pop off shots at the Russians, which is kind of pretty cool, really. But also, by the way, great construction from Volvo, which did a great job making this thing. Wonderful, wonderful work.
Man, this cab right here, 1 minute it can be hauling dirt in a dumper. The next minute it can be hauling a big ass SPG.
Man, 1 minute it can be putting Russians in the dirt. The next minute, it can be bringing the dirt to bury them. Like, it's like, wow, it's a really versatile sort of a system.
Man, I'll tell you what, call this thing flour. It's serving multi-purpose.
Yeah, man, call this thing flour because that BB self-rising. We also got to see this clip today from a Russian unit in an unknown area that got absolutely blitzed by Ukrainian drones and apparently was defenseless against the attack. You see them turning around and showing their one burned out ATV, then followed down the street by burning laudably it.
Он еще горит. Еще один квадрик въебали, ну.
What a tough day for the Russians. It's like that every day for them.
Точку ту, блядь, где этот ебаный стрелок, где нахуй?
A little inside information here about this whole thing right here. It kind of sucks to be a Russian.
Man, bro, Russians are like, update, it hurts. Man, like, it's like, man, tough to be a Russian. We also got the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours. And, ole mole!
Man, they got 2 of them. 2 Bobcats today. 4,202 right there. Look at that. That's a total number right there. That's probably like the yearly supply of Bobcats right there, probably amongst the whole war. But tell us more about these losses. What else did the Russians take a beating on?
It's time to tell us more. According to Mr. EC Keeper, the record, 78 artillery pieces is tied for the 18th highest daily loss. 2,142 drones ranks as the 20th highest loss. 262 supply trucks and fuel trucks is the 14th highest loss. And 11 ground robotic complexes is tied as the 3rd highest loss. Over the course of the past 24 hours, we were able to confirm that 1,140 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 1 APC, 262 supply trucks, 1 main battle tank, 78 artillery pieces, 2,142 drones, 4 cruise missiles, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. So all in all, a pretty good day, and a great thing to see. As they would say on the report cards at school, those are good marks. Moving us on out of that, we have also been able to see that within the Svatove front, the Ukrainians were continuing to hit the Russian forces well in the 130th Territorial Defense Forces. They actually came up with these memes that they put on their bombs to make the Russians laugh in their final moments.
Damn, I thought those were scented candles.
Oh no, like they're bombs from man, I feel like that's the guy from SpongeBob, man, when like Squidward's like, are these pies? And they were like, they're bombs from a bomb factory. They're bombs. Like, bro, like
man, I'll tell you what.
Man. But you see, watch, I'll show y'all folks, like this Russian, he's scared here, but watch what happens. He's like, that's pretty funny. And then, bam, and then they got him. And then this one, he turned around, he was like, oh my God. And he was like, see, really funny. They put a little meme on the front of the bomb. That's really funny. And then that happened. And then they went down in the basement. They showed them the joke. You could see that it was explosive. Everybody was busting out laughing.
You know, I saw the stats today that 80% of the battle, Bro, what the? Back that camera up for a minute.
Man,
back that up. Did you see that? That dude just, he was out of the thing. He jumped into the thing. Bro, what the hell's wrong with this dude?
Bro, he said, no, wait for me. Like, bro, it's like, bro, oh my God.
Man, this is like the same stupidity. You know how like in the Scooby-Doo cartoons, they'd be like locked in a room, then they'd find out the ghost was behind them, so they would jump out the window to go grab the key to go back in the building where the ghost was to unlock the door to get out. This is like that kind of stupidity, a Looney Tunes looking thing.
Oh, yes. A living lemming. Bro, it's a living one.
I don't even understand this. Dude literally ran in front of the thing.
I've never seen anything like that in my life. But what were you saying before that?
Honestly, I can't remember. I don't really remember. I can't remember.
I don't know what I said. I can't remember. But we see them continue to hit Russian forces. Really putting in some work here. Oh, there went the basement.
I'm telling you, those look like scented candles, I'm telling you. They smell like gunpowder, I guess.
You're not a dish, you're a man.
Yeah. And it's just like, if you want to buy that soap, you just kind of got to go into debt.
Buy this $20 bar of soap that makes you smell like pine sap and bullets. It's like, yeah, I always wanted to smell like pine sap and bullets. You know?
Wait a minute, I just remember what I was saying. For some reason, the soap conversation got my mind thinking again. All I needed the whole time was some soap. That's what I needed to think about. I was saying before that 80% of the battlefield attacks right now that Ukraine's conducting are drone-based. And I think like 95% of the frontline Russian casualties are caused by Ukrainian drone attacks. So that just shows you, I mean, not only are the troops getting attacked, the actual soldiers themselves in a massive number compared to any other type of frontline attack, the drones are doing it. And also they're hitting the equipment, mainly with drones too. So pretty much all the other equipment is largely taking second fiddle. Like it's only a small percentage of the actual damage being done.
Man, honestly, it's crazy when you really think about those kinds of numbers, how powerful drone warfare is these days. And we can even see that drone-on-drone warfare in this clip's pretty common, because the Ukrainians were continuing their daily operations of intercepting and destroying these large numbers of drones over the front line. I tell you, it's really something magical to watch these clips because they all look the same. The Ukrainians conduct the same attack vector on the same drone so many times that you think it's the same clip, but crazily enough, it's a different one each time. It's the gift that keeps giving. We also got to see down near Shnisny, which sounds like a fake town, that the Ukrainians also blew up a Russian warehouse in this area, which you can see right there. And you could also hear the explosion. Let's see what that looks like from the streets below. Let's get Ukrainian street view on this B.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's bad.
Oh, looking like a cheap rendered horror game out there, man. Like, dang.
Look at all the debris everywhere, just all over the place.
Man. I'm trying to think of a good one-liner here. I'm really drawing blanks right now.
I love how the Russians, what they do in their free time is they get out at midnight and go film the destruction in the town. It's what happened tonight. Look, it's an absolutely destruction zone. A whole town's decimated. Anyway, back to bed.
Man, look at that. They blew it up. But anyways, we also get to see down in Makivka as well, the drones over Donetsk. Oh.
As you can hear, the lawn crews have arrived for the night.
Oh,
Wait a minute, why are they mowing at night? Oh, wow. Pest control arrived. Just getting rid of the termites. Blech.
Man, I gotta tell you, while that kind of stuff is going on, and the Ukrainians are laying hate down on the Russians, we got people laying hate down on us in the chat, like Grown Wild, who tried to say some sort of a comment, but sadly it grew mild. But moving us on up into Orlivka, we also were able to see that some Russian military police were obliterated on the side of the street.
О, ВПшники, ёбаные. УАЗик спалили ВПшников, ё-моё. Вот это да. Вот это вообще красота. Бомбанули.
Not the military police. Who in the hell is going to, punish the Russian units for not running into a meat grinder?
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's tough.
It's a tough thing out there.
Вот так вот.
Orpa. We also got to see that down in the area of Konstantinivka, the Ukrainian Corps unit of the National Police were also at work. Their intros are just getting crazier these days.
Look at him, we're driving a speed buggy through town, speeding, spinning the block.
Man, the Corps don't play. They about to strike a chord with the Russians, and it's about to be that 762 major, like the man that 762 major key.
What's he got his door flailing open for?
He's just keeping it open, to keep his options, available. Oh, when you see someone's playing around with a gun porthole there, you can actually see it kind of like flipping around a little bit. You see,
look at it. He's like just casually opening and closing. Is the problem the threat? No, close it. No.
Man, he said, "What's going on?" Actually, no. What? Really? What's going on? Nah. Like, man, he's just sitting there like trying to decide. And now you see them blurring out everything for operational security reasons. Man. I also see some people in the chat talking about the whole apolitical thing, which is always an interesting discourse while we watch this clip. Someone just came in and was complaining about how we were apolitical in the last administration. They only think that we were criticizing the hell out of them, but they think it's apolitical because that's basically white noise to them. That's comfortable to them to hear criticism of the people they don't like. But when it's criticizing people they like, then it's now political. It's really weird how that works. But we can see the Ukrainians shooting down the incoming drone in the Cord unit, mind you all. They're really laying down them cords out here.
Yeah, they're giving it to him.
Oh, bleh. And that's the end of that speech, the end of that clip more so. And moving us on from that, we also were able to see that down in the Zaporizhia front, we also saw that the 15th Artillery Reconnaissance Unit, or Brigade, was also making sure to take out some Russian air defenses. And we see them getting slammed here. Oh, and that's not just any Buke. That's a Buke M2. I think this is a Buke M1 that they're showing here in this picture, but this is a more modern Buke M2.
That means it's more expensive and more rare and harder to replace.
And it leaves the Russians hungry for more. And they're never getting it, because they just don't have any to give.
And as you can see, this is a brand new vehicle that the Russians want to replace really soon.
Right here, we can see the Russian tour burning, and we can also note that the Russians are fleeing.
It's really a travesty the way they walked into this battle and this ambush.
Maybe one day the Russians will learn that the moment they leave Ukraine, their life will get better. But we also got to see the Luftwaffe unit Geschlechterleitment hitting some Russian forces down in Zaporizhia. Oh, there it is.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness.
Oh my Lord.
Oh man.
Somebody's got to give them a memo to change the branding eventually. Like, they gotta.
It's like a flashbang every time.
Oh, man. Like, some people will be like, they're not really, like, imitating the Luftwaffe of yore. Well, that one on the far left is really imitating the Luftwaffe of yore. There is no Iron Cross in the modern German military. Like, that award does not exist after World War II. So, I just wish, folks, someone from the Ukrainian General Staff would send this unit a memo and say that you can keep the name, but you gotta change the imagery. Because, I mean, like, this unit right here, folks, it is very borderline with the imagery here. Like, it's not good for branding purposes.
I'll tell you, this one right here is not beating the allegations.
Oh, jeez. We can see them doing some... Oh, look.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's getting worse. They're writing in freaking German. What are they doing?
They're coming in orcs.
Bro, these people got to chill out. This group right here has got to chill out.
Oh, man. Next thing you know, man. Oh, God. I asked Paris to surrender 9 times, bro. They're going to start playing that at the beginning. It's going to be like, no, stop, please. Man, someone's got to get these people reined in. They got to send a memo from the general staff telling them the imagery and the stuff's got to end. Like, oh, my God.
They even signed it.
Oh, my God. Well, here they go into the targets. Outside of that, these guys do great work. It's just that the imagery is very suspect. Oh, and look, it's a Russian fuel truck.
Oh, that's nice. I love to put a little safety triangle in the back because, you know, they're all about safety first. Always.
Safety first. I've said that for 20 years. So when I say park the fuel truck, clearly in sight of the enemy, park the fuel truck, clearly in sight of the enemy. Oh, and that thing turned into a roaring inferno instantly.
Damn.
Damn.
I ain't never seen nothing like this since the Battle of the Marne.
I'd say heavens. But jeez.
Oh.
I haven't seen anything like this since the Germans took Warsaw.
They had to hit us with the final Germanic letters. They had to hit us with the last few.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. This unit really sends us for a whirl every single time we see it. It's a hilarious one. But I see someone say, well, this still serves as the imagery of the German Air Force in the modern day. Well, yeah, I mean, the Iron Cross does, but not in that way. Like, there's like, Germany didn't rebrand itself entirely after the Second World War. There's, like, imagery that's kept over from it, but there's still very questionable things, like, for example, the Iron Cross, like, ribbon in the background behind that, and also that eagle. That eagle right there, like in its normal iteration, just to tell y'all why we always find this one to be a little suspect. That eagle, if it wasn't photoshopped, would have a swastika below it, not the Iron Cross, because that was the literal symbol of the German Luftwaffe of the Second World War. And the red ribbon in the background is the ribbon of the Iron Cross. And that's why we kind of have, like, we kind of bring up, like, they really need to change the emblem symbology for this unit, because yeah, it's German, but it's World War II German, and that's where the issue starts to come into play. But anyways, moving us on from that, it is time for us to get on and down into the area far behind the lines, because the Russian supply trucks were hit within this area. Oh, actually, this is a duplicate clip. They actually here Loofers actually cut out the intro on this one, and that threw me for a loop because I thought it was fresh, but it isn't. So moving us on out of that, one of our last clips here from Dnipro is actually of a large fire that broke out from a Russian attack last night in the city. 2 people were injured in the course of this attack, which is always unfortunate, and once again reminding us the kind of pressure and attacks that the Ukrainian nation find themselves under on the daily. But without further ado, folks, it is time for us to get to the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, who was looking refreshed and well charged over the course of this day. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach! Huh? Huh? You... Bro, what the hell? You just went...
Bro, I'm trying to say, I said speech like 3 times. Did you not hear any of them?
No, they're not coming through at all. Here, let me let you hear this. Wait. Course of this day. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach! Huh?
Yeah, I can hear a little bit.
Wait. Huh? You... Bro, what the hell?
Bro, my mic is not picking up anything. And why do like loud tones? It does not pick me up at all. Like I was saying it loud, so I go speech.
Bro, I said, huh? And you went,
I could hear it. Like I heard it a little bit the first time. You could hear like a little inkling of it, like the first time. But now, man, that's messed up. I wish you'd pick up my voice.
Man, that thing just did you so dirty, man. I said, huh? And he went, bro. Oh my god, bro, why did it do that? But anyways, without further ado, here's the speech. Peach!
Speech!
Шановні українці, українки, кілька речей за цей день важливо сказати. Була доповідь наших військових. Головнокомандувач Олександр Сирський та Генеральний штаб Андрій Гнатов про нашу фронтову активність та дії проти окупанта. І про російські штурми. Цей місяць дав зміни в динаміці на нашу користь, на користь України. Більше зберігаємо позицій, більше завдаємо уражень. І особливо значний вплив наших далекобійних санкцій проти Росії. Сьогодні затвердив плани нашої далекобійності на червень і маємо творчо розвинути українські далекобійні санкції, які показали силу в травні. Я вдячний усім нашим воїнам за влучність. Ми обговорили також ситуацію на фронті. Покровський, Костянтинівський напрямок, Харківщина, наше Запоріжжя по ключових деталях. Визначив рішення, які треба реалізувати, і під це ми будемо збільшувати постачання засобів у війська. НРК, дрони, окреме фінансування для бойових бригад – це наші незмінні пріоритети. Детально говорили сьогодні з міністром закордонних справ Андрієм Сибігою про українські завдання на травень-червень. Багато двосторонньої роботи. І дуже важливо, що є на рівні наших команд комунікація з новою владою Угорщини. Україна зацікавлена в нормальних, добросусідських відносинах, в повноцінній співпраці. І свою частину роботи для цього ми робимо. Були хороші контакти між Україною і Грузією, час нормалізовувати відносини. Звісно, предметно ми працюємо на напрямку європейських інституцій. Україна заслуговує бути частиною Євросоюзу. І навіть у час війни, воюючи за свою незалежність і захищаючи свою державність, ми рухаємось до повноправної європейської інтеграції України. Ми готові до відкриття кластерів у переговорному процесі і контактуємо, щоб був визначений графік таких кроків. Ми готуємось на цьому тижні і до предметної комунікації з ключовими європейськими країнами. І ще одне, те, що Україна давно сподівались розпочати. Повернення на нашу землю, в нашу незалежну суверенну державу із належною шаною тих, хто бився заради України, хто хотів Україні незалежності. Але часи були інші. І можливості були інші. Наші українські герої різних часів, які захищали ідею незалежності, боролися заради нашої держави і поховані в Європі, в Америці, в різних країнах. Ми їх повертаємо. Ми маємо можливість і моральний обов'язок перепоховати їх тут, в Україні, вдома. Зараз такий процес розпочався щодо полковника Андрія Мельника та його дружини Софії. Знакові українці ХХ століття, яких поважають. Готується рішення щодо полковника Євгена Коновальця та інших сильних історичних постатей. Український народ заслуговує на свою історичну пам'ять, і цю справжню пам'ять ми зміцнюємо. Дякую всім, хто нам допомагає. Команда Офісу зараз сфокусована, зокрема, на цьому завданні. Дякую вам. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, over the past 24 hours of the news from around the world on day 1547. And I gotta say, folks, that it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be able to cover this news for each and every single one of y'all. Tonight, over the course of about 2.5 hours that this news segment lasted, we were able to cover the news to 102,000 people here, and we had a peak viewership of 18,000. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had so many of y'all here and have y'all enjoying the show, because it really, really honors us greatly to know that many of y'all consider this channel to be your primary source of news. And I hope that once again, our reporting accuracy, our analysis, and our information is bar none some of the best of y'all got out there today. And so with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to get to sit back and enjoy getting to talk to all of y'all for a little bit. And don't feed the bots, Matthew. But with that, it is time for us to get on into them questions. Matthew, what do we got?
And I'm not trying to feed the bots. I mean, occasionally, there's somebody in the chat that'll say like a criticism, and it's not like, you idiots, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you guys aren't doing X, Y, and Z. I'll genuinely like ask, like, well, do you have an example of that? Because we're willing to listen to criticism. I'm just not willing to listen to people taking, insults. Like, I'm not willing to have people take shots at me. That's the problem.
But that's what I do. Like, when someone says, well, you were wrong on this, and it's just literally saying I was wrong, and I'll be like, well, how am I wrong? Like, I don't have time to type.
Oh, yeah,
things, so I have to legitimately say it.
I just don't want to take up people's time on air, because most people, I'm sure most people view that as wasting their time, because everybody's here to hear the news. Nobody really cares what, random Joe Blow bot said in the chat. So if I have free time, I'll type back a response, but I don't want to mess up people's like on stream experience over some, random person trying to rage bait. That's why I don't do it.
Well, I gotta ask folks in the chat, because here's how I look at it, folks. I pick out those statements from time to time, because when people agree with me, there's not really a lot to say. Like, it's like, yeah, we all agree we're on the same page. But if somebody disagrees and they say that I'm wrong, or they bring up a criticism, then it gives me something to engage with to some degree, to where I can try and create a conversation out of it and either flesh out something a little bit further as an idea on air and defend it further to make it a stronger argument, or I'm just able to take that and explore some sort of a rabbit hole with it. That's how I look at it, at least. I feel like it's, adding a little bit more to what we can say on certain topics, because, there's not really a lot to, develop and grow on a topic that everybody agrees on. So, I don't know, like, do y'all like it when I do that or not? Because me personally, I think it kind of adds a little bit of something, but, if y'all don't like it, then I'll start cutting back on it, because generally I try and do that because maybe y'all find it interesting.
It's just addressing them on the air gives them what they're looking for. People that go around rage baiting, they're looking for a response. So it's bad enough to respond to a rage baiter, like in the chat. It's really bad to give them on air time, because then you're basically giving them a 14,000 person audience to get their fix from. So that's why I don't generally like to address them. It's like feeding the ducks or feeding the bears. You're inviting them to come back in bigger numbers.
I mean, maybe, yeah, that's true. But I mean, then again, we just ban them. Like, if they become too problematic, then we just start banning them. So, I don't know, folks. Like, give me y'all's input on it, because I personally think it's interesting, and also it gives me something to bounce off of to defend an argument better. Because, like, once again, folks, if y'all all say, I completely agree with you, it's not really like I can go, Yes, you do agree with me, and here's why you should even better, because that's really hard to do that. It's a lot easier when someone says, you're wrong, and here's why, and then take that and defend my point and stance, and then further elaborate and maybe even throw out an extra point or two as to why it's a good argument. That gives me more room to kind of develop and flesh out something on air to make it more sound and secure as an idea or a concept. But, let me know, folks, because that's my opinion. Matthew doesn't really like that a whole lot. I personally find it interesting.
I hate it personally. We could. I love to debate and argue to a certain degree. Like there's a time and place for it. I just don't know if the people here in the news want to bother with all that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But with that, folks, it is time for us to get on into the questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our super chats, live chat questions, and our Morse code decoders, we have a lot to get to, and also some really good questions here. So jumping into our first super chat, this one goes to Just a Plumber, who put in a 25, and thank you very much, Just a Plumber, for that support. Excuse me, by the way. He said, "Long time no super chat. Stay classy, Enforcer Bros."
And thank you for the support, Just a Plumber. And you might be just a plumber, but you're a great plumber to us, and plumbers help to keep this country's pipes flowing, which keeps this country growing. That's actually true. If it wasn't for the plumbers, this country would fall apart. Like, no joke. If it wasn't, believe it. OBS just gets disconnected again. The hell's going on here? OBS didn't need to update before the show, folks, by the way. Like, I check that daily now, and it was fine. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe it's a server feed issue, but beyond that, I gotta say, a huge thanks to you so much for the support, Just a Plumber. And don't worry about super chat frequency and whatnot. We're just greatly appreciative that people spend their time here, because time is a very valuable thing. And regardless whether people are throwing in humongous amounts of support, some support, little support, or no support, we're just happy that a lot of people spend their time here to be able to enjoy the show. And you're one of those folks. And I got to thank amazing folks like you for enjoying this channel and watching it every day, and also supporting it from time to time to help to keep running, because you help us to be able to make the news a reality and a possibility. And I got to say, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we actually have breaking news happening at this moment on air. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, let me type this in the chat real quick. Refresh, by the way, if you're having audio issues, refresh if having audio issues. It looks like people are saying they can't hear. So let me type this in the chat real quick. Here we go. I'll copy and paste this, and I'll simply spam it. There we go. I don't know what causes that, folks. Like sometimes whenever there's a problem like that, like it just like cuts the audio out for whatever reason. So if you're hearing this and you're seeing it in the chat, go ahead and refresh your audio and you should be able to hear it. But in the meantime, though, to address the breaking news, we have gotten some images out of Kostovo inside of Russia where we saw that drone attack about 30 minutes to an hour ago. Apparently, it was a direct hit. We can see the drone dive bombing onto the facility. So, Enforcer, we also have a video too. So if you want to guide us through that and show us what's happening.
All right, so we can see here that this person appears to be in an apartment building that is akin to the appearance of a public bus, and the FP2 goes flying right by and towards the refinery, and that's all we were able to see. So it looks like it was most likely an FP2 or a Liudi attack, one or the other. They're very similar looking, and then dived onto Kostovo refinery and was able to hit near to what appears to be a condenser unit. So that's, of course, critical damage that usually knocks out refineries for a good while repairs are conducted, and it looks like it was most likely filmed from the city aiming south. So if that's the case, then we most likely saw that this drone just landed around this part of the facility right here. We can see a decent amount of columns or stacks, if you want to call them that will line up pretty similarly to what we're seeing right there. So this might actually be the spot that drone just landed in, or as an alternative location, it could have landed somewhere within here, although that's a little less likely. So it seems that it was a pretty decent hit on a condenser unit at this refinery, which will most likely knock this thing out for a couple of weeks or months, depending on parts availability and whether the company that runs this refinery is able to even pay for the repairs at this point or find the money to do it.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad hit, though. Like, for it to be dive bombing right on that facility. Also, the air defense didn't get that one. It clearly went straight down onto it. It's a pretty bad hit. I think Kostovo's been hit before, but this is the freshest hit we've seen.
Yeah, I would have to say this is a pretty decent one, a real humdinger. I mean, like, hitting a condenser unit is like hitting the lottery, basically, because hitting anything else a refinery, it might be down for a few days before they divert their operations around the affected area, because usually refineries are built with some level of redundancy, but hitting a condenser unit can stop operations for weeks. So this is a very good hit. Like, this is a solid one, and the Ukrainians have knocked out a refinery for a good minute. So I hope we've been able to address that breaking news well on the update we just got from the Kostova refinery. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and into the next question.
All right, so moving into our next super chat here, this one is going to go to none other than Max Shabai. And thank you very much, Max Shabai, for that $25 support. We do appreciate that. Max said, for Andrew's Rage Baiter address fund. And sometimes those rabbits find gems. Sometimes Andrew goes on too long, but it's live and unedited, so I forgive y'all. LOT, LSA.
I gotta thank you for the support, Max Shibui, Bubba Booey. But I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel keep it running. And I try and keep things a little bit interesting. The bot rage baiter thing. Sometimes, honestly, folks, like I gotta say, I kind of like admire the lowdown like blows they try and do, because I'm like, damn, that actually took a little creativity there, like a little cookie for them. And so like I'm like I gotta read that off on air because it's actually kind of funny. Other times though, like with a decent amount of them, it'll be stuff like Enforcer, you're so wrong. Because I kind of like try and take a little bit of a fine line approach these days, because something that I've learned over the years, running the show from my end, is that a lot of people like to go at me because I'm the one who talks on air the most in terms of volume. So there's a lot more content for them to just go at me on than anything. And so they'll go at me and be like, oh, you're just so wrong. You just don't know what you're talking about on Iran.
Matt is so right.
But yeah, Matt is so right. And so then like when they say that though, like sometimes like there's a fine line in between them just trying to like insult me, and then a fine line where they feel like they're just way smarter, and therefore I'm just so dumb, and it's obvious that it's not what you're saying. And then when they say it like that, though, it's on that kind of fine line needle to where they're about to get banned, but they're not. And then that's when I ask, well, what in the world is so wrong about that? And then usually like 97% of the time they give an answer that's pretty lame. 3% of the time though, and I will say this because I'm always willing to listen to their argument, 3% of the time they have a good point. 97% of the time the folks who say that kind of stuff have a bad point, and then it's easy to take that and then cut it down to size and then defend my argument with additional points that I didn't bring up and be like, therefore, that's clearly the reason why that is the case. Because interestingly enough, like a lot of people who are very confident in what they say, like they go that far, like, oh, you just clearly don't understand. Usually they don't get at all what they're even talking about, or they're just really political people, and you know they just think that because it doesn't fall within the political dogma they live in, it's not right. So a big thanks to you for the support, and help with this channel keep running. Thank you for the Rabbit Hole Fund. And so a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And up next, we have a $20 support from Gunfox. And thank you very much, Gunfox, for that support. He put in 2 super chats. But jumping into our first one right here, this one says, today in history, 1935, T.E. Lawrence, whose life inspired the epic film Lawrence of Arabia, 1962, died at the age of 46 following a motorcycle accident. Also, that's an unfortunate way to go out. Although if you're on a motorcycle, it's not too uncommon. These are basically death traps. But 1845, English explorer John Franklin's ill-fated expedition began. And question from the chat.
And a huge thanks to you for the support, Gunfox. And also, that death of Lawrence of Arabia was actually kind of interesting. Did you know, Matthew, that when he died on that fateful day, he was not wearing a crash helmet, and if he had worn a crash helmet, he most likely would have survived, just decently injured.
That's true. Wearing good gear can save you. You might break a couple of bones, but at least you won't get killed.
He died around the Bovington Proving Grounds, which are, here we are, and it was right.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he died like just right up the road.
That's a hell of a place to go out, I must say. If you got to go out, that's the place to. I mean, if you have a motorcycle accident by happenstance, if you go out here, it's not too bad.
Yeah, so back in the day, the Bovington Proving Grounds weren't as big as they were, and he actually lived, I think, in this, right up here in this cottage. This one, he lived here, which is kind of a very unassuming place for a British war hero who was actually quite significant in what he did in the Middle East during the First World War. And he got on his motorcycle, which I think was a Brow Superior, which is a very good brand of the day. And also, those motorcycles look incredible. Even today, it's a very timeless design. But he got on it and he rode it down the road. And I think if I remember the story right, there was a kid that ran out in the road in front of him because they were playing with like a toy or something like that, and it bounced into the street. It was like a ball or something. And to avoid the kid, he swerved at I think like 70 miles an hour, lost control, and then went airborne off of his motorcycle and slammed like right into a tree or a rock or something on the side of the road and died instantly. And that's
that'll
right
do
where he
it.
died.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, so near the spot, Lawrence of Arabia crashed on his motorcycle and was fatally injured on the 13th of May, 1935.
Damn. Yeah, that'll do it right there. Kid shouldn't have been on the road either.
Yeah, and so now every day, for the most part, you could just see Warriors and Challenger 2s driving by this very spot where he had his fatal crash, because now it's quite literally in the middle of the Bovington Proving Grounds. So a pretty wild sort of a thing, historically, and really crazy to think. The guy went through so much in the Middle East, and then he died in a motorcycle crash, which seems very mundane to how he could have died in the war. But a huge thanks to you for the support and sharing that with us. And also the second one, John Franklin's ill-fated. Well, let me pull him up, John Franklin expedition, because I think I've heard of that before faintly, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Oh, it's the Arctic exploration thing. Is this the... It is. This is the one where I think both of the vessels got stuck in an ice pack, and I think almost everybody in this expedition died after they abandoned the ships and tried to make their way back to Canada. And I think only a few people lived. It was a crazy expedition.
They were trying to get to the Arctic.
I think they were trying to get to the North Pole, and then they got stuck in the ice when it started to reform in the fall, I think, and then their ships got stranded. And then because of the ice expanding, it started to destroy the hull of their wooden ships. So then they had to get off of the ships and just let them sink to the bottom. And then they had to go across the polar ice caps back to Canada just to try and make it back. And I think most of the people died. And I think there was some cannibalism on the Erebus that happened before they even abandoned the ship because they were running low on supplies. It was a pretty damn wild expedition, if I'm remembering the story correctly. And the few people who made it out were lucky to even survive. But a crazy story nonetheless about this expedition. Honestly, a lot of those expeditions back in the day that explored the parts of the world that we hadn't mapped yet, and hadn't really known or written a lot about at the time, a lot of those first expeditions to most of those places would end in absolute failure. And it really makes you wonder why in the world a lot of those people would even take it on. And it was more so, the answer, obviously, folks, is wealth and fame, because if you actually made it to where you were trying to go, like the source of the Nile, the source of the Amazon, the North Pole, the South Pole, you became a national hero. You brought reputation to your country. You usually became incredibly wealthy afterwards. You were famous and renowned for being an international explorer.
Yeah. And you know, the crazy part is after all this stuff right here, Jeremy Clarkson was the one to get there first.
Yeah, man.
And James May.
Man, I liked when they literally just drove up to the North Pole in the cars. Like man, it's like it just looked so easy. But
yeah, you know, they actually set a record. They were the first ones to ever go to the North Pole in a motor vehicle. They actually set a real record.
Honestly, it's kind of crazy, man. I think they set a few records on Top Gear back in the day. But also, if you want to see the guy, this was the guy who led the expedition.
Oh, I can tell you what his problem was right now.
He's a bit of a fat bastard. Like he can't travel.
He's a little bit on the heavy side, you know.
I'm an average Brexit geezer. I take my ships, get them in the Arctic, stuck in ice. We start eating each other. Simple as. Man, it's like, man, look at this guy. He really knew what was up. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for support, Gun Fox, and sharing a really interesting day in history. And also, you have another one, and we're going to get to that one really quick before we get to the question from the live chat, because we're not going to forget that. And so, Matthew, what is our second super chat from Gun Fox?
He also said, 1802, Napoleon created the Legion of Honor, the premier order of the French Republic. In 1643, 30 Years' War, the French army led by Louis II de Bourbon defeated the Spanish in the Battle of the Rocroi, 426. 1993, STS-55 happened.
And a big thanks to you once again for another super chat. And have you ever seen, Matthew, the Legion of Honor award from the French Republic?
I have not seen that.
This is the Legion of Honor award.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Honestly, I think it looks really nice. The French have some very good medals.
Yeah, I will say so. I will say.
good medals. Let me see here. Someone's about to make a joke. They probably dropped that when they surrendered. Like that, someone's about to say that. It's like, oh yeah, it's like yeah. World War II happened. They have a lot more to them. The French are very three-dimensional. Like I'll say this, folks. The French have got a very interesting history. To be honest with y'all, it requires a lot of reading and study to really appreciate the French for what they are. Because a lot of people stop at the World War II jokes, like the gun was picked up twice, dropped once, or something. But when you really get into French history, they are a wildly interesting country. But beyond that, a really interesting medal from a really interesting period in time. And let's see here. The Battle of Rocroi. I've heard of that one before. It's a pike and shot era battle. So let me see if I can pull it up here for y'all really quickly. This was a part. Yes, this was a part of the 30 Years' War. Who were the commanders? Let's see. Anyone important from either side? No, not really anyone important from either side in terms of developing doctrine. There were a lot of people in the pike and shot era who developed a lot of the doctrine that would end up becoming the line battle sort of doctrine in later years. But we could see that they started to say that the Spanish were abandoning the tercio system and were incorporating more of the line infantry concept, but the Spanish weren't really pioneers in that sort of a thing. The Prince Maurice of Orange of the Netherlands was the one who started the pike and shot era, which defeated the tercio formations that the Spanish had dominated with for the past century. And then after that happened, that's when the pike and shot era officially begins, according to most historians. And it was Gustavus Adolphus, who was the emperor of Sweden, who was the one who would actually start to bring about the line formation sort of doctrine, which the Spanish were starting to incorporate, like in the Battle of Rocroi. But the Battle of Rocroi, if I can pronounce it correctly, wasn't like in a influential battle in the development of these doctrines. It was more so that they were just kind of catching up. But still, one of the larger battles of this era, especially the 30 Years' War, which is a wildly fascinating conflict, the 30 Years' War. So interesting, because there were so many different moving elements. And this is basically, if anyone wants a good explanation of it, this war was basically the Protestants versus the Catholics as an armed conflict. It was the largest and bloodiest battle of its type in Europe in this era and age. So a really interesting sort of a war altogether, and a very interesting time in history as well, because it's the beginning of our modern age, really. And most things that we consider in history these days, and most dynamics between countries, they all kind of started to really form and solidify during this era of time. So huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also STS 55, let's make sure to get that one here really quickly. STS 55. Here it is right here. Oh, they had the space lab. That's actually really cool. And so a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, and I hope that does address that well. And before we move on here, I do want to make sure that we get that live chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
So the live chat question here is going to go to none other than Jeep Girl, who said the bigger question is, who will succeed Putin?
You will never know until it happens, because nobody really knew who was going to become the next premier of the Soviet Union when that sort of a deal would start to unfold. It's always going to be somebody who's not in spoken conversation right now. I'm putting my money on it. Whoever is going to end up rising to the top in Russia, once the dust settles, everybody in the world's going to go, it's that guy? Because that's how it always is. Like when Khrushchev became the premier of the Soviet Union after Stalin, literally everybody went, wait a minute, it's that guy? It wasn't Beria, or it wasn't Molotov, it was him? And then when he got overthrown by Brezhnev, everybody's like, wait a minute, it was that guy? Because all of them never are looked at as threats. And that's what gives them the advantage, is that they're not far enough in the inner circle, and they're not looked at as being sharp enough, because they generally misrepresent themselves for that reason, to be a threat.
That's what they say. That's what they say. What did that Al Pacino say? He said, keep yourself small, boy. Don't let them see you coming. I think that was actually the devil. He was representing the devil when he said that, actually, in that movie. I think that was the movie Devil's Advocate, where he said that. But it is true. Putin came in the same way. Putin was a paper pusher at the KGB before he suddenly rose up and jumped into Yeltsin's position.
Yeah, it's very interesting with how it works in authoritarian dictatorships. The only country I'd say that sort of a trend has been broken, and it's a very special exception, would be North Korea. And that's because they've created the whole pseudo-religion out of their Juche ideology, which allows for the chems to basically keep power uncontested, because anybody who would be trying to go against that at this point would be basically going against God as far as they viewed in the country. So that's why their power is generally secured. Although, you never know. I mean, at some point in the future, the Kim family might get overthrown, but that's highly unlikely. But beyond that, though, it's always going to be, like, just for my answer, it's going to be somebody that we don't even know who they are, y'all don't know who they are. It's going to be someone who rises up out of nowhere, basically, from what we'll see here in the West. But a big thanks to you once again for sponsoring a live chat, Gunfox, and I thank you greatly for sharing those days in history with us, because I love history rabbit holes, and also you are a great curator of them, especially ones pertaining to just general history and also space. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, Matthew, do we have, I see that you're talking about Putin and Xi shaking some hands. Does it seem like they're shaking hands and, maybe changing their ways or perhaps changing their names?
No, they just showed up and they shook their, excuse me, I'm trying to read something. They shook their hands. I'm trying to say right there. That was a bad spot to pause on, by the way. But they're shaking hands right now. I mean, they're going to ignore that. But they were shaking their hands at the meeting. So I couldn't tell if Xi Jinping met Putin at the plane. I couldn't tell that. I saw some people asking about that. I did not see that part of Putin getting off the plane. So I guess they were just like meeting each other. It looked like they were at some like a convention center or something. I'm not sure where they're at. But they're meeting each other and shaking the hands right now.
Man, he said they met and they shook them. I
was trying to read a Twitter post and read the chat at the same time, and my brain just went blank right at the worst moment.
Man, man, they shook them, bro. They shook that thing, man.
Man, I'll tell you what, it was well, never mind.
As is traditional.
Well, anyway.
As is traditional by Chinese custom. Like, man, it's like, oh, man. But anyways, that was a great one, though, man. That was like great unintentional comedy right there. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $25 support from Max Shabai once again. And thank you very much, Max, for that $25 support. And we do appreciate that. He said, a great uncle of mine survived the Korean War, but not the bus ride back home. To the honor of all of our veterans and better public transportation. And you guys rock. I love you and the LSA and LLT LSA.
And, that's actually something crazy, Max, because there are a lot of people in history where it's like, they're like the conqueror of the planet, destroyer of worlds, the consumer of souls, and then they die by like a toe infection. It's really wild that way. Like, Alexander the Great's death is now greatly debated in history as to whether he was killed by his own men or if he died by natural means. But generally, everybody used to go with the story that he died from some sort of a great illness after conquering most of the known world at the time, which is really crazy when you think about that. It's like this guy was an inspirer of his people. He turned Macedonia into a global empire. It truly did conquer the whole world that was known at that time to those people. And then he dies of an illness, like just a sudden onset of illness, which, to be honest, folks, I mean, it's not that unheard of back then to just drop dead from an illness. I mean, there was a lot of people who died back in the day from things like Spanish flu, left and right, very prominent folks. And there was plenty of people who, died of COVID, even in our modern day, out of the blue, just because, it got them. Like, it's like diseases just kind of work like that. So, like hearing that Alexander the Great just up and died one day, it's like, I could see it. It's like, also, we don't know if he had any underlying medical issues. It's like, who knows? He might have had some sort of a critical organ failure of some sort and he just dropped dead. But beyond that, like maybe a ruptured spleen is kind of what I'm thinking, It's like, maybe he had one of those. But a lot of people from the Second World War, like Patton, everyone always likes to talk about Patton's deal and make it into a conspiracy theory because he died in a car crash after the war in a Jeep. And some people are like, the government got him. It's like, nah. It's like, nah, the government didn't get him. He literally just died in a car crash. Those things happen. Like, a lot of generals died in the Second World War from really weird stuff like that. Like, they get in a car crash, or they get capped by, like, a sniper. Not a lot of that happened. That was something that would generally happen in the Pacific to some folks. Like, like, Basilone, who was a Medal of Honor recipient, I think he died in Iwo Jima from a Japanese sniper. And you would think that generally...
Japanese sniper?
Yeah, a Japanese sniper on Iwo Jima.
Damn.
That's a tough way to go, like you went.
Yeah, really. Yeah, out of everything. I mean, it could have been the, what they call it, katana. It could have been the kamikaze plane. No, Japanese sniper.
I mean, like, out of every way to go, that sounds like one of the most mundane, especially for Barcelona. Barcelona was a Medal of Honor recipient at that point. And it's just insane, because like let me go pull up this guy for all of y'all. Barcelona. Here we are. Let me go get him. This is John Barcelona, who was a Marine in the Marine Corps. He was a Medal of Honor recipient. He would die in Iwo Jima, and let me tell y'all what his citation was for the Medal of Honor here really quickly. So, let's see here. Medal of Honor. So, here's a citation. For extraordinary heroism and conspicuous gallantry in action against enemy Japanese forces, above and beyond the call of duty while serving with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, 1st Marine Division in the Lunga area of Guadalcanal on the Solomon Islands on the 24th and 25th of 1942, while the enemy was hammering the Marines' defensive positions, Barcelona, in charge of 2 sections of heavy machine guns, fought valiantly to check the savage and determined assault. In a fierce frontal attack with the Japanese blasting his guns with grenades and mortar fire, Barcelona's section with its gun crews was put out of action, leaving only 2 men able to carry on. Moving an extra gun into position, he placed it in action, then under continual fire, repaired another, and personally manned it, gallantly holding his line until replacements arrived. A little later, with ammunition critically low and supply lines cut off, Barcelona, at great risk of his life and in the face of continued enemy attack, battled his way through hostile lines with urgently needed shells for his gunners, thereby contributing in large measure to the virtual annihilation of the Japanese regiment. He went through all of that, won the Medal of Honor, and then died from a sniper on Iwo Jima, basically in the opening hours of the landings, mind you all. Which is just a shame, like, it's really weird how people die sometimes, in some of the most unexpected ways. They basically become almost immortal in memory, and then they die in such mundane ways. But a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep running, and I hope that does address it the best I can. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on to the next one.
The next one goes to my trucking travels. You put in a $20 support. And thank you, good sir, as well, for supporting the channel. He said LLT LSA. And hope you are having a wonderful night. And thanks for what y'all do. Baltimore to Denver. Honestly, that sounds like a good way to go. Out west, go west. Honestly, it gets better as you drive west. That's the way the country works now. As you drive further out of, the East Coast is what I'm trying to say. If you drive further out of the East Coast, it gets nicer out west. At least I think so. But he said, pick one from the chat and have a great night.
Hey, and thank you so much for supporting my trucking travels. And also, Baltimore to Denver. What a trip. You're going to see a great part of the country that way. Basically, like 2/3 of it. You would only have a little bit more to go to get to California. But that is a really cool trip. I bet you're going to see, like, the Shenandoah Valley in West Virginia and a good part of Kentucky. And then the godforsaken state of Missouri. And then you will get to Kansas. And then Colorado, which Colorado isn't that bad.
Once you pass you see the line from the top of to the west side of Minneapolis or Minnesota, all the way down to Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana. Once you pass that artificial line right there and you go west, it gets a lot better really quick. Before you get there, though, it feels like you're driving through war zones, like through all these cities before you get there. Memphis, war zone. Depending on the area of like Tennessee, war zone. Over here, like in Nashville and stuff like that. I mean, war zones galore until you get out into Kansas.
I would have to say, before we moved out here, I was actually a big believer. Really, it was before that. It was before the trip on the Coast Starlight. But I was a big believer before then that the East Coast was better than the West Coast. After that trip, I started to understand that the West Coast might have more appeal to it. And now that I live here in Salt Lake City, I've got to tell y'all that Salt Lake City isn't really West Coast per se, but it is Western. The Western side of the United States, in my opinion, is qualitatively better than the East Coast. And I don't say that to disrespect anybody from the East Coast. If you like the East Coast, to each your own. But me personally, I just think that the West Coast is a better place than the East Coast. Just because it doesn't seem like every city is an active war zone, except for Portland, which is an active war zone, and also some parts of LA, and also some parts of San Jose. I would say outside of those places, generally the West Coast is better, in my opinion, qualitatively. And also the scenery is unbelievable. I mean, you just can't get the kind of natural scenery on the East Coast that you can get out here on the West Coast. It's just impossible because of the geography. But with that, a big thanks to your support and help this channel keep it running. We will make sure to get one from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And the one from the chat is going to go to none other than Zyper Sniper. And thank you very much, Zyper, for that good question. He said, wasn't Putin an underling before he came to power? And he was an underling. He was hanging around Moscow his entire life for the most part. Once he got into his like early professional career, he was hanging around Moscow. He jumped from administration to administration within Moscow. Eventually, he landed at the KGB, and he was a paper pusher there before he got put in the position that Boris Yeltsin held. So that's what he was before. He likes to make it seem like he was a special agent, but he really wasn't for a large degree. He was trained as a KGB agent, but he was more of like an office person. Like he was like the paper boy essentially. But he tries to walk around with the like assassin's gait and stuff like that, where he has like one arm next to his service arm or service pistol. It's all a bunch of show. But Enforcer, what say you?
He did rise from nowhere though, because when you look at him, he first started to run for domestic political campaigns in St. Petersburg, which is his home city. Then he moved to Moscow and briefly became the director of the FSB and then secretary of the Security Council of Russia before he was appointed as prime minister. But then he also afterwards ousted Yeltsin, which is one of the few times that you can ever see someone that's actually in the inner circle oust him. He's one of the rare exceptions to the norm in Russia. But then again, also, he had been vying for that the whole time, and also Yeltsin had become wildly unpopular, so Yeltsin had to resign for reasons, and that's why Putin was able to become the president of the Russian Federation. So,
He resigned as he told him to.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Like, it's like
yeah, he basically said, "You'll resign," and the other guy said, "Okay."
Man, I mean, honestly though, it's not hard to tell Yeltsin that he resigns because, like, Putin came and said, "It's time to resign," and then Yeltsin said, "More wine." Duh.
Yeah. They just offered him a lifetime supply of vodka, and that was enough.
Putin was like, no, not more wine. You resign. More wine. And then he's like, okay, just sign here and you'll all be over. And then he signed it, then he went on. You know what's crazy, though? Is like, Yeltsin made it to the top. But him and Putin will never be able to have the bragging right that they were in a Pizza Hut ad like Gorbachev. Gorbachev got in a Pizza Hut ad. Did you know that, Matthew?
Is that really I knew that. I've seen it before. Is that really a bragging right, though, to be in a Pizza Hut ad after being the head of state?
Well, I mean,
I think that's a downgrade.
Bro, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say Pizza Hut isn't that good?
Well, yeah, honestly, I am. It's really not that good. But
what the hell?
That's a side note. I think after going from being the head of state, presiding over the Chernobyl disaster and stuff like that, then to end up in a Pizza Hut ad, that's a pretty bad fall from grace.
Well, yeah. But hey,
how much you got paid for that?
The current president was in a Pizza Hut ad. What are you trying to say about him?
Yeah.
Oh, man. He put up the most apathetic I've ever heard on air. He went,
Need I say more, or does the sort of speak for itself?
Man, that was the most Seinfeld sounding I've ever heard in my life, man. Like that's sitcom material right there. And something else, folks. I've been hearing as of late that many people have been waiting for their phones. I hope that that's all going well for them. God forbid that went poorly.
They got me on the cell phone. Late night when I need Putin. Got me on the cell phone. Big Daddy Putin. That's what they call him.
They like it when they call him Big Papa. Oh, man. But with that, I thank you so much for the support of my trucking travels, and I hope we answered the live chat well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to C146W, puts in a 20. And thank you for that support as well, good sir. He said, get off work, watch stream, drink, smoke, give money, watch world burn, relax, easy.
Exactly.
Well, damn, he's an optimist. Give this man a medal.
Everyone in America is about to turn into a Russian. The world looks like it's filled with rainbows when you're seeing double vision. like when you're seeing double vision and suited out of your mind. Beyond that, all jokes aside, C146, it actually sounds like it'd be pretty enjoyable. Me personally, I always have to say this, folks, because I just feel like it's important to say I don't drink or smoke. Neither does Matthew, because a lot of people are always like, "Dang, is this guy coked up?" And it's like, no, I just find the energy because like my endorphins aren't messed up from the receptors going off because of a drink.
I started drinking already. I had to.
I'll take you home again.
Man, my preference is Dr. Pepper with coconut cream in it.
Man, I gotta tell you, folks, have y'all seen how badly the economy is doing these days? Oh, man, I'm telling you. I'm so poor, when I got sick, I had to go to the best doctor. I had to get Dr. Pepper. Oh, man, I'm telling you. Beyond that, I gotta say, that does sound pretty enjoyable, C-146, and I'd love to hear that you're having a blast and enjoying the channel and relaxing, regardless of what the news is these days, because like I always like to say, folks, we're largely all spectating. All we can do is watch. And it is very aggravating and it's concerning, but at the end of the day, we really all sadly can't do anything about it for now. Wait until the next election, and then you can have your say either way. But for now, there's really no point in panicking all too much on it. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Rick. And thank you, Rick, for that support. He said, the children won't go without me. I won't leave the king, and the king will never leave.
That sounds like a movie quote. I can't.
Yeah, I don't know what movie that would be from. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Was that from Scarface?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I just don't know the movies that well. That's a shame, really. I feel like I should do better. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that the best we can. Sadly, I just don't know enough movies that well. You know, folks, last night I had a little bit of nostalgia, actually, speaking of movies. I watched Studio Ghibli's Spirited Away. Do you remember that movie, Matthew, from when we were kids? Like, the few times we caught it on television?
Yeah, I don't really like that movie too much.
You don't?
Yeah, it kind of haunted my nightmares a little bit.
What
I
the
don't like
hell?
it.
Bro, I always thought the dragon dude was kind of cool.
I don't like it. It's like demonic.
What the hell do you mean? What the hell do you mean? It's
I don't know,
just
it's
a
just something
show.
about it. It just feels demonic. I don't know what about it. Something about it just threw me off. Like, I didn't like that.
Bro, it was just a movie. It's just a movie, a Japanese movie.
Like, demonic, movie.
What are the charges? Enjoying a movie? A succulent Japanese movie? And how dare you, sir? I mean, let's see. Hold up. I'm trying to see, folks. Is this a common thought? Like, people don't like the movie Spirited Away? I mean, come on. I mean, Matthew, it was a movie about this little girl, and she got transported along with the parents into the Japanese spirit world, and that's what the movie was about.
Yeah, I didn't like any of that. I didn't like it.
But it's a part of that culture.
What, the demonic?
Yeah, I mean, like, the hell, bro. I mean, it's a part of Christian culture to talk about the devil and demons and, like, warding them off and stuff. I mean, isn't that kind of demonic?
Man, I tell you, I just didn't like it that much. I remember as a kid, this stuff was haunting me, I tell you.
That shit got me effed up. Oh, God.
I was on stream for a minute.
Oh, man. Someone said that masked dude scared the hell out of me. Honestly, the masked dude was kind of creepy because he just sit there and he make these noises like, And I'd be like, that's kind of weird. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, hey, dude, go watch it. He made those noises. And, like, when you do it, I'd be like, that's kind of weird. Like, I'd be like, that is kind of odd. That thing was kind of a little scary, but, I mean, it was still really neat. Huh?
It's Epstein looking at, like...
Huh?
Epstein, bro.
Oh, no. No. No, that movie had nothing to do with that. No. Miyakaze, like, obliterate this blood. But big thanks to you for the support of this channel to keep it running, Rick. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Big Ron. And thank you, Big Ron, for that support. Big Ron. He put in a 20. He said, would you say that one well-placed EMP could level the playing field back into Russia's favor if Russia moved its military out of harm's way from an EMP blast?
Not really. Because the only way to produce a reliable EMP blast is with a nuclear weapon. And Russia doesn't really have the technical capabilities to produce an EMP by any other means at the moment, so they would have to use a nuclear weapon on the Ukrainians. And at that point, the international fallout and whatever happens to follow would probably far outweigh the benefit of doing something like that for Russia. So at the moment, given the fact that it would have to be a nuclear weapon that they'd use, I would say highly unlikely to give them any real benefit in the long run. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $25 support from Max Shabai once again. And thank you very much, Max Shabai, for that support. We do appreciate it. Once again, he said, Putin drives the Compensator 9000, LOL. And Andrew's commentary in a Ruski accent is damn hilarious. And keep up the great work. And LLT, LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Max Shabai. Bubba. Every time I read your name, I think of that thing, man. You know the one I'm talking about from that podcast where that guy was like, what was that again? The Bubba Boo. And then someone in the background went, no, bro, like someone knew it was going to get clipped for the rest of
it. Say.
Bubba Boo. But anyways, I don't know why that cracks me up so badly, but beyond that, I do thank you for the support, and I like that you enjoy my Russian accent impersonations, because I do them from time to time. The voice impersonations is something you have to be really careful with, though, because either people adore them and they think they're the funniest thing ever, or they hate them so badly it turns fans into haters in minutes. And so we gotta be really careful about how we use them. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Music Uploader, and thank you very much, sir, as well, for that support. He said, a farmer followed my tanker truck all the way to the yard, only to ask me if I can haul liquid fertilizer to his orchard. Supply is cut so heavily that he thought I have some connections. The country's economy is on its knees. And is that here in the United States?
Was that? Yeah, well, Music Uploader, I think, is in the States, so I think that is in the United States.
That's a crazy thing right there. A farmer stalked down your tanker truck just to ask if you could haul some fertilizer. That's crazy. It's like, does he not know where to get the fertilizer? It's like, that's kind of a strange thing right there. Do you have the connections? I'm curious. Do you know the plug for the fertilizer?
Bro, he said Music Uploader's dressed up in a trench coat and a fedora covered his face, and that guy comes up, hey, and then he's like, get away from me, I don't know you. Listen, I need to know about that fertilizer. I need you to hook me up. Fertilizer? I don't sell that shit. Get out of it. No, I'm not a cop. I swear. I just need it. You need it? Man,
listen, I got everything you need. I got potassium. I got nitrate. Everything you need. Which one you want?
I even got that shit they banned back in the 80s. I got that stuff with DDT.
That's price.
Oh, man. But I gotta say, it's a rough time these days, for everybody. I've been seeing some people on YouTube. Well, I mean, everybody on YouTube talking about it, Penguins or Moist Critical, as a lot of people would know him. There was this other guy, I sent Matthew a video of his, what was it? It was something Angel or something like that made a rant on this. But they're great rants. I mean, they're solid stuff, because the economy is doing awful these days, in every way, for the farmers, for the truckers, for people just trying to live their lives, for people trying to keep their jobs. It's just not going well. I mean, folks, you can't eat, Matthew, Matthew, I think, has a budget for $20 a day for food. I don't even think he stayed in that budget for a while, and that's hardly eating, because it's impossible. You just can't.
I've gotten it down to $15 a day.
15?
Total.
Bro, what are you eating? Air and bread?
Well, usually it's about 1,800 calories a day, just about. But it's $15 a day between the breakfast sandwich from the freezer, a bottle of water. I mean, that costs nothing. A little bit of air for supper. Usually I'll find something. I'm really eating slim these days. Yeah, I just also, by the way, I could eat better, but the catch is this though. I feel like I'm just throwing money down the drain. It's it's gotten pretty damn expensive these days to eat. I see some people spending $25 a day just for lunch. I'm like, I don't know how they're doing this. I'm like, I guess I could spend $25 a day for lunch, but then, my budget's gone at that point. So I'm like, I'd rather just eat slim for now. So that's what I do.
I tell you, folks, it is expensive to eat at all these days. Y'all know that. Y'all are having to pay for it. But it is expensive. I mean, damn, if you want anything decent to eat these days that isn't just slop, it's going to cost $20 a meal. And that's a shame. Because I remember back in the day, folks, me and Matthew were complaining 5 years ago about Five Guys prices, and it'd be like, who the hell is going to pay $9 for a burger? And now every burger is $9 at a minimum. You can't find a burger for cheaper than that around here.
Oh, I can.
Oh,
And
you
now it's got them
can?
for $5.50.
Where the hell you getting those from? The dumpster?
No, it's from In-N-Out. It's not from the dumpster.
Oh yeah, that's right. We do have In-N-Out.
See,
Oh
you're not
damn.
thinking good enough. You're not stretching the dollar as far as it can go.
You know, honestly, man, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I totally forgot we had In-N-Outs around here. And we made it to In-N-Out land finally, the In-N-Out Burger Fund from Sharky. And we finally made it. And I've hardly had In-N-Out most of the time I've been out here, which is a real shame when you think about it, folks. I know, everyone wants to draw and quarter me, and y'all should. And I'm effective immediately, I resign. But I need to go start eating it In-N-Out, man. It might clog my arteries, maybe, to eat that much grease every day.
I don't
But
eat it very often. I don't eat it very often at all. I try to eat healthier than that, because I'm not trying to die early from eating all this processed food.
well, it's
I
a
want to be
process.
around a long time to experience this economic collapse. Oh,
Oh,
well, oh,
I can
no.
already hear it on Truth Social. These stupid clowns on the Enforcer channel, they're really idiots. Bitching and moaning, nothing's been better. Everybody's going poorer quicker. They're racking up credit card debt. It's like that Family Guy song. I've got $40,000 in credit card debt and a nice Boba Fett. But beyond that, I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support, Music Uploader, and all jokes aside, it is a pretty rough time for everyone at this point, unfortunately. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to G-Tech, who puts in a $20 support. Thank you, G-Tech, for that support.
Hey!
He said, that's because, what in the world's the guy talking about right here? I don't, G-Tech, you gotta do better than this. This is not good right here. I don't even know what he means by this right here. The United States is defined by the people in it. It's defined by the people in it. And the people here in the United States are just like everybody else around the world that's a normal, everyday civilian. They simply want to be able to work, to make a living, to support their family if they have one, or if they're single, to support themselves and simply have a decent quality of life. There are some people out there that want the Lambo, but not everybody wants that, though. Some people just want to live a normal life. And right now, it's becoming hard to do that, which is usually when people start getting very cantankerous when stuff like that starts coming around, and people don't like to tolerate that kind of stuff for too long. So hopefully they can get a turnaround on it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Look, the U.S. isn't much taba, all right, we ain't. Like, we is what we is. America's a great country when you don't look to the Congress and the White House every day to see if you like the country or not. It's a good country filled with good people, good, haughty people who get screwed over quite a lot, and yet they still persist. And that's something that you gotta appreciate, the American spirit. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well, but the United States isn't like that. Come on now. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from none other than Star, and thank you very much, Star, for that 20. They said no U.S. announcement tonight. It's too depressing. I don't know how you guys have managed this long without some sort of protest purely out of anger. My protest is the Twitter page. I go over there and let out some anger over there on Twitter. You know what's crazy these days, and honestly, I'm really not making a very positive point out of it because I'm not sure what this says, but I can put something really stupid out over there on Twitter, and it goes far. It goes far. I guess the algorithm over there promotes stupidity. What a shocker. But if you put something out that's maybe a little bit more thought behind it, it gets buried, like a couple thousand views, but you put something stupid out, oh man, it's like 500,000 views, 1 million views possibly, and I'm like, look at this. Look at this. This is bad. But unfortunately, what say you?
Oh man, you know, sometimes I let it out on air. And I say some things. I say some things on air. Mandy gets to have the Twitter. I don't get to have the Twitter. Because if I was posting everything I was thinking on Twitter, we'd start bombarding the thing with too much stuff. But beyond that, though, I just have to say my stuff on air, and then I get stuff like, oh, don't be political. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm just trying here. I'm trying my best. I'm really am.
If I get on air, I can get on air, though, and act like I never said any of that stuff on Twitter. Nobody will ever know.
But you see, I didn't get to have the gratification mentally from earlier in the day of saying anything on Twitter. So I get on the air, and like I'm getting ready to make like a speech, basically, like in my head, because it's like this shit's outrageous, and people ought to really know, and people ought to really be frustrated by it to a degree. So I don't get that outlet. My outlet is the show in every way, like for jokes and for serious moments and stuff. So I just have this, but it's hard not to say stuff and just be absolutely just throttled at how aggravated I am about this whole thing. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And also, man, I was just making sure we're getting to Ross's next, right?
Yes, it's coming next.
Good. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ross, all the way from Australia, and he puts in a 100 Australian. And thank you so much, Ross, for that support. All the way down from Australia. It's a long way for that support to go. He said, sometimes I show friends or colleagues at work segments of Enforcer News, especially the Ukraine war footage, and most people simply do not understand where war technology is taking us all, especially drone warfare, and mainstream media has completely failed the masses. And I agree 100%, by the way. Also, huge thanks for the support. I agree 100%. The mainstream media does nothing to educate people anymore. It used to somewhat. I will admit, mainstream media's job is not necessarily to educate people. It's more just to keep people up to date on the current events. But they don't even do that anymore. They don't do any of that stuff. They just like turn into political commentary 24/7. So, you know, most people don't understand the implications that drone warfare has. Most people don't understand the implications that artificial intelligence is going to have either. When it hits, it shocks these people. Like a large portion of society, it shocks them because they weren't following it. They didn't understand it. And when the effects finally start kicking in, they're like, well, how did this happen? It's like, well, it was there the entire time. You just didn't pay attention to it. So I agree 100%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to agree 100% as well. And I also got to thank you massively for that unbelievable support. But a lot of people are just people who pay attention to mainstream news as their primary source of news. They need to stop. Like, they're not the problem. The mainstream news is the problem, and they need to find that out and quit watching it. Because if you listen to mainstream news, you get two things.
The Republicans are good. They're the people of God, and the Democrats are terrible.
Or you get the opposite.
The Democrats are good. We're wholesome. And Republicans are demons.
And that's it. That's all you get. Like, that's literally the commentary on all mainstream news networks these days. And it's just all wrong. Because, like, saying every day that one political party is right and the other one's always wrong, and the other one's right and the other one's always wrong, that is just so two-dimensional. And then on top of that, they never move on to anything else. They never move on to anything of substance at all. Because politics, especially in the modern days, is a substanceless and a knowledgeless affair. You do not need any knowledge. You do not need any understanding. It's all emotionally driven, and it's driven by a whole bunch of goofy talking points. Some of the stupidest that you'll ever
And all you had
hear.
to do to win an election is get on your knees and crawl to the nearest foreign country.
I'm trying so hard not to make an extra joke on top of that. I was about to make one. I was like, no, don't do it. But
And the crazy part is all these people that are running suck.
Yeah, they do. They do all suck. And then, folks, you hear about the next run, like, we've got some bright upcoming, candidates for president in the Democrat and Republican Party, and then you listen to who they're saying that about, and it's like, good God. It's like, get a crowbar and slam me in my femurs, because I just can't handle it. Like, it's like, these are the people. Like, I can't even name them on air because some people are actually going to be like, no, they're good. Like, it's like none of them are. Like, none of the people that they have in the runnings on either side right now for the next election are good. And it's like, is this going to be what the next election consists of? It's like, if it is, we might as well just say it's going to be another 4 years of stupidity. Because no matter who you elect at this point, this election has certainly proven that they're not going to do any good for the country, because all these people are recognized celebrity names in politics, and a lot of those recognized celebrity names, people are stupider than like the average bear. It's like, it's unbelievable. And I just wish that, we would see that the public would get out of this media hypnosis that they've got from the mainstream, from the left and the right, and get into some legitimate actual news, and also learn some things about the kind of world we're living in and how it's evolving these days. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I gotta say, I feel like we're treading water right now, Matthew. I feel like we've had 25 super chats for the last 10 of them. So we're gonna try and speed this thing up, folks, because we've got to try and round this thing out at a reasonable time. And right now, this thing's probably gonna be about 4 hours long. So with that, we're on to the next one.
This one goes to Truck and Chef, who puts on a 20. And thank you, Truck and Chef, as well, for that support. He said, Enforcers, they need to get to the straight. I just spent $1,200 today to fuel my truck, and I'll have to do that twice to get the load there. And I'm making a fat $376 now for 4 days of work. Jeez. He said, I hope they do something soon. And I hope they do something soon too, because my spending is not as bad as that. I will say, hopefully, it does get better soon. Right, with that kind of spending right there. But I can say that today I spent between groceries and gas about 270. When I usually spend about 190 or so, roughly, on that just about 2 years ago. I went back and checked because I was looking at the bill for the two, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I know I didn't pay this right here. Like just 2 years ago, I went back and looked, and there's a 42% price increase between gas and groceries. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. Hopefully it does get better because nobody can survive under that kind of economic strain. It's just, ugh, that's tough. I'm so sorry for you about that. And I hope that the situation turns around eventually because nobody can make it under that kind of strain. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Max Shabai. And thank you, Max, once again. He said, screw Winnie the Pooh. But by the way, Xi is pronounced just like English she. Please tell that to the facts don't care about your feelings guy. He always says G anyway. I don't think that guy gets any views anymore. So I don't think there's anybody to tell.
Actually, he doesn't get any more views. He's going to probably be running into some tough times with his company. He's probably going to have to work for the rest of his life. Retirement's going to be a joke for him. Thanks. Facts don't care about your things. The left wing's been destroyed. The plane is going down. Squawk 70. Mayday. We have lost the left wing.
I wonder why. I wonder if telling people they should work until I can't remember what day or what age he said to work to. He said something about raising the retirement age. I can't remember what he said exactly, but it was extremely unpopular to say the least because, it's not good to say, let's raise the retirement age until you're in the old age. It's like, I think we want people to be able to live their old age without having to work to the bone. At least most of us do. So I wonder why his channel went downhill.
Oh, I think it wasn't just that, Matthew. I think it was many of things. Also that one part where he said, to be a true American, instead of looking out for Americans' interests first and foremost, you have to look out for a foreign country's interests over America's every day of the week, or otherwise you're not really a patriot. I think that was one of them, and then that was one of them, and then there was a couple of others as well. I gotta say, I mean, if you ever want to destroy your position as being an American patriot, saying that you should put Qatar's interest over America's in your decision-making process probably is one of the main ways to show that you really don't support American interests, and that whole thing was just a BS, dog and pony shtick to make people think you're a patriot while you're hawking something else. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cerebrus3, and thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that $20 support. They said came in late and was catching up but wanted to donate. And one from the chat, please.
And I got to thank you for the support. And I got to say, thank you so much for enjoying the show. And I'm happy to hear that you made it here. Better late than ever is what we always say. And I got to say a huge thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we will grab one from the chat. Also, by the way, really quick today, I was actually at the gas station. I was at Costco getting gas, but I always get it from there because it's cheaper. And I was standing there at the gas pump. I was putting gas in my car. And all of a sudden, I heard, oh! And I was like, what the hell? I looked around the gas pump. There's I'm not even joking. I'm not making this up just to be funny. There was a guy standing around the corner of the gas pump putting gas in his vehicle. And he was driving this massive lifted truck, like this huge Ford F-250. And I was like, oh my God, no wonder the guys over there screaming and yelching and yelping and stuff like that. That he was over there he was having a mental breakdown. Well, no wonder. I'm like, that truck probably takes $300 worth of gas. It's like a freaking gas guzzler. Horrible conditions at the gas station. I tell you, it's like a horror scene. But the live chat question here goes to Dirty Bubble, who said, do you think Putin would launch nukes in the event a expected successful coup were to take place?
No, because really he wouldn't have the kind of, he wouldn't really have faith that they would follow out that order. That might even turn everyone else against him if he did something like that. And then he could end up being executed. And at that point, it's better to have your life than be executed if there's an option for escape. So he would probably just end up having to step out because then anything else from there wouldn't go too well. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and sponsoring a live chat and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 15 from Maxwell Conan, and thank you very much, Maxwell, for that 15. He said, with Moscow hit, Putin will have to find a better place to put his lies, lest the Muscovites finally do him in. Perhaps you can purchase a purchase something. I'm not sure what that is, but he said to hide the lies in the yard. LSA.
You know, maybe they can find one of them. But I think Putin's going to find that his position politically in the country is going to start becoming fairly unstable with the current environment now permeating the streets. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 15 from Greenskin, and thank you, Greenskin, as well. He said, I heard Landry is lurking in Greenland again and was throwing out, is the U.S. planning on invading Greenland again? LOTLSA, and keep up the good work.
You know, I wouldn't know at this point. You know, I have a feeling they're going to revisit that at some point in the future. And I also got to say, folks, you know, I just got to, like, when I think about things, I heard that there's this now big push by the president to make Venezuela the 51st state. Weren't they just saying that they, like, and I just got to ask, folks, because, you know, I feel like, you know, things have got to make sense eventually. Weren't they just saying, like, a little while ago that they didn't want, like, Venezuelans immigrating en masse into the United States, and then they're going to try and make Venezuela a 51st state to make everybody in Venezuela a U.S. citizen, so that way they can then travel through the U.S. freely, or at a minimum, it become a U.S. territory, which also means that they're U.S. citizens and they travel through the United States freely, and there's literally no way to stop them. It's like, isn't that kind of defeating the whole point of the other thing that they just brought up like 6 months ago? Like, I don't mean to bring that up to be political. I'm just bringing it up because that makes no damn sense at all when you think about that and how opposite those two things are. You know, because if you're trying to stop immigration from a country like Venezuela, wouldn't that be completely counterintuitive to make them a state where they could travel wherever they want in the country because they're now a citizen of the United States? Like, and that whole thing just doesn't, like that whole, like, none of that makes sense. None of anything makes sense anymore. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and I hope the channel keep running. But as far as Greenland goes, I just don't know. But a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 15 from Max Shabai. They said, sir, I've got this wonderful new symbol. Oh shit. Yes, I can't. Oh, whoops. Can't read this one. I can't read this one. He said, here's a Big Mac. Oh, okay.
I got to thank you so much for the support. That is a very interesting symbol. Very interesting indeed. Very, very interesting. And I got to thank you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Truck and Chef who said, good evening, enforcers. Can Ukraine hit the Moscow air defense? If not, why? And also, wouldn't that help the drones get through?
They can hit it. It's just that they're probably wanting to go for the strategic targets, which will cause more monetary damage over the long term than directly hitting the air defense systems. That might be it. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Bama FPV, and thank you very much, Bama FPV, for that support. He said, Enforcer Matt, will Moscow defense become depleted due to Ukraine's attack? And I would say the odds of that are probably low that they're going to get depleted because they've literally moved every air defense system within the vicinity to Moscow. And I would assume they've been trucking in probably boatloads of these interceptors. That's probably why everywhere else is struggling to defend itself because they've literally pretty much taken it dry and they put it all in Moscow. So I would say the odds are probably low. But Enforcer, what do you say?
I would say that the odds are probably low as well, in my opinion. And so big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Miami Catfish, and thank you very much, Miami Catfish, for that support. He said, hey guys, LSA, great job, but I gotta point out that the Iron Cross remains the emblem of the German armed forces. It has been the case since the 13th century Teutonic Knights.
And I thank you for the support, Miami Catfish, but the thing about the way they use it, though, is that they use a whole bunch of things that aren't used by the modern German army, like the Germanic font, the red ribbon of the Iron Cross, the eagle that was of the Luftwaffe of Nazi Germany. You know, it's those kinds of things that kind of make it very questionable. And also, on top of that, the heraldry that they put the Luftwaffe cross on isn't used in the modern German military. It was, and I don't mean to get like too detailed into it because it kind of makes the picture for them look kind of bad, but the specific seal that they use for that unit when they put the Balkan, well, not the Balkan Rus, but the cross on it, is one that was used by the Waffen-SS. So that's kind of like where all of that goes from being fine to where it starts entering questionable territory because, you know, like, for example, if you took, like, the eagle that was used for the Nazi party and then you just put an Iron Cross below it, a lot of people are still going to look at that as being affiliated with that group for that reason. But I get what you're saying, but it's just that everything else surrounding how they use the Iron Cross is where the questionability comes into play. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I'm just saying, like, all I'm saying at the end of the day is that they should change their imagery to something else. They should get a memo from the general staff to change it to something that's either Ukrainian related or not related to that at all, or and they cleanse all of the possible Nazi references in the imagery, because it's definitely not a good look for their unit. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $15 support from Maxwell Wilconen once again, and thank you very much, Maxwell, for the second one. He said the doggy dually was a backyard pet septic system. What goes into it is worth about as much as Putin's lies. And is that what that is? I never heard of that right there. I wasn't sure what that was when he put in the original super chat. I thought, because the thing is, folks, like, we have to watch what we read in the super chats carefully, because sometimes people put stuff in there. It's like intended to like either have us say something that's awful, and we or don't catch until after we say it. I've been had a couple of times. Thankfully, it was nothing too horrific that I've been had on, but that's why we watch it so carefully. But apparently, that's what that is. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, I thank you for sharing that with us, because I didn't know what that was myself either. But a huge thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a support from none other than Otani Sanji. And thank you very much, Otani, for that $10 support. It said, great stream again, y'all. Really enjoy the common operating picture and map overlays. I understand your general concept, but would you elaborate a bit on the markings and borders used for Russia and Ukraine?
Oh yeah, I can actually do that a little bit. So how the marking system works is, unfortunately, over time, it was supposed to be made for the viewers, but over time, I've had to start making it more so for my own personal reference on air to kind of know what we're going into. So how it works is that the purple border is the Ukrainian-Russian border, lineated so that way people can easily see it. The blue border are the NATO CSTO borders out here, also including Finland and Norway up there. And also the red line is the active front line, and the black line show what the Russians controlled before the beginning of this war in 2022. How the coloring and also symbology works on the actual markers is that they show the day that it happened. Each day has a specific color code every day of the week. And the map resets every 7th day to start on day 1 of the war for the next week, every single week at the 8th day, which starts the beginning of a new week. And the symbols inside them are supposed to show what's going on. So if it's fire, it's most likely something that's been hit or destroyed. If it's a troop thing like this little police officer emblem, that's showing a soldier or some sort of ground forces activity, or a rifleman can also be used in replacement of that. Anything with an airplane on it's usually drone-based or air-based activity of some sort, but it's generally to try and give me a little bit of an idea on air of where I'm going and what markers I need to use and what it's about to be about. So I hope that does address some of that the best I can in a very quick way. And a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel keep running. Thank you so much for enjoying the show, and I hope that helps you with navigating that a little bit easier. And so a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Miami Catfish, who said, World War III, I say World War I never ended. Same actors, regions, and issues. New oil energy and newly created untenable borders. All of it remains unresolved. All of it.
But you know, Miami Catfish, you could really say that the Congress of Vienna created this all. And then after that, well, before that even, it wasn't the Congress of Vienna that created this. It was the 30 Years' War that created all of this. And then before that even, it was the collapse of the Catholic Church in Europe through the Great Schism by Martin Luther. And then before that even, the fall of Rome could be contributed to internal decline and the rise of Christendom and internal descent, and then the invasion of the Gothic tribes of Germany. You could trace this whole thing back to the beginning of time. Really, to be honest, like, the crazy thing about history is that once you really start to study it, you can actually blame anything on anyone, because it's all interconnected. Like, you could say that George Washington is the reason why Macron is the president of France today. And there is a legitimate path that you can make historically to make that argument. And it's always going to be a sound one. That's the crazy thing about it. And I wish I could. We're running over time at the moment. I wish I could elaborate how that makes sense and how you could connect those two things. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we have a 10 from Treetop. He said, explain the difference between large, medium, and small size drones. Is it the distance? And mainly it's about explosive yield that it has, the distance, and that's pretty much the two main factors between the two. The large ones, like I think the Bayraktar, and also some Ukrainian homemade versions of those, they're made to go very long range and carry a heavy payload. And it's basically, they just vary up the size of the drone depending on the payload they need, basically. But Enforcer, what say you?
There's actually, it's actually really hard to get into that easily, because the Ukrainians have large, medium, and small variants of short range, medium range, and long range drones these days. Generally, range, though, always makes the drones in general larger the longer range they have to be. But even then, there's different classes of small, medium, and long range drones in each particular category. And it basically just depends on the job. Like Baba Yagas that carry TM62 anti-tank mines and conduct resupplies can get about as big as some of the medium-sized long-range drones that are used to attack deep inside of Russia. So I think that is so deep, I really wouldn't be able to explain that one too well. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Miami Catfish once again. He said, I can think of many New Englanders who would take great pleasure dragging your butt around the country roads behind their Harley for saying you need to wear a helmet, LOL. Well, they're not laughing whenever they get, road rash. They're never they're laughing then or lashing. They're not laughing then. Trust me. I've seen what road rash looks like in real life. I've seen somebody go down the road on the motorcycle because they're being a little bit stupid. And it's not pretty, to say the least. You got, I won't describe it, but I mean, it's hideous. But Enforcer, what say you?
I tell you something. Those people, they've never seen intestines sizzling on the street after somebody got split in two in the cold winter weather, after hitting, a cat guard on the side of the road. Like, they just don't know. Like, I gotta say, like, they might have a culture about not wearing helmets up in New England, but that's to their detriment. So one of those guys are going to get in a wreck these days, and they're going to go flying off that motorcycle, and they better pray that there's nothing solid in their way, because if it is, and their head's about to hit it, that's it for them. They're going to be pushing up lilies and 6 feet under before long. But I do have to say, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel keep running. But I'd have to say, it is in their personal interest to wear a helmet for their own safety. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from DWRB. He said, Happy Train Tuesday, and I missed a train rabbit hole while I was working.
No, we actually haven't had one tonight, and I wish that we could. But sadly, we're way over time at this point right now, so I'm having to kind of keep up a good clip here. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Robert Betancourt, and thank you very much, Robert, for that support.
Hey!
Sadly, I can't read this one off because it gets very political, very, very much political, so sadly can't read it. But we do appreciate that support. Enforcer, what say you?
Stay away. I'm just kidding. But a big thanks to your support, Robert. And sadly, we can't read that one. But a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Star, who said, Enforcer, quotation, we aren't political here. We avoid politics at all costs. He said, Matt, said, quotation, hold my beer. In all reality, you're discussing policy. Policy equal politics. That's it for me. Here's like 7 gallons of fuel. That's not 7 gallons of fuel. That's less than 2. but we do appreciate support, though, in all seriousness. Also, by the way, I would say discussing the geopolitical policy that the U.S. has, I would say if we address it purely from a policy standpoint, then at that point it's just purely analysis. If we start getting into, this president's stupid, this one is not, that starts getting into politics. That's the way I distinct it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that generally a lot of people find everything to be politics. And I mean, if you honestly look at it, it's kind of true. But the thing about it, though, is that I divide domestic politics from foreign policy, which I look at as two totally different things. Because whether or not your opinion on gun control or abortion is in support of that or against it, that really has absolutely no impact at all in the foreign policy world whatsoever. It shouldn't, at least, like for people who are reasonably minded. That's kind of the thing. Because a lot of people will say, this country don't support gun control, we ought to just end our alliance with them. It's like, well, that's not how foreign policy works. It's like, to each their own. It's like they're not ending their relationship with us because they don't like that we let people buy guns left and right in this country. So why in the world do we have the room to do vice versa? But outside of that, that's how I look at it. Like, I don't weigh into domestic politics. And on top of that, that's kind of like a cesspit, and it gets nowhere. Because, think about it, folks. If you're in support of gun control or not, has that changed over the past 30-something years? No, but everybody stays on that and talks about that every day of every year like that's ever going to change. And it's not, because everybody is split on that. Everybody's agreed to disagree at this point. It's a dead end. And so what's the point of talking about that and giving all of these different opinions and whatnot and fighting and dying on that hill when people have been doing that for 36 years and nothing's changed either way? And also those topics are they're just not interesting. But I hope that does answer that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from C146W, who said Civil Unrest Cafe.
Oh, civil unrest? I hope not. But thanks to your support. We're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from C146 once again. He said, make up and then answer a plausible question from Nightbot, please. We're not getting any questions from him. He doesn't say nothing.
He's a mute. But a big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from, also, by the way, just in case he doesn't know that Nightbot's a bot. Nightbot is just the chat helper, by the way. It's just a little system. That's not a real person, by the way. I'm not sure if you were joking or being serious about that, so I just want to make that clear, so that way you didn't think, hey, dang, you just snubbed my super chat. It's just a bot. But also we have a 5 from Malik O'Carter, who said, what is troop structure of our Gulf allies? Why don't they attack Iran themselves? And maybe they haven't lost enough to attack Iran, maybe waiting on some lasers?
Generally, their troop disposition is more so defensive as a force structure than anything. It's more so for sovereignty and defensive purposes. And generally, they're just not that apt to conduct any offensive actions because outside the Air Force, there's not really a lot that they can do for most of the countries that could get involved. So I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Big Papa, and thank you very much for that support. Hello, when you call me Big Papa. I don't remember the rest, but they said, anybody thought about the troops that are cramped inside those ships for all this time? That can't be good for morale.
Oh, who cares about morale? We love our troops until we're elected. F them. It's like, I guess that's how they look at it, because I remember when they were in this whole deal about the current president doesn't treat the troops well. And then they get elected and they're like, let's send the forward on a year-long campaign. It's like, clearly they don't like that. It's like, hell, I would assume, honestly, there might be a chance that someone caught the laundry room on fire to try and end the deployment because it was so damn long. Like, it's like everybody always talks about respecting the troops until they get elected and then they treat them like shit. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also a 5 from Kong, who said, check out the pre-NATO Finnish Air Force logo and flag.
No. Do you know what it is, Matthew?
I do.
But a big thanks to you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Seabass Smith. He said, my wife is in Ukraine. We've been together for 7 years. I remember what Ukraine is like before the war, during the war, and hopefully after. And God bless.
And a big thanks to your support, and hopefully Ukraine will be able to rebound from this because it's a great country of resourceful and really crafty people. They've been doing well to fight tooth and nail like they have for so long, and hopefully we'll be able to see that they persist through the war. And I think at this point it's pretty clear that they will. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to UH8, who put in a 5, and we do appreciate the support, UH8, very much. We also have a 5 from Nathaniel Sarah, who said, don't change, it's a great show.
Hey, and we don't ever change. We always stay the same. And I got to thank you for the support, Nathaniel. And I also saw you and Matthew in a conversation earlier, and I hope that was an interesting one. I didn't really get that involved in it, but it looked like y'all were very deep in conversation. And so a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Rock, who said, I just want to say, hearing you two bicker and spitball ideas is a big part of what makes it entertaining. Also, my account, Kenny Thane Dono, is not working. Also, by the way, I'm not sure why either. I saw you throw in another super chat about that. If you have a VPN turned on, that'll probably restrict it right there from what we've heard. Also, there are some words that you can put in the super chat that YouTube apparently doesn't like, and they'll restrict that as well. And we don't know why, because apparently they'll let some stuff in the live chat, but you apparently can't put it in the super chat, which is kind of strange. But Enforcer, what say you?
I don't even know why they do that either. It makes no sense. They're very restrictive of what you can put in the super chat. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support. And I also got to say that's unfortunate. And also, I find it very nice that you really do appreciate us spitballing and debating stuff on air, because I find it to be quite fun. And hopefully it's also entertaining for folks too, because sometimes we get into making it kind of a bit outlandish. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB. He said, if we're talking Ghibli, Hal's moving castle is the superior choice. I just got done watching yesterday. I watched The Godfather for the first time yesterday on my day off at night. I watched that, and that was pretty interesting right there. These old movies were pretty violent, I will say. I was like, look at this violence in this movie. I was like, this is amazing for such an old movie. People say the new movies are violent, but I was like, this old one here, like they was putting some violent stuff in these movies right here. They had car explosions going off and stuff like that with people in them. I mean, that was crazy. So far I've watched Scarface and The Godfather between the two. Al Pacino's in both. I think most people know that, though I'm probably behind the times. But Enforcer, what say you?
I guess that's why all them boomers are so violent. Jeez, hey, we need to regulate that stuff. I'm just kidding, by the way. We're about to get a whole bunch of people triggered. I don't think they're about to get it. I'm just kidding. I mean, honestly, man, a lot of stuff's been violent since the dawn of time. Like everyone's always like, oh, the violence that kids are seeing in video games. It's like how Looney Tunes had them like literally passing around a bomb until one of them blew up. Like it's like violence is just it's just in everything. It's just a de facto part of life, unfortunately. I'm
gonna make him an offer you can't refuse.
Honestly, man, that guy right there, that Marlon Brando guy, dude, that guy was a sociopath. And did you hear about what he did to his wife back in the day?
I try not to be careless. Women and children can be careless, but not men.
Man, that guy threatened his wife with a harpoon at one point. Before that movie came out, it was after.
Well, he was The Godfather.
Well, he was the guy, dude. If you read into that guy's life story, that guy was like legitimately like a straight up sociopath. Great actor though, but legitimate sociopath to the point that it was scary. But still,
I like that. What they call him, Luca Brasi, the heavyweight. The shooter for the gang or whatever. Or what?
Yeah.
What do they call him? Like back in the day, like they called him like
a gunner.
What do they call him? The rough houser or something like that. I don't know what they call him back in the day. Today they'd be called a shooter. But back in the day they called him. What do they call him? Like they had a name for him. The muscle. That's what they called him. The muscle of the crew. That's what they called him back then. That dude right there, bro. He was like dead brick stupid. Like I think he was like legit stupid or something. But he was like the muscle. Like I think that's usually the way it goes anyway. Like the muscle is usually not very bright anyway. So yeah, the enforcer. That's it right there. He was the enforcer.
Oh my
That's
lord!
What he was.
Oh my god, it was me!
He was the enforcer.
Oh no!
Yeah, Luca Brasi. He walked himself right into that trap. He got stabbed in the hand and he got choked out. They choked him out. That was a big dude they were choking out.
That's always funny, folks, because I just came up with the Enforcer because I thought it was a cool name for, like, gaming and stuff. Didn't know it had any affiliations with, like, being mafia related or law enforcement related. Because apparently like police officers sometimes call themselves the enforcers of the law. That's like the little part in paraphrasing. But and then the mob people call themselves enforcers as well. I didn't know any of that really, like a little bit, but it didn't really cross my mind when I came up with the name of the channel. And so whenever I tell people, oh yeah, my name's the Enforcer, they'll be like, what do you enforce? Were you affiliated with the mob? It's like, no, it's just a cool name. Like it's like, what the hell do you think? Like it's like I'm 20-something years old. Do you think I was around for back in the day? Like come on now. But anyways, that's pretty interesting though. But a big thanks to you for support, DWRB. And Howl's Moving Castle is pretty good. I actually watched that last night as well. I just binge watched 2 of them, and it was really good too. That was the first time I'd ever seen it. I was like, wow, that's actually really nice movie. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have another support from Max Shabai. And thank you very much, Max Shabai, for all that support. We do appreciate that. He said, to the most neutral source of news, and half goes to the karaoke fund, LOL, and Andrew obviously loves to sing, and both of you guys have really nice voices.
I actually, like, I kind of sing just for comedic effect. I actually don't really like singing too much. Problem is that I can't pull up the audio clips that I want to play because they're going to be copyrighted to hell. So I got to kind of like get the reference in without actually playing the music. And so then I have to try singing. I know I'm bad at it, folks, and I do apologize if you are musically inclined. It's very off key. But I have to do it because we can't play the actual music for the meme or I get copyrighted. Well, we get copyrighted. But the big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB once again. He said, for $15 a day, I'm surprised Matt's food intake doesn't include a daily Costco chicken. Is that a lot per day? Like, I'm trying to figure out, is that a lot considered a day to eat, or is that like a low? Like to me, I'm not sure if I'm out of touch, but that seems on the lower end. Like I'm seeing people out there spend a lot more than that on food every day. So I don't know. Is that normal? Like people can let me know. Like maybe I've gotten out of touch possibly, but I thought that was just normal.
That one congressman said he wasn't able to make it by on 175 grand. So I'm guessing that you must be on the low end.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I guess. I mean, it seems like $15 a day. I'm not sure how much cheaper you can get than that.
I don't know. Maybe people are eating lentils. Like, I don't know. Like, I literally can't think of a way to make it cheaper myself because my budget is a little bit larger than Matthew's. But then again, also, folks, I'm a lot fatter, so like I eat more, just given as a fact. Or else I'm starving to death. That's just how it works. That's how it works, everybody. I know I'm fat. I know I'm fat. So what? But with that, I hope that has addressed that well. A big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Cerebrus3 once again, and thank you very much, Cerebrus. They said Princess Mononoke was really good if you enjoyed Howls.
I haven't seen that one, but that's interesting. Apparently, there's a lot of Studio Ghibli fans out there in the chat. So a huge thanks to you for support, Cerberus, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Max Shabai yet again, and thank you very much, Max. He said for a couple of yard birds. I picked up a yard bird today from Costco. The one today tasted right. Like, yeah, I don't know what was up with the last one I got. It didn't taste right, but this one tasted right, and it was good. It was very good. I still have some of it left. I gotta love that yard bird. I tell you, I love that yard bird. I've noticed that they were a little bit sparse today. I'm not sure if maybe the whole new rule is kicked in where people can start, cashing out the rotisserie chickens or something like that. With like, I think it's Snap. I think they added it to Snap or something like that. But they made that a whole thing. Like the politicians were like, oh, look, we've added rotisserie chicken to Snap. It's like, oh, wow, we've really fixed the problem now. We've really fixed it. What would say you?
Man, I remember those people. For some reason, folks, everything has to be a fight these days. I remember they were like, these damn welfare moochers buying these damn chickens. It's like, it's literally the cheapest meat you can buy these days. It's $5. It's like honestly, like, it's like that one, as far as like government-supported food purchases, that one actually makes a good bit of sense because it's cheap meat. You don't have to pay a lot for that. But beyond that, though, I gotta tell you, them Costco chickens, they really are something. But with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to David Ford, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, David. He said, before my VA disability pay kicked in from injuries in the Marines, I was raiding Popeye's dumpsters for food late at night. It was a desperate time. And also, I'm very sorry to hear that, by the way. That's awful.
Yeah, it's tough.
I don't know why. Like, my thing is this. It seems like, I'm not trying to like make a negative comment out of it. It's just an observation. It seems like the Marines that come out of the Marine Corps are in the worst shape of possibly any branch. I'm not sure exactly why that is. I'm not sure if maybe it's they're not taking care of that branch especially badly or something. I'm not sure what the deal is. But I hate to see it, like especially when people will get injured like yourself, David, in the military, and then you come out of there and you're simply wanting to cash in on the benefits that you're due from getting injured in the military while serving the country, and then you end up in a position like that. That's quite disgraceful. It's like 1 minute you're fighting and basically on the verge of sacrificing your entire life for the country, to the next minute you're basically forgotten about, which is not the way it should be whatsoever. And unfortunately, it's not just veterans now. It's everybody. I mean, they're forgetting about the average everyday citizen too. It's just a complete lack of care at this point, which is appalling. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say, I'm just going to be a little unfiltered here, folks. The Marines get bad breaks. Like, all of the Marines get bad breaks. The branch is underfunded. They don't get any support when they get out. They've got a huge amount, like, and to better and to worse, this is a double-edged sword, but they got a huge amount of indoctrination that goes on in the Marine Corps, where it almost, like, institutionalizes you into the Marines. Which it can be good in one way because it keeps morale extremely high in the Marines, but it can also be bad because it makes it tougher to reintegrate back into normal life here in the civilian world outside of the service. And then they don't take care of them worth a damn. I mean, like, everybody always talks about the Marines this, the Marines that, but they don't help them out at all, even when they're in the service or out of the service. And I feel bad for, like, folks who are in the Marines, because I know a lot of folks who are in the Marines and are out of the Marines. And when they're in the Marines, they're like, we're underfunded and it sucks. There's mold in the walls, in the barracks. And then when they're out of the Marines, they're like, the VA won't do shit. They won't take care of us or anything. I feel like it's just, it's unfortunate. Like, I hate to know that folks go.
It's wild too, really, when you really think about it. The Marines are the ones that are the first ones that are going to get shot at. It's like they're the ones who are like at the highest risk of death from serving, because they're the ones who go in first. to a large degree. So it's like out of all the branches you could treat the best, it seems like you treat the Marines the best. Not that we're trying to, pick favorites or something, but just to make the point, it's like if you don't want to neglect any branch, it's the Marines when they come out, because they're the ones who are really going into a really shitty situation. Because joining the Marines is not a cakewalk. I've never been in it, but I know what it takes to get into it, and it takes a lot. Like not everybody can make it through boot camp and stuff like that. It's the toughest of the branches. So it seems like really crappy to especially let Marines get out and then be on a hard time.
Yeah, I mean they're the equivalent nationally of stormtroopers of the First World War in Britain and Germany and France. We send them in first. They like in a lot of cases they end up kind of being cannon fodder, and they go through hell. They are hardly funded and hardly equipped going through hell while they're in the service, and then when they get out, there's basically no support for them or any way to help them get, I would say, like out of the institutionalization that went into being a Marine, and kind of teaching them, okay, so when you get out of the service, this is what it's going to be like out here in the world. And they don't do any of that. It's just a shame, really. I don't like. I hate folks hearing about how Marines are treated, because most of the branches it's not that bad, but for the Marines it's tough. I mean, it's tough for them in the service and out of it, and I feel really really bad for them. But big thanks to you for support. I got to say that's unfortunate to hear, and I hope that things have gotten a lot better since then. But a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling. So huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB once again. He said, the thing I never understood from my time at Wawa, he said, was people buying hoagies all the time with Snap EBT versus buying the ingredients for cheaper.
So Wawa is a chain, by the way, kind of like up in the Pennsylvania area, but it's kind of expanding.
What, a gas station?
Yeah, it's kind of like a gas station. It's like one of those like little like roadside oasis things.
Oh, it's a Maverick.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's pretty much like the Northeast's version of that. But it's starting to expand out a little bit more. But Wawa is actually kind of like neat. The name's pretty cool. And let's see, they have 1,150 locations, and let's see if I can find a map of their locations. Yeah, you can see like most of them are around Pennsylvania, New Jersey. They have some now in Florida, and I think they're getting some in Tennessee now too. But they're mostly like a Pennsylvania thing.
Interesting. I've never really heard of it until now.
I only heard about it because of Smiling Friends. Like they said, let's go to Wawa. I was like, what the hell is Wawa? So I had to go pull it up. But it's a really cool little store, like a chain store sort of a thing. But beyond that though, that is really interesting. Like I don't know. Like I feel like the whole government food assistance program thing is very odd, and what they will pay for and what they won't. But I'll have to say the Costco chicken, or rotisserie chickens in general, in my opinion, is a pretty decent ad because it's very affordable food. It's quality food, so I feel like it meets like the nutritional requirements, and also it's very affordable. So it kind of meets all the boxes.
Only problem?
What's
the only problem with the thought that the politicians really didn't think about? You have to buy a membership to get into Costco. And if you're on Snap, the odds are you probably can't afford the Costco membership. Walmart sells rotisseries?
Yeah, they sell rotisseries. Walmart has rotisseries.
I didn't know that. Then why were the politicians talking about, they were holding up like Costco chickens and stuff and showing those? Apparently they're like out of touch or something. It's like, I think the basic Costco membership, I think it's like $60 a year. It's like for most people that are on Snap, it's like $60 is something that's going to be a hard thing to come by.
Yeah, let me see here. Let me show you. These are the Walmart rotisseries, very similar to the Costco rotisserie.
I wonder if it's as good.
Well, they use a water solution instead of a brine solution to cook their chicken. So I don't like the brine solution adds flavor because brine is just salty water basically, so it adds to the flavor. These would probably be a little less flavorful because they're using a water-based solution when they inject the chicken to try and like season it and also tenderize it to an extent.
Interesting. I might have to try one of these just to see if it's as good or not. I'll have to see. I guess chicken is chicken. I mean, it's not like the Costco chicken is like something beautiful or something. I mean, it's just chicken. I mean, they're not really putting much seasoning on it anyway. So, I mean, it's not like it's like, game changing. But I will say it's at least moist chicken. Like, that's one thing. I don't want any dry rotisserie chicken. That's why I wonder if this one's dry.
Oh, hell, I hate dry chicken, folks. That crap will choke you to death, like, in seconds. I hate that. I hate it to an extreme degree. But beyond that, though, you can get them from Walmart. So that's why it's a solid addition in my opinion. And if they couldn't get it from Walmart, they could get it from like Kroger, because basically every store, like Publix's, even have rotisserie chicken. So you could go anywhere really, that's not Costco, where you have to get a membership and get a rotisserie.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I'd say it's a pretty decent ad, in my opinion. It meets all the criteria. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here another $10 super chat from Max Shabai. And thank you very much, Max, for, I think that's like the 6th or 7th super chat. We do appreciate that. I think that's in yen, I think.
It is.
Is that in yen?
It is. Yeah. It's,
I was thinking the wheels were turning, the smoke was rising. But Max said, agreeing with Andrew on the Spirited Away movie, and Imho, in my humble opinion, in my honest opinion, that's one of the most best movies ever created. I generally hate anime, but I have a big soft spot for that movie. Damn it, Matt. LOL. I mean, I don't mind anime. I mean, I'm not really an anime watcher personally, but I mean, I don't mind it. I find it all interesting. But that movie, I don't know. There's something about that movie, that demonic movie. But Enforcer, what say you?
Hell, man, it's not demonic. It's not demonic. It just has to do with like the Japanese, like kind of like a folk religion sort of a thing, you know, like all the different spirits, the
demonism.
I mean, you know, like, well, you know, like looking at it from, you know, not being a Christian, where we have to look at everything as being pagan. You know, I mean, it's just their thing, you know, it's like, it's a part of their culture, you know, kind of like how the Chinese look at us with our Christian and then go, oh, barbarian. Like, you know, it's like,
if that's the case, and this demonism is just their culture, then why do you take issue with the Denver International Airport and Lucifer?
Because they ain't in Japan. Like, that's in Denver,
well, I mean,
man.
They could be in Japan in their mind.
Then they delusional, like, brother, because there ain't nothing in Denver, Colorado that make you think, damn, I'm up in Fukuoka, Japan. Like, no, I mean, like, they're out in Denver. Like, that's why there's a difference. And also that thing just, you know, like, it's just not right. Like, it's just not right. Like, you know, if you have like a movie that you make in Japan that's about Japanese culture, and then they talk about all of their like little folk spirits, like the good ones and the bad ones, and they all mix together to make, like, you know, the good people and the villains of a movie, then that's fine. But if you put a giant like blue horse that killed its sculptor out in front of an airport with glowing red eyes, I mean, that one kind of just throws off some alarm bells, you know?
I mean, if that demonism and that anime can get away with it, you know, that Lucifer and, you know, all that blue horse out there and all that stuff like that, and, you know, all that strange paintings, you know, it's all in the same bucket.
But Studio Ghibli did it in a way that was endearing. like the blue horse ain't endearing.
Also, Ghibli. That Ghibli, that sounds demonic on itself. That Studio Ghibli. Like, who the hell knows anybody called Ghibli?
Man, don't say anything, man. That Miyakaze guy is going to come after us like no tomorrow, man. That guy is like pretty damn tough. Like, bro, be like, the bastard, man. It's be like, oh,
yeah, beat my ass.
Man, I mean, honestly, man, he might be an old man, but he'd throw it down. I think, like, geez, that guy has got some opinions, and he's pretty strongly opinionated. Like, I'll tell you, like, but beyond that, though, I'd have to say Spirited Away was a really good movie. Like, I remember it from my childhood, because I remember I watched it at some point way back in the day. Like, I was a very little kid. I was maybe like 7 or 8, and I remember watching it, and I saw like that dude, I forgot his name already, that was the dragon, like the white dragon, and I thought he was really cool. And as a kid, I was like, wow, that'd be cool to be like a dragon and fly around like that. That'd be pretty neat. So I remember it for that reason. So when I was watching it like last night, I was like, oh, that's so cool. Like, you know, I was like, yeah, I remember that from my childhood. I wanted to be that dragon because flying seemed neat. But anyways, a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another 10 from Cerebrus. He said, poof, Costco, whole chicken, 2 more, and can rotisserie and break down with a slow cooker for stock and prep, meal prep, lads.
You know, you're right. We need to work harder. Like, we need to work harder, and we need to make that happen. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Swad, who said, Russia's doctrine says nuclear use could trigger.
Well, kind of, yeah, it does say that. But would they do it? And that's the question, and I still think no. And so big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from AWOL Stu, who put in that 2, and I don't know what this means right here. This is like foreign language to me. I'm not sure what this says right here. I'm scared to read it for the reasons I said earlier, but thank you very much, AWOL, for that 2. I also have a 2 from DWRB, who said, forget rabbit hole. We accomplished a chicken rabbit hole.
You know, there's so many rabbit holes of so many different varieties on this channel. You truly get a wide variety, a smorgasbord as they call it, a holy schmoly, bupkis. You get all of it. But a big thanks to you for supporting over this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have yet another $20 super chat from Max Shaban. Thank you very much, Max, for that support. He said, for Andrew, remembering that I'm Fukuoka, and it's Studio Ghibli, Ich spreche Japanese. That's a German and Japanese mixed together right there. That's crazy. He said, hello.
And I try and remember as much as I can about every single person that we talk to. I like Matthew and me put a lot of effort into that because we always want to remember the folks that we get to talk to. And you are in Fukuoka, which is a really neat place. Here's some pictures of it.
He's there right now?
I don't know about right now, but he lives in Fukuoka, Japan.
That's crazy, right? That's crazy. Somebody in Japan's literally sitting here watching the stream. That's crazy.
Honestly, that's what is it for them, like midday, I believe, or somewhere around there, I think.
Let's see. Oh, dang, it's 2:11 a.m. Oh,
Yeah,
wait a minute, that's Pennsylvania. Hold on a minute. That's
Oh my God.
Pennsylvania. Hold on.
Man, it's
in
2:11 in the
Oh.
Japanese city of Philadelphia. Shit.
I typed in time in Japan, PA right now. I don't know why I put PA and then pull up Pennsylvania. Apparently there's somewhere called Japan, Pennsylvania. That's whack. But apparently in Tokyo, Japan right now, it's 3:11 p.m. So it's only the afternoon right now. Probably like supper time.
Oh my God. Damn, this place looks a lot like Philadelphia. Shit, man, I wonder if them Japanese people cooking up that damn sushi real good up in this town. But yeah, that's actually crazy. It is like basically midday over there right now. But it's a really like Japan.
How is it? How is it living in Japan, Max? How is it living there? I'm curious because so everybody romanticizes Japan. I think some people over romanticize Japan, but I will say it does look like it could be an improvement. Like maybe, I can't tell though. Like you live there, so you know.
Fukuoka used to be a pretty seedy place. It used to be like the heart of the Yakuza, you know.
Oh yeah, but they're not like
It's not like that anymore.
U.S. gangs. Yeah, they're not like that anymore.
But yeah, back in the day, like back in the 60s through like the 80s, this is a pretty big hotbed of the Yakuza activity down there. I've listened to some stuff about Japan, and a lot of people romanticize Japan because their culture is very interesting, and they've also got a lot of soft influence and cultural export from anime and a whole bunch of other stuff that is a part of Japanese culture, which is very cool. Like, Japanese culture is really neat. But they have a lot of problems. Like, for example, the Zaibatsus, which are their monopolies. Like, they have legit...
Yeah, we have that too.
Well, we kind of have it like forming. They have like well-founded Zaibatsus that have been around for hundreds of years. Like their economy has always been structured as a monopoly. That's why they have one of the lowest fertility rates in the world, is because they're basically being crushed under that these days. So like there's a lot of, like, every country in the world these days, there's a lot of cool things about Japan, but there's also a lot of things that aren't really great about Japan, unfortunately. But I would like to know from them, like you were asking, do you find it to be qualitatively nice, or do you think that there's a lot to be desired? But a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Plazoth for putting in a $1 support. And thank you as always, Plazoth, for that support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. It's now time, folks, to get into our live chat questions and Morse code decoders. Our Morse code decoders were Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroy, Fluffness, Kush, Coverteric, Sire, and Brian. And they said, the Morse code says, it's sure. We won't back out of restarting the war this time. Surely not. LLT, LSA.
And ding, ding, ding. And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that done on the nail? That is the Morse code message of the night. I got to congratulate y'all greatly for getting that correct time and time again. The Lee Springer Sim Corps never misses a single Morse code message, and tonight is no exception. So a huge congrats to y'all once again. And we have one last super chat to cover here before we get on to our 3 final questions of the night. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to David Ford, who puts in a 2. And thank you, David, once again. He said, your understanding of vets issues is heartwarming. And also, by the way, I guess you could say, unfortunately, I guess is the way to put it. We have a lot of military members in our family, so we've seen a couple of those issues up close ourselves, just because within the family, that's sort of the way it is and stuff like that. And we have a few Marines in the family. In fact, we have a Navy SEAL in the family as well. And he's doing good. Like, I don't think he was doing good when he first got out, but he's doing good now. But we're familiar with some of those issues up close. I guess you should say, unfortunately, but thankfully most of them are back on their feet. But it can definitely be a big problem. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh yeah, it could definitely be a big problem. We basically everybody who was a man in our family on all ends had served in the military at some point. I think we're the first generation to not have served in the military. Me and Matthew. And then there was also a lot of people that I knew growing up, that weren't in the family that had served in the military at some point. Folks that have fought in Vietnam, some in Korea, some in the Second World War, but that was very early on in my life. A lot of those people were dead by the time I was a teenager. And then there was a lot of people who fought in the war on terror, in Iraq and Afghanistan and all that. And also just a load of people I know these days that are still in the service that I knew growing up in school, or they're out of the service and all that. And, just growing up in that kind of an environment, you learn a lot about what being in the service is like, not the fighting side, but all the mundane deal of just being in there as a career and a life for the larger part, because it's more than a career. It's truly your life at that point. And then everything that comes afterwards. And, so you really become pretty attuned to it because you hear about it all the time. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Rebecca Bruce, who said, I heard there will likely be a draft, but what are your thoughts?
A draft for Iran? I would doubt it. And also that'd be very unpopular. I mean, if you want to lose all of your Gen Z voters, the ones that would be drafted, you do that. Because he's already, I won't get into that. But I mean, if you want to lose a lot of voters, that's how you would do it. So I feel like they probably won't pull that off, especially right before the midterms, because that could start swaying things drastically. But with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to R. the Berg, who said, if enough Russians came out to the streets to protest, do you think Putin would order violence on them?
Yes, definitely, without question. That's what would happen during Soviet times. That's definitely what would happen nowadays as well. And so I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this viewer is going to be, or this question is going to be, Connecticut doesn't exist. He said, do you think the situation would ever get so bad in Russia that they would start drafting and using their obese population as bombs for planes? I'll admit I didn't read that one before I read that.
Bro, I was sitting here, I was so confused. I was sitting here, man. I was like, is that a joke? I was like, am I supposed to seriously answer that? I was like,
See, I actually do randomly grab the last question and I actually do just go to the thing I pick one, just like blindly pick it. So that was the last one of the night.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't even know what to do, man. I literally just paused. I was like, what? So that's what I was about to say. I was like, huh? But I mean, I guess maybe. I mean, I don't know. They might. It's never out of the question. So I hope that answers your question well. And we also have one last super chat to round this thing off on. So Matthew, what do we got?
This one goes to Max Shabai once again. He puts in a $10 super chat. He said, Japan obviously has a lot of trains. Also, sorry for coughing. He said, for Andrew, sorry, Matt. Oh, no problem at all. He said, I feel comfortable walking in the middle of the night. It's really nice to live in a place where people are so honest. I feel like that kind of around where we live here in Salt Lake, actually. I can actually, if I wanted to, go walk in the middle of the night. I really don't do that anyway. But if I wanted to, I'd feel safe. And also, I don't know, America, I'm not so sure about the honesty anymore. But Enforcer, what say you?
I mean, a lot of people around the Salt Lake area are really nice. That actually sounds a lot like Salt Lake. Alabama, there were some great people that we knew in Alabama, still know in Alabama, actually. We keep in touch with them from time to time. But by and large, it wasn't really like that. Here in Salt Lake, though, it is pretty different. You run into some, some whack jobs out here and there, but percentage-wise, it's a lot less than it was in Alabama. But that's really good to hear. Like, I've heard a lot of good things about Japan, about their social order, how they keep things going. There's a lot of things to respect about Japan, and honestly, a couple of things that I think that the U.S. should emulate in some forms, like the public cleanliness of mass transportation, the support of mass transportation, such things like that Japan does exceptionally well. So really cool to hear that. And a big thanks to you for the support, and I want this channel to keep running. And y'all do have a lot of trains. Y'all have one of the greatest railroad passenger services on the planet, actually, as far as ridership, on time reports, such things like that. It's one of the greatest in the world. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, folks, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. What a long one it has been. 4 hours and 20 minutes. We didn't try and make it long. It just somehow turned into that. But I do thank you massively all for watching the show tonight. We had a peak viewership of 18,000 people, and 120,000 people watched this stream before it ended. I have to thank each and every single one of y'all so much once again. And of course, folks, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, I'll be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow on the nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern at our usual time, and maybe on a short war video tomorrow if there is enough news to cover midday. But in the meantime, a huge shout out to the over 120,000 people that were here by the end of the stream tonight, and we will see you all tomorrow. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, get some rest, and good night.
Army shall stand.